that's the one I had shown Faulkner that he said, hey, you're misreading those sun charts. Try this one. And I'm like, I'm still not misreading it. There's still the arc between, that the sun takes from point A to point B, from east to west, regardless of they all start and end the same. They take a smile or a frown path across. And that depends on whether you're facing, which way you turn to face the equator, north or south. But the fact that those arcs are tighter circles in June may be telling me something. We just don't know have as many data points for south of the equator, because is it really a tighter circle? We would have to compare, or a bigger circle in the south. We would have to compare the radius of those arcs at their extremes, I would think. But I kind of left it open-ended on the first video I posted with the new chart, because I would be happy if people chimed in as to what they think it's showing. Mm-hmm. But I get paltry viewers on my channel, so.
Yep.
One thing I would question, as far as the circle size, is at the 2254 mark. I'll see if I can find the still shot I have of that. It would be much better quality. Let's see, where did I put that? I got so many files, I don't know where anything is. I think it's this one. Yeah, there's the spring equinox. I had to retrace the lines because they were very faint on the app and all the same color, and I wanted to put all the 4 locations or 5 locations on the map at the same time. So I got out my photo processing software and traced the lines manually and then put color on them. But that one's interesting because it's like the logo for one of the TV stations. The all-seeing eye. But by those arcs, it looks like there isn't any difference in circle size. Part of the problem is that Antarctica is a big, giant unknown. We don't know if it really does that. But what we can say is that the 2 halfway points, one in Argentina and one in Maine in the U.S., are mirror images of each other, which probably says maybe there isn't a difference in arc. And if not, then we don't know anything about Earth shape other than it could be straight across. Does that make sense, or it's too hard to explain?
Well, I was just talking about this topic the other day because I was pointing out that my office is oriented northeast, southwest. So I look out my east window of my office, and depending on the time of the year, sunrise is going to be in a drastically different position.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a northeast sunrise in the summer, and it's a southeast sunrise in the winter.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm located. and that's at 48.9 latitude north. So, with that said, it means that when I'm looking northeast, I'm looking towards like Africa, which is south of me.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes more sense when you look at the AE map. You just point from North Dakota to Africa, draw a line, and technically it'll be north, but also south. Kind of weird. This is because we think oftentimes two-dimensionally linear, and to think either three-dimensionally and or radially is not a norm, as far as I can tell.
Right. And the thing is that if the sun is physically always south of us here in north of the equator, which we know it is, it never gets, like where I am, it never gets more than about 72 degrees overhead. So the point is that if it seems to rise north of east, which should be impossible, it's because east-west isn't a straight line. It would have to be a circle.
For sure.
But the problem is what's going on in the south of the equator. Why does it have a mirror image arc? It should be a different radius of an arc. You see what I'm saying? It should be a much bigger circle.
Yep, maybe. I don't know. I do see a new person in the chat, Greg. Feel free to say hello, Greg.
Hey, Gospel, I miss you.
Someone you've met before, I guess.
Yeah, it's Pete Drinker.
Oh, okay. I can't keep up. But yeah, I'd be interested in any speculations on what the chart is telling us. But you can see in those three, the center and then June and then December, that aside from Antarctica, which is we're guessing at, it seems as though north and south of the equator, everything is mirror image as far as the sun's path appears. And what does that mean for how the sun actually moves?
Think the accuracy of the AE map has anything to do with determining the answer to that question?
I don't know. And that's why I'm sharing this. It's like, need some more eyeballs on it to see what anybody thinks it's telling us, because
I think it's hard to determine without knowledge that the AE map is accurate in the first place.
Right.
Well, listen, once you have an accurate map, everything will be cured because it will have a high accuracy.
It'll cure everybody's eyesight. Is that what that word means? A cure that I see? Is that where we're going with that?
Oh no, whip out the etymology pages again. Somebody will take that and run with it.
Oh, yes. That's why I throw out some little special ones for people.
Accuracy.
Yeah, that's not how knowledge works. No globe.
It makes good puns, though. That's good.
Unless you, I won't judge you if you're a homophonist. You know, everybody has the right to have their own religion. I'm just making sure everybody knows what the religion of homophonism is.
Fun fact. Most people don't know that a lot of jokes and puns are based upon logical fallacy. That's why they're funny.
Yeah. So like isolate, right? I'm so late. That's what isolate means is you're so late to the party that you're isolated. Yeah.
By golly, if I can connect the dots in a connect the dots picture, even if it's not the one that was intended, it still works, right?
Yeah, so connect, you've got a can against your neck, like you're really hot, so you take the cold can of like Coca-Cola that's ice cold, and you put the can against your neck, and you connect with the can. Connect.
What if it also means co-neck, like someone with sharing a neck with someone else? Some of those unfortunate genetic problems.
Siamese twin sort of thing, yeah. Yeah. Or connect. Like the nectar, connect is really about the nectar of conning somebody. So when somebody's telling lies, they're a con man, right? They're sharing with you the nectar of their lies, and that's what connect really means.
And this is true wisdom because it's so different.
I can use nectar in a sentence.
I'm sure you can.
It was inappropriate to make out in public, so I just nectar.
Oh boy.
Said the giraffes.
The giraffe. Oh man. Yeah.
That brings up another philosophical, or I don't know, philosophical observation of human behavior or lack of reasoning or something like that, is that if people have started out believing something and then they hear something new and switch to that belief, that they somehow assume they've stepped up and gotten closer to truth, when in fact they may have just jumped from the frying pan to the fire.
Yeah. Abandoned logic, abandoned rationale, abandoned the faculties that help them distinguish between these things. Frozen. The zen of an afro. Frozen.
Or it's a relative of the character Frozone in The Incredibles. We just don't know anymore.
Carbon, right? Carbon. We have a car, and bon, like in bonfire. So carbon is really the burning of a car, which is why we have carbon, is because if you burn a car, you'll get carbon.
Aha. And nothing else, right?
It'll all turn to carbon. It'll all turn to carbon.
I think if we continue with puns, it's going to get... I don't know if it can be less interesting than it was when we weren't saying anything.
Yeah, I mean, break up the monotony of the silence. Can silence be monotonous? Ooh.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Hey, how's it going?
Wouldn't those two words be contradictory?
What? Well, some people are friends with darkness. generally avoid those people, but
I don't know, man. That's just what popped in my head when I heard you talking. I just slid in just a second ago.
Garfunkel. What a guy. I mean, Simon, everybody's all right, but that's an easy name. But Garfunkel, what a name.
well, hold on a minute though. Simon. I mean, you could get some mileage, etymological mileage out of Simon.
Yeah. It's a psyop. It was a psyop.
Yeah, Garfunkel is. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone else with that name.
Oh, here's a good one. I'm just reading my emails, right? So I just come across the word apostrophe, a pause trophy, right? Right? That's what it is. That's what it is. This is what they do. This is what they do. They say things like that, and then people are like, yeah, the apostrophe is a pause trophy.
What?
That's exactly what it does. That's so cool. No, it's so stupid.
No, they would use the word not enlightened, but profound. Profound.
Yeah.
Something is total nonsense. It's profound.
Yeah, basically.
Another fun fact on the word apostrophe. The Greek, it's a literal Greek word. It means to turn back around, go the other way. It's the word used in the Septuagint in Genesis 3, where it says to the woman, you will apostrophe to your husband. Turn around back, turn away or around toward him, and he will rule over you. That's the word is apostrophe in the Septuagint, not desire.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks, Paula.
No problem. I've been all over Genesis 1 through 3. It's like totally misinterpreted.
Apo strafen.
Turning away, avert.
Which apo comes up from our earlier conversation where somebody attempted to say something about the word apology.
Yeah, it's a prefix, obviously in Greek.
Yeah.
It means away.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, something with a word beginning with A, and then
well not just A.
It's a prefix, right?
Well, not A. This is APO. So there is a prefix with A, but there's also other prefixes with other letters, and APO is one of the prefixes.
Yeah, so it's a unit. Apo is a unit. It's not just the letter alpha as a prefix. Although,
But there's several that begin with A that mean
yep, it's a different
negative.
Prefix. You're right. It's just a different prefix, though. Right. APO is a singular unit of prefix. It's not. Each letter doesn't have its own meaning.
Greek or Latin, did you say?
Greek.
This is Greek.
Okay.
Well, it's also used in Latin. AB is the Latin equivalent of APO from the Greek. So where you get the word apocalypse or apocalyptic or apostrophe or apology or apodictic or apogee would be another word that people might be familiar with. Those are words that use APO and that with the Greek root. There's probably some good examples with AB from the Latin, but like abscess is probably a Latin originating word, abscess. But yeah.
I would say like medical terms are more Latin derived, at least for English anyway.
There are a surprising number of Greek ones as well, such as hypodermic, from the Greek prefix meaning under, and dermis meaning skin. So hypodermic, and then you had hyper.
Epidermis.
Epi is upon.
Yeah.
there's the prefix kata, K-A-T-A. Usually means down, is the primary meaning is down. It can also mean according to, such as in Greek, the four Gospels begin with kata, according to Matthew, according to Mark. But there's all medical terms like sclerosis, from the Greek word scleros, which is hardening, I believe. And then there's scoliosis, which is crooked.
Well, there's a sclera part of the eye also, isn't there?
Yeah,
Yep, the hard coat of the eyeball. It is Greek. It is a Greek word from scleros, which means hard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then we have
So that's why I
litho.
took Latin 2 years in high school, because I went into the medical field, even though I changed it. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, studying. I don't know. That's not offered really in high school to take Greek. Latin was just, everybody rolled their eyes. Oh, you're taking Latin? Why? It's a dead language.
They didn't even offer it at our school. It was German, Spanish, and French. But
yeah, sometimes I wonder if I should have taken Spanish. That would have been the most used, I would say. But
yeah, unless you keep using whatever. Well, I took German 4 years in high school. I went to Germany, stuff like that. But I don't remember much. I never used it again.
To be honest with you, my thought process of taking Spanish in high school, I just remember my great grandmother from Hungary. I mean, she and her family, they all had to learn English. So I don't know. I guess I was against the government going out of their way to translate things in Spanish and stuff like that. I don't know. It's just my flim flam outlook on it. And
Well, if you go to the one base where I was in the States, everything's not in Spanish; it's all in Korean.
really,
so the second language that everything's done in is Korean, because most of the diverse population that's rooted there is Korean.
Makes sense.
And then, of course, they got that way because of the Korean conflicts, where all the guys who are stationed over there brought wives home. And so now there's a huge Korean-speaking population.
Well, this may have been for other areas in the United States, but I remember pidgin English for immigrants. So that I've never looked into that, but I remember the term.
Bruh, bibimbap is totally one of my favorite dishes. I just put it in the chat. Big fan of bibimbap.
I don't know about the raw egg part, but
it's cooked. It's cooked.
The
yolk is runny. Okay. It's served in a flaming hot stone bowl that continues to cook it when it's served to you.
It looks like a healthy version of an American restaurant skillet, hash browns and then meat and yeah.
Wait a minute, what's it called?
Bibimbap.
Oh.
Looks like a lot of crab.
I had something that sounded like bibimbap or something.
Yeah. It's a pretty popular dish. It's
I wonder if that's the name. There's a restaurant called Bibimbap around here.
Yeah, no big surprise there. It's like a hallmark dish of Korea. I mean, there's bulgogi and different things like that, but bibimbap is probably one of the I don't know. It's like the spaghetti to an Italian restaurant.
Really?
I think it's the. If you go to a Korean restaurant, they don't have that. It would be confusing. It's their dish.
The bibimbap restaurant has a mixture of that. You asked what pasta you want, what kind of rice you want. It's kind of a mini buffet where they just put it all in a bowl. Whatever you ask for. And I still think their children's dishes should be called baby bops, but they won't do that.
How do you spell it?
I put it in the chat. It's
Did you?
spelled different. Yeah, you know, it's Korean, so you'll see it spelled different ways.
Oh.
But that's
Okay.
one of the primary.
Ooh, is that mushrooms too? Mm.
Yeah, I think there's a handful of different things in there. It kind of
Bean
depends.
sprouts.
Yeah.
You know what I need to start eating is broccoli sprouts. I've been thinking of that for too long. I need to do it.
A couple of days ago, I had spaghetti squash sprouts. That was pretty special.
You can make a spaghetti squash in a pressure cooker. But I think most people use an oven, don't they? Or did you buy it like already prepared?
Oh, he must have gotten a phone call. He's deafened and muted.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you, because I would have just been talking to myself.
Yeah, I thought he was being unusually quiet, but when he's deafened, he's on a phone call.
So yeah, all of it's fresh vegetables. Yum.
Yeah, it looks good. We've been buying noodles made from not pea protein, but chickpeas.
Now, in the picture, it looks like that's a raw egg.
Yeah, he basically because the white was white and not clear. I would say it was just like a sunny side up.
Now, the moving picture, the GIF, that is definitely a cooked egg, but the screenshot that he posted, that's a raw egg.
Maybe you have variations.
I would imagine, yeah, preference.
Right. The restaurant I was talking about, they'll just basically hard boil the eggs and chop them up into a crumble.
I need to get good at egg fried rice. I love that.
It's a good thing we're talking food in the middle of the day when people are, well, at least for most of us. I hate it when people talk about food when it's my bedtime. And I was like, oh, making me hungry.
What are you doing?
I like that chart that he posted earlier about the prefixes, comparing Latin and Greek.
That they are somewhat similar?
Yeah, he'll say like at the first one, above or excess in Latin is super or ultra, and the Greek prefix is hyper. And we have a mix of both kinds of words in English. You know, we just borrowed from both Greek and Latin. Like we have like the next one, across, beyond, or through. We use the word trans, like transnational or something like that. But we also have words like dia, diagonal.
I love this chart. This is a chart for geeks.
Yes. Language geeks.
Oh, love it though, for real.
There's someone called Rest Easy who wants to know why they're muted, and I don't even see them in the list here.
Well, there's probably a good reason, right, Paula?
Most likely. I tend to stay out of
Not other people's problems are not our problems.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Well, maybe not, but
yeah, I occasionally get somebody wanting me to help them with something, and usually if it involves unmuting or unbanning, I just like, hey, I don't know anything about it, because I try not to get involved in that sort of thing.
Yep. Ain't nobody got time for that.
I'm just terrible with names.
Dandelion got caught up in that net for a while. It's like, whoa. It's like, yeah, you can't mitigate all issues. It's like people know what they're doing.
Yeah, and and why they would pick me? I mean, I am not around for moderating stuff. I'm not a mod anyway. I can do some things with the Gold Plus, but I typically don't have anything to do with muting and unmuting unless,
I mean, if you wanted to babysit somebody and be ready to take action, I mean, you could always unmute someone. I mean, it was, on your call, of course, if you're Gold Plus.
Yeah, if it's the ladies' night show and somebody wants to talk, I might undo it.
Right.
But not right now. I mean, this is just general chit chat.
That would be a great mod. You should make me a mod, actually. How do I apply to get a mod, please? How do I apply?
Your profile says not here to learn, highly suspect, pretender clown, troll earther.
I think there's something wrong with
Sorry, we're not taking any applications right now.
Could there be like
we're not even handing them out for you to fill out for us to keep on file. We're not even doing that.
I'm using 5G, so it just shows different stuff for you. You might be using the normal internet.
I don't know or care. And Gospel Bear is back. But the thing is that I'm not a mod and I don't have anything to do with that. So
I am, and we're not taking applications.
Yeah, generally it's frowned upon wherever you go to ask for a ranked role. Those are earned.
It's like a taboo. Ooh.
That's an even better answer. Thank you, Paula.
No problem.
Damn.
Soviet.
Yeah.
Are you aware that the Earth is not a ball?
Are you aware that you're aware?
It's round. Did he just say round? Did he just say round, you guys? Oh, did he leave?
I think you said it, and then you thought I said it.
Okay. Soviet, did you know that the Earth is not a ball?
Sure.
What?
Huh?
You're mumbling. Try to enunciate your words.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
It was a yes or no question. Are you aware that Earth is not a ball?
Ball? Like a basket? I don't know what you mean by ball.
Like a sphere.
Houston, we have a problem.
When somebody says, "What's a ball?"
There might be different definitions.
Yeah, no wonder you're this confused. No wonder you think you're living on one if you don't know what it is.
God.
Come on, man.
What happened?
That's the best you got.
What do you mean I got? What do you mean?
Wow. Well,
the state of globism in 2022. What's a ball?
Globism.
Do we have a
racism? Yeah.
Do we have a role titled?
Oh man, I was promised my own role a while ago, and I didn't get it. So sad.
Oh, Gospel Bear got another phone call. I think he was looking for a new special role for.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have booger liquor for a role? Because you strike me as a booger liquor. Soviet.
Booger liquor. That's the biggest compliment I've ever gotten, honestly.
I'm sorry for the company that you keep in life.
Yeah, I have no friends, unfortunately.
It's not all it's cracked up to be.
Damn straight, brother. So how's your day? How was your day? Yeah.
My day is fantastic. Soviet.
Really? You go to work?
I'm at work.
Oh shit! Don't slack off, okay? I don't want you to get fired.
What?
I don't want you to get fired. Don't.
Oh, I'm not slacking off. I'm accomplishing all the tasks that I need to.
Oh, what do you do? Are you like
What do I do?
receptionist or
I
some
do.
shit?
I do customer service for a company.
Oh, is it like a fancy one?
Oh yeah, real fancy.
Oh, so you're rich.
No,
Can you give me some money? Oh, so sad. I
but
usually,
I
if I
am
have,
rich, just not with money.
are you rich with women? You know, get bitches.
Oh, I don't have plurality. I have monogamy.
Monogamy.
Yeah, it's a beautiful and amazing thing.
So you,
But I want to return the conversation back to what you seem to be afraid of.
I'm
Hey,
afraid.
Soviet, Earth is
Earth.
not a ball.
Yeah, sure. Okay,
Yeah, yeah, and you can know it too.
that's cool.
You can know it.
That's insane.
It's not though. It's actually really simple and logical and
That's crazy.
demonstratable.
It absolutely is completely simple.
Let's go.
Water unmanipulated is always level.
Actually, I can manipulate water. You know, there's like people that can like manipulate wind and like water with their fingertips. I can actually do it. Like I have tried. I think I can control wind the best. Like I can make like those little hurricanes, and you can see it when it's fall. It's autumn, and there's like leaves everywhere. You can see me doing those little tornado things. Isn't that cool?
I think you're in the wrong server, Soviet.
Uh,
Yeah, like you turned left instead of right or something. I don't know. There's the anime server is down the hall.
anime?
Yeah.
Watch anime?
No.
Why?
Oh, I'm just not a I'm not a big fan of degeneracy. That's all.
Degeneracy.
Yeah.
Have you watched cartoons before?
Yeah, of course.
So you're a degenerate too. That's
Well,
insane.
it all depends, doesn't it?
My
They're,
homie.
they're both cartoons. It's just a regional difference.
True. He's racist.
Aw.
You
Somebody's
guys are
white
having the weirdest
knighting.
argument right now.
He's steel manning me. Ha Oh
Succeed.
no. Succeed. Yeah, I did succeed.
Okay. How many points you get?
How much money from the Russia? How many points was
No.
it?
Did you want some points?
Yeah, I got some. I'm getting promoted soon.
Does your ego is bigger now, or it's on the same level?
My ego isn't bigger, but something is bigger.
Oh. Really?
Yeah.
That is ego. That what is something, covering with that word,
Yeah. I'm sure, so the interest went somewhere else.
I'm a
But
shorty.
you are here. It's not your ego. You are speaking with me. It's not your ego.
Well, I don't know what ego is. I don't have an ego.
That is something what you think about yourself, but even more.
I have ego, Def.
Now your ego speaking. Now you don't speak with me. Your ego speaking with me.
Ego speaking. How do you know that? You never.
I don't know. I'm
asking
you. I'm asking you. Am I speaking with you or with your ego?
I have the ego, so you're speaking with me, yes.
With you?
Yeah, because I have the ego. Everyone has ego.
Yeah, of course. But
yeah, so you're speaking.
But in this moment, you are not speaking with my ego. You are speaking with me.
Yeah, but you own the ego. That is
you.
You.
Of course.
So I'm speaking to you all the time, even if I'm speaking with your ego.
I think we're talking to each other.
That's true. That's what I mean. Ego is a part of you.
What is this
And
conversation? I am so lost right now.
Don't mind. It's a philosophical conversation.
Because it's ego 24/7.
Ego 24/7. What do you mean?
Is it? Oh, this is wrong server. Oh, sorry, mate.
Sorry, mate. Rough.
Sorry, kamerad.
Comrade.
Izvini, molim te.
Давай идем. Мой братан. На Россию. Я люблю Россию.
Alrighty. A bomb. I know you were doing some white knighting for the anime. Are you aware that Earth is not a bomb?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you aware that Earth? Why is this such a hard question for people to hear and
Whoa,
understand?
calm down. Calm down. It's just we're just chatting.
Don't
It's cool.
moderate people here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyway, yeah. What were
Calm
you saying?
down. Calm down. Calm down. Your
Yeah.
volume increased by 20%. Calm down. Calm down. I think it's hilarious. Oh, how cute. Calm down.
You're threatening their ball. They're getting afraid.
Yeah. All right. Maybe you have taken the time to end your projection. A bomb. Are you aware that Earth is not a ball?
First of all, that was rude.
Okay. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Wrong answer.
Are you aware that Earth is not a globe? What is rude in that?
First of all, that was rude. You muted me.
So he doesn't even have the conviction to defend his ball religion. Must not have much backing it.
All right. Provide evidence, Soviet, for your belief that Earth is a ball.
Bro, I just came here to chillax. I don't have any of them. I just came here to interact.
No, well, that's the topic of the server, bud.
Topic. But I literally heard people not talk on the topic.
Yeah. That's because we're talking amongst people that already know that.
Yeah,
so if you can demonstrate to me your knowledge about how Earth is not a ball, then yeah, you too could have a shoot in the breeze kind of conversation too.
Oh, that's.
We only shoot the breeze with people that are already aware that Earth is not a ball. Otherwise, the purpose of this server is to have that necessary and important conversation to help people understand the nature of reality as opposed to living in a fantasy.
Okay. Kind of feel it's racially motivated, but I'm just gonna go with it. Oh, what did you say?
All right, I'm done. I'm done. No, thank you. I think everybody'd rather have. All right, I need a quorum. Can I get 3 confirmations that dead air is better than this Soviet Dom conversation? Just 1, 2, 3 different people to say, yeah, dead air is better. Oh, looks like they're rooting for you, Soviet. I'm not getting any confirmations. This is like cryptocurrency when you're trying to perform a transaction and you're waiting on the confirmations to go through, and it's like it feels like it's taken forever. People might be on your side. None. All I needed was 3. You were saved. Soviet, you were saved. All right. Try not to be so cringe though with your trolling, Soviet.
I'm not trolling. What do you mean?
Okay, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt that you're not a moron. Just trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here.
Lovely. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. So don't bring up any weird concern troll awkwardness.
Sure.
Invoking the concept of racism when nobody's talking about that. Those are like weird trolly sort of things to bring up. So don't do that. That's
Definitely
not
fine.
what this place is for.
Sorry, my bad.
Nobody would confirm. So hey, listen, that's something to pat yourself on the back for. Nobody wanted you kicked.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, you got to thank your audience. Everybody by default loves you.
Yeah, I know. A lot of mods like me here. I haven't been on here for a while.
Wait a second.
Mhm.
You're
What?
not.
What?
You're not an older version of bruh, are you?
I might be him, might be not. I
Eh,
might be him. I am definitely him. Yes.
You're bruh?
Yeah. I hit
What was?
puberty.
I forgot your screen name. What was your original screen name?
It was Mr. Dom. It used to be
Mr.
Mr. Dom. Yes.
Yeah.
Lovely. It's nice to meet you too.
Aren't you like Estonian or something? Or Latvian?
Um, yes, basically.
Latvian.
Yeah. Latvian, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember you from years ago.
Yeah, I know. I'm
You've been
popular.
troll you troll so hard you stopped LARPing and you made it real.
I know, right? If
How
you think one way, it will become reality. You know.
apparently you're
Yeah.
living proof of how, like, every mom and well, mostly a mom kind of thing. Moms say, "Hey, don't do that with your eyeballs; they'll get stuck that way." Right?
Oh yeah.
Stop making that face; it'll get stuck that way. Well, that came true with you.
Yes, I became the master. I embrace myself. I embrace my
He has
true self.
become the live action role play.
I became reality. I am God.
Oh my goodness. I really do remember you. And I'm sure you remember me because
Oh
I
yes,
used to
I remember.
get on your case about being a troll back then. That was years ago, and your voice got deeper.
Yes. I hit
Uh,
puberty, unfortunately. I was way funnier back then. So sad. But there
debatable.
was a lot of hey, fuck you. They were funnier mods back then too, but unfortunately some people left. So
No, okay.
sorry, you're not the funny one.
Mm,
Yeah,
that's
you
not
know.
my goal. That's not my goal in life anyway. So it doesn't hurt my feelings.
Funny is a good personality trait. You know.
That's generically true, I suppose.
I always say the truth now.
Mm.
Yeah. I
All the
am God.
years that you hung around in the VC listening and listening for hundreds and hundreds of hours,
Not hundreds,
and
maybe
you don't and
1,000.
you claim to not know why Earth is not a ball. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's
I had a lot of good interactions with mods. We never talked with mods. I never talked with about flat Earth.
You were here, you listening, literally for hundreds of hours.
Listening, yes, listening to the correct stuff.
Yeah,
Doesn't. Yeah, I
2019, 2020.
I was at the old server too. Don't.
Yeah, well, there you go. Hundreds and hundreds of hours of.
So sad. Sheep really really fucked you over. Sorry to bring back bad memories. Sorry, my bad.
No, this server is twice as big as that one ever
No.
got in the first place.
Where's Becky? Is Becky still here?
Yep. From time to
Oh,
time,
I love her.
different time zone.
Yeah, she's Australian. The filthy Australians. I hate them.
That's a weird flex.
Unfortunately, I am European, so I can say it.
Interesting.
Wait, is Bong? What's his name? Bong? Oh no.
Yeah, Bunk Sal, he's around from time to time.
What's he left? Is Pillbox still here?
Yeah, from time to time.
Oh my god. That crazy motherfucker. I love him. Oh
I'm sure
no.
he'd be happy to hear you say so.
Oh yeah. I could tell you what he has called me before. I think he enjoys my company. Oh, that's.
Mm.
I'm trying to remember who's not here. Of course, Crypto. Is Crypto here?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. I hate that guy. Okay. Emerald Monkey is of course here, my guy. What about Vlad?
No, he went off to do other things.
Only guy that understands me.
That's probably not true.
No. He was my only Russian spy friend. Oh, sorry. My Russian friend. Come on, interact, people. Don't stay muted. You have a globe burfer here, okay? You can interact with me. I'm not like no. Interact, people, please. I'm so lonely.
You are not Glober.
I'm not Grober. Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
What do you mean?
To be Glober, you need to live on the sphere.
On the sphere, because I do.
Yeah, but you are not living on the sphere. You cannot be Glober.
But I am. Sorry.
I'm sorry, you are not.
Also,
You can think that you are, but you are not.
so son. Sasha.
Yeah.
Sasha. Is your real name Sasha?
Can you repeat the question?
Is your real name Sasha?
Yep.
Oh shit. Let me guess where you're from. Are you from Europe, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, let me guess. You're definitely not Russian. You don't have a Russian accent.
Maybe Flag can help you.
No, I can guess it. I can guess it. I can guess it. You're definitely from a Slavic country, though.
Yep.
Okay, what's that flag actually? Could you be Serbian?
No, I'm not. But okay.
What?
I'm both. I'm both.
You're both?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Are you like the boat in Mexico, you know?
No, Croatia.
Oh, oh my god, Croatia. I forgot it's a country. Damn. Sorry.
Yeah. Now it's 6 countries. 7.
Croatia is like basically not existent, so it's not my fault.
It's not my fault. Because people would definitely assume that you had something to do with that.
What can I say? There's a lot of crazy people out there.
That's true. There's people that actually think that they see the curve.
I see the curve.
Mm-hmm.
How you call sea level in Russia?
Can you actually see? Like, can you trust eyes because isn't your eyes basically like yeah?
How you call sea level in Russian?
I don't know. I don't know Russian.
Is it sea? No, not the Russian language. Do you also call sea level or you call something else? Is it level?
It's different, but I barely know Russian.
I only want to understand: is it in Russian sea? It's Russian sea leveled or not? Because here
Wait, let me Google. Google Translate is always my friend.
Find me where is the place where sea is leveled?
Sea level, okay. Russian.
No, find any sea which is level. Sea level. Which level? Yeah, which sea has level?
None.
I don't think none, because like a level is like a man creation, you know, like you need to put it on the sea, so there's no like level like naturally generates on the sea, you know what I
Really?
mean?
And how we measure mountains if we don't have sea level?
Oh, I thought you meant like there's like a level on the sea, my man.
Yeah.
Oh,
On which
I
sea
don't
we
know.
have a level?
I know there's
On
sea
one
level, yeah.
Is it one sea level or more sea levels?
Of course, there's a sea level, so it's one, no one.
One.
It's not
And
a plural.
how we can have one sea level on the globe?
Because it's the sea. I don't know.
Strange, huh?
Isn't it? Yeah. I found a
I found it also that strange that the sphere need to curve, you know, and that sea level should to curve. But we call everywhere in the world sea level.
yeah. I have
And
this
it's
question. I have this question. Can you really trust your eyes?
when I close my eyes, I cannot trust my eyes.
Yes, but when you have them open, can you really trust them?
For example, it depends. If I'm a photographer, for example,
Yeah.
and if I want to shoot some island on distance,
Mm-hmm.
am I shooting that island or something strange is happening?
I don't know. If you have a gun, you're definitely shooting it. But if you have a camera, you're taking pictures of it. So yeah, you're taking pictures of it.
Okay, and why I can shoot that island then?
I don't know. You're American. I don't know.
But that island, I cannot see. You know, he is behind the curve.
Americans can shoot far. I don't know.
No, man, but listen, it's you know, if you look in the distance, something must drop. You know, because you cannot see forever. You know.
It is bullet drop, so you can maybe like aim up.
But where is that drop in reality?
When you shoot the gun, the bullet loses velocity,
No.
so it slows down. And it falls.
Man,
So that's
where is the drop in reality?
when you go off the curve. I don't know. What the fuck are you asking me?
But who knows?
That's what I'm saying. Like, we agreed then.
Hey, Sacha, do you trust your eyes when you cross the street?
When I close my eyes, it's curving.
When you see the car coming, do you say, I'm not gonna cross the street because the car is coming? I can see the car. Or you cross because you think it's refraction showing you the car, and the car is not there. It's refracted.
Guys, can I quickly say something?
No.
Saying you're wasting your time with that guy.
Yeah, Dom's been around for years, Clay. It's
Yeah.
okay.
I love you too, Clay. You're the new guy. Don't worry. You'll get used to me, okay? I'm not here much anymore.
That's
it's like
true.
a yearly event for right now. Okay.
I just sometimes wonder how you get joy out of this. Or what your ultimate goal is, you know, like what's your goal in like 1 year maybe, or a couple of months?
Have nice interactions with the mods in the server, you know?
Uh-huh.
Making memories. It's lovely, isn't it?
But is it because you have a lack of trying to learn things, or what is it like? Are you not able to learn something new? What is the reason of not really using your time properly?
I think Soviet Dom's main goal is to level up in Escape from Tarkov. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
See,
I mean, I played that game too, but
that's its primary goal. So,
I mean, you can also play Tarkov At least, I mean, you can do a scav run and play Tarkov and listen to the server, maybe learn something if that's really your goal.
Yeah, he did that.
Hey, Soviet dumb. When you cross the street in Russia, do you take refraction into account?
I don't know what that is, but I definitely don't see cars coming. How you do, you know?
Do you trust your eyes? Do you trust your eyes in Russia when you cross in the street or not?
It's Latvia, by the way. Zeme er plakana.
Иди нахуй, блядь.
Huh? What?
I love you. But what do you say?
He said something very bad in Russian.
No, I said Zeme. Zemer plakana.
No, not you. He. Dom.
No, I would never say bad things.
Yeah, sure, man. I had a
never
Russian.
swore. You never hear me swear.
Trust me, that was not nice what you said.
I called the.
Hey, in Soviet Russia, the street crosses you.
Okay.
You don't need to.
Can you trust?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Hey, can you trust your senses? Yes or no? I said yes. You can trust your senses like 100%.
100%. You can trust your senses. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
So what about illusions, like optical illusions and stuff?
I trust the illusions too.
There's like even like I saw like a video about like experiment where they put like a fake arm and they cover the person's arm with like a mirror. Mirror and yeah.
Can you show me one illusion in reality?
Illusion in reality?
It would be an example like pareidolia. Listen, you see what you see. Your interpretation of it may be a false interpretation.
Exactly.
or understanding, sure, but you see what you see, which is what the point I think Lionel was making there is that yes, we can trust our senses. Now, our interpretation is a different question, but the fact of the matter is, level is level. Level means straight, not curved. And guess what? When we make long distance observations, it falsifies the claim that there's curvature. You know this. You've heard it hundreds of times, maybe thousands, maybe thousands.
But I don't like to talk about straight things. It's kind of, you should maybe stop talking about straight things.
Shape.
Yeah. What a good joke, man. So
thank
funny.
you, man.
About
my friend.
things.
Say the P word.
Plakana?
Yes. No, Clay. Say the P word, Clay.
Hey, man. I'm not playing your games, okay?
Not playing my games.
The problem is I have humor, but this kind of humor is just boring. It's so childish. I can't even entertain it.
So childish. Sounds Swedish.
That's why I was I was telling him in Latvian that, Earth is flat in Latvian.
Yeah, but for some reason there are guys that sometimes troll it that I can entertain, but this guy is just annoying. It's childish. I don't see any reason.
Can't go. Okay, you just don't. You're not on the same wavelength as me. Okay, I'm on the higher level.
Yeah, you're on a higher level.
That's funny.
Higher level.
Yeah, definitely. Everything you say is true.
Sorry, please.
Are we done now? Can we now go on to something serious?
Let's smoke some weed.
Go 3 levels down, please, because of me.
Read what?
Go 3 levels down because of me, please.
I don't think I can do that.
3 levels down.
3 levels, that's like dropping like 2 IQ, okay?
I don't even know what level means, guys.
You're too high, bro.
I cannot reach that, man, and please.
How should you go 3 levels down if he doesn't know what level it is in the first place?
No, we have to go up, man. We have to go up. We have to level up. Come on.
God. Like even in a video game, you cannot go down in experience. You can only go up,
Mm.
Ew.
Am I right? Real life is like a video game.
Backwards. That was backwards, bud.
Oh, video game is like real life. Yeah, true.
There you go. Video games are meant to mimic real life, not the other way around.
Why not? Like,
sure. Fun though. Fuck, I want to say a very funny thing, but I forgot. I'm so sad now.
This is where the concept of simulation comes in. Okay, where people talk about simulation. Well, the interesting thing about simulation
Stimulation.
is it comes from the word similar.
Oh.
Similar, which is related to imitation. Simulation is an imitation of a real thing. So everything can't be a simulation or a simulation. If there is a simulation, there must be a real that it is simulating. I wonder how many people think about things before they say them.
So
interesting.
So life, it's not like a video game.
No.
Yeah, that's why I said real life is like a video game. Or the opposite. I don't remember what I said.
Video games are like life.
Life is life. What can I say? No.
I don't know.
Video games are life. What about video games are life?
Would like? Are we? Should I speedrun life? Like, have you ever tried speedrun life?
Did really nobody understand what I was saying about like what the implication of the use of the word simulation is?
Yeah, that was good.
Yes,
I got it.
I understand it.
Nobody got it. That's the biggest
No.
lies I ever heard.
No, I got it.
No, retell what he said then. Retell what he said.
Dumb.
All right.
If there's
I'll try. I can try. There can only be everything emanates from something real, right? Is that what you try to say, Gospel? Everything emanates from something real?
Yeah. In order for there to be a simulation, if a simulation exists, it exists because there is a reality. You can't have a simulation without reality, because simulation is literally an imitation of another thing. And you can't, otherwise you're entering into an infinite regression fallacy. There must be a real thing that is being simulated. Pretty simple.
I heard stimulated and I thought about stimulate your senses. 5 gum. Sorry.
Alrighty then.
I didn't think after that, honestly.
Are you a working person at this point in your life, Dom?
I'm still very young. I'm still 15.
I knew it.
I'm kidding.
You're not.
I'm 25. Sorry.
Yeah, no, he's
You're
probably
not
around 15.
You're like 17 or 18 right now.
Yeah, I'm 17.
Yeah, because you were 14 years old when I first encountered you.
You said you were 25, bro.
Oh, 27. 2017 was like ages ago. That's like half of my lifespan.
So basically, you probably joined Discord before you were supposed to be allowed to be on Discord.
I neither deny or confirm that.
Whoa.
It just works out mathematically that way. But I was just curious, man, if you're spending like all of the most fruitful and productive years of your life playing games, oof. Oof.
Hey,
let's say
what
I'm
about
very
freedom?
Let's say
Come
I'm
on.
fruitful, okay? Let's say I'm fruitful and I have a child.
Huh?
Nothing.
Oh, then you are a very
I gave you a
good
hint,
citizen.
okay?
Then
You should decipher it.
I couldn't.
Then you are a very. Then you are an example for everybody.
I created the fruit, okay? Hopefully you understand that. I created a fruit with my seed. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you know. Unfortunately. Oh. Freya is 6 months old, actually. I have a daughter. Yeah, I can name Freya. I came up with it.
Hopefully, you can teach her something useful.
And not continue to be a disgrace of a human being.
Oh, why you're mad?
No. I consider it incredibly disgraceful to call a human being, if you did indeed participate in bringing a human being into this world, to say, unfortunately, I consider that objectively disgraceful.
Oh, abortion then? Should I get an abortion?
That's not what you said.
You're the one that said, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's your problem, bro.
Why are you mad? Don't worry. Don't worry, okay? I can give it to you. You can adopt her.
Huh?
Huh? Nothing, okay? Let's
No
get
idea
off the
what you
topic. Let's get off the topic, okay? It's very sensitive.
I hope that you grow up. I hope that you grow up.
Yeah, but that statement you said wasn't true, okay? That I'm wasting my time, okay? That was really hurtful.
Nobody believes that. Nobody believes you're wasting time is impossible.
Trust me, I think Gospel Bear is not a pleaser of making everything he says feel good for you.
So, Lionel, I would concede to that point, and I would say how people spend their time can be destructive or productive. And I would argue that if you spent the last 4 years of your life primarily playing video games, as in the majority of your time was playing video games, then you were being destructive to your own life, not productive for your life.
Prove it.
Did you say prove it?
No. I did not.
Because that wouldn't be very difficult. I would merely point to the fact that you're unimproved from 2 years ago, the last time we spoke.
Do you know me personally?
Well, I don't know you personally, but
yeah, let's go.
That's true. That's true. I don't know you personally, but it's what you portray of yourself. All right. So you're admitting to being disingenuous?
No, I'm admitting you're being disingenuous because you judge character from talking to a person over the internet that you haven't spoken to over 2 years. I think you're the disingenuous one.
I'm just taking the data that you're given, and I'm pointing out there's been no improvement. Maybe
and
you
you're
could
used to taking very little data and making a conclusion. I can see that.
Dom, maybe you could provide evidence for your growth of knowledge over the past couple of years and something you've been productive at in this world. Could you do that?
Yes. I got a scholarship.
Okay. What category or topic?
It's my language, basically literature. But I'm gonna use it for teaching.
You got a Latvian literature scholarship.
It's just a scholarship, but like I'm gonna use it to become a teacher. Yes.
Okay. Well, good job.
Thank you. I have daddy issues, so thank you for praising me. Love you.
Really did not appreciate that.
What's that?
Man. Oh no.
7 Hermetic principles. The principle of mentalism. The all is mind, the universe is mental. 2, the principle of vibration. Nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. 3, principle of correspondence. As above, so below. As below, so above. As within, so without. And as without, so with
Hey, I'm going to pause you.
the
Please provide.
principle of polarity.
Okay.
Yes.
So, are you hearing?
I understand you. I understand you like this topic. Says it on your status.
Uh-huh. So what's the context for why you're bringing that up?
I just thought you might like to hear it.
Yeah, I was
since I failed conversation earlier, I thought I'd read it out and kind of prove myself.
No, you don't need to prove yourself at all. You're just being disruptive.
Oh, yeah. Why would I want to do that? Prove myself, I mean. Because you guys clearly have no room for any error whatsoever.
No.
Or,
you were being disruptive, bud.
You could have just told me that.
Okay, good. Don't do concern trolling. Don't be awkward and disruptive. It's fine. And then if you get asked a question, do your best to, answer it directly if you can. Sometimes the answer is no, or I don't know.
That best wasn't good enough, so I guess I should be leaving then, huh?
That's up to you. It's your prerogative. That's your prerogative. I'll start over with the question. Are you aware that Earth is not a ball? A bomb.
I am.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Because water seeks its level. That's one example.
Okay.
It doesn't curve about like it's sticking to a tennis ball. Oh yeah, a tennis ball is another good one. Or like a wet tennis ball. And like a fucking, what do you call it? Those shit. Those the slow motion cameras, those things.
Yes. I like the slow-mo guys too, and when they take the tennis ball and spin it and do the slow-mo thing. I agree. All right. I was hasty. I heard you white knighting for anime, and then you claimed
Excuse me? No, I was just discussing it.
Okay. So when Dom was making comments and you were saying something about it being, so you did not use the word racism? That was not you? I got mixed up?
No.
Okay. You got caught in the crossfire then. My apologies. I will try not to do the same thing again.
Gospel Bear, man, you're so hard on these guys today, bro.
Just try to, relax a little. That's all.
Oh, that's right. You did tell me to relax. Yeah, that's a little bit of a trigger thing.
What?
It's a little bit of a trigger. It's a little trigger.
Oh, well, okay.
So when somebody's not
triggers.
When somebody's not actually raging and not actually angry, not mad, they're communicating actually calmly, but you say calm down. It feels like gaslighting to a degree and or concern trolling. So I think that was the primary thing. But it's all good.
What made me look I was with him?
All right, everybody calm down.
This is getting out of hand. This is getting crazy. Just everyone.
It's getting
really that made me look like I was with him, or what?
You guys are triggering me right now.
What do you mean?
He's being facetious. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Listen.
He's being Felicia.
I'm sorry if I was a little too hasty with you and stuff. So I'll pay closer attention. I'll try to do better.
That. Just try to. Let's just try to keep it.
Can't we all
calm,
just get along?
That's all.
Can't we all just get along?
How dare you?
How dare
me? For the kids and the old folks, man.
How dare me?
Oh man, beep beep pop, beep beep pop, beep beep pop. Love it.
Yeah,
Okay.
big fan of bibimbap.
Yep. It's pretty famous here, also in the country.
Oh, okay. I'm also
Asian food and such. We have plenty of those around here, and they serve these as well. So I love it.
Can we all name our favorite dish from each continent, excluding Antarctica?
Yeah,
So-
raw penguin's liver.
Ooh.
I said excluding Antarctica.
Snow cone.
South America, penguin's liver.
I would go with bibimbap, sigawat, croque monsieur, pizza, and hold on. South America. I would say arepas, but no. Molcajete, which I know I've had at a Peruvian restaurant specifically.
You said arepas and I can picture it, but the second thing you said, I cannot bring an image to my mind. We lost Gospel. He got a call. So we also lost Soviet Dom. Thanks to A-Bomb.
Fuck's sake, I need a chill pill here. You know what? I really don't even want to be here right now. This is like...
Well,
I've been hurting myself all
go.
Hey, you
can't just go. If you don't want to be here, just go.
You cannot be a chill bomb, can you?
A what?
Can you be a bomb and chill at the same time?
Yeah, that's pretty good actually.
I don't understand what is not chilling about this chat right now.
Hey, everybody's chill except bomb.
I'm chilling like a frozen children.
What's the deal with the bomb?
I'm not.
Have any of you guys ever heard that Rage Against the Machine song called "Calm Like a Bomb"?
Calm like a bomb. Calm like a bomb.
On stage screaming like Rage Against the Machine.
Okay. When you picture the bomb, do you mean like a big bad boom?
A?
Yeah, when you picture the A bomb.
Oh, so that's just the story of like being a kid and using the internet, and I needed like a username, so I thought, what's something really cool and big and powerful? And I thought, the atomic bomb. That's something.
Did you know the atomic bomb is not real?
If you picture a kid, you don't say bomb, you say bah.
Did you know that the atomic bomb is fake?
Really?
Yes.
Doesn't seem surprising.
All right.
Hey, I'm just
know more about that, or just blindly believe what I said?
It's weird then. Like, how do we have so much fear around like MAD and nuclear?
How are there so many people that believe they live on a planet?
Right.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I just want to know how you brought it from a baby goat
because
to a
it's
bomb.
about fear, by the way. Sorry.
Well, I just know that if you guys are worried about getting cooties, you can make a cootie catcher, and you can actually trap the cooties. And if you get enough, you can sell them back to the hospital. I'm just saying, if you guys need money.
I think I need a significant other for to print the cooties.
Cooties nuts.
What if the cooties speak Spanish? Can I sell them for more because they're bilingual?
Yeah.
Do they work?
They're called Spanacooties. Oh. Yeah. They're like the little jumping beans. When you put them in the fridge, and you take them out of the fridge, they jump. Like the House of Pain, like jump around.
What is this derail conversation? Going to cooties.
We're staying on topic, so
I have no idea.
be serious. So, A-Bomb, how do you went from thinking about a baby goat into a bomb on the internet?
Wait, huh?
You said kid in the internet, a baby goat.
Baby
you said
goat.
bomb.
Where did that come from? I didn't mention a goat.
Oh, you said kid.
That's what a kid is. A kid is a baby goat.
Oh, a kid or like a child. Yeah, I mean goats are cool though.
Oh no! You said that child and kid are the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh
Roughly.
no!
Why?
Oh no!
Are you kidding me?
Oh wait, are you talking about the papal bull thing? That thing? Are we going that deep today? Where are we going?
Are you gonna treat your children like baby goats when you have them one day?
I don't know. If they like food that goats like, then maybe.
Are you gonna feed your children grass?
No, they like veggies too and other stuff probably.
They're gonna be like, "Ew, daddy, no!" Or mommy. I don't know how they're gonna call you.
I feel like I'd have to make myself discipline, or like I don't know. I would be like, I feel like I'd be like a careful parent or something.
Be joyful.
Probably
Don't
the
be
weird one.
careful. Be more joyful parent.
Yeah, I mean, I have a good time. Yeah. I really just can't really.
You know why? Because there's parents that are with their children. They're like, "No, don't do this. No, that. No." They're like a no parent, and
You
everything
gotta
is
be
no.
a yes, and you gotta it's like redirecting attention, like you do with a baby. Only like you get more, you do the same thing. It's just they're not a baby anymore. It's all about that.
They're not
positive.
in Kansas anymore.
I mean, yeah, you gotta tell them no too, but a little positive reinforcement, I think, goes a long way.
When they ask you, "Daddy, is the Earth a spinning globe?" What are you gonna say? What are you gonna tell them?
No, and then I'll find like little. The short answer is I'll do like a fucking Google search, and then we'll like kind of go in on it and say, yeah, it's that big, as in like, what am I watching? Sorry, I'm distracted.
That was a good answer. You get when they ask
we
you that.
basically just kind of go a little in depth, and I don't think I would be too long winded about it. I just kind of touch bullet points and not bore the kid to death.
What if they ask you, "Who is your daddy and what does he do?"
My dad's a freaking nerd, but he's cool, and he just kind of like sits on the computer and talks to funny people. That's probably what they say. Or at least with the job I'm trying to land here.
Are you trying to work at the cheese sandwich factory?
No, I'm getting the I'm getting out of retail.
Afghanistan?
I mean, it might as well be Afghanistan at the at the store. I say that as in like a war thing, not like a. Yeah, okay, that already sounds wrong. I apologize. I just mean like it's the freaking war zone at those stores right now.
Where are you trying to get a job at? Pick and Save?
Do you mean like how they've practically decriminalized like low-level crime in California? You're talking about that?
No. Just like people with thick blankets of anxiety and stress, kind of on them.
Especially if you're buying baby food, baby formula, very stressful.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I saw
I don't
like
know.
a
I just
baby
felt like I
formula.
had to get out because it was getting a bit too much.
I saw a baby formula pack for $450.
That's wild.
Hello?
Hello.
That was on sale.
Hello. I have a friend who believes in the globe, and I would like. I remember last time you guys showed me it was a very big website that had a lot of links to one by one, step by step, showing flat Earth, or like an article about flat Earth. Could I please have that?
I don't know where you'd find that.
Quantum Eraser website, or what was it? Do you remember the name of the website or something?
That would help.
No, I don't. I just remember that it was proving flat Earth, and it was a big site. And I mean, if you don't have that, it's okay. I want like an article or something, anything like I can just send to him that like readable for him to
Well,
see
I don't
step
know
by
if you
step.
want just anything. I mean,
I think that's good. You know, your best thing.
No,
Okay.
there's actually people in here that have like a pile of, I'm saying a pile, but a bunch of links. Who is it? Panto. He has like a Google Drive with a bunch of links, of videos, and like a huge research of flat Earth
Like
stuff.
a website or like maybe an article. Has anybody here written an article maybe like about this or something?
Yeah, there's many links.
Could I
The
have
thing
one?
is,
Could I
just
have
to
one,
give
like
you
a good one? Yeah, just one.
If you scroll down, hey, scroll down in the if anybody can DM him anything, it's cool. But
I just sent him one right now.
all right, cool, yeah.
That's good.
I put in your
Also, if
DM,
you
bro.
scroll down in the server,
I would like for it to get around more.
real
Yeah,
quick,
that
if
would
you
be-
scroll down in the server, there's a bunch of channels called additional information, and there's many topics depending where your friend is standing about. I don't know if he's curious about something. There's many links in the server. You can use the server as a resource.
Nice.
I see the resources, but it's like individual, topics one by one. Okay, is there like an article that just goes over everything, kind of, or like a site that has all the stuff, maybe? Because I don't think he's going to join the Discord or anything.
Can I ask you a question? Like, is he particularly interested in flat Earth?
He said he said to me on Instagram, well, why doesn't your friend? I said that I have a friend who has a PhD in physics, and he's a flat earther. So how come our scientists don't count? And then he says, if your friend has a PhD in physics, why doesn't he publish his research thoroughly proving flat Earth is real? As an alleged academic, he'd know he would win instant fame and a spot in history. Where is his research? So I would like something like that.
That's funny.
Like an article or anything. Like I just sent him.
Make him watch.
He sent me a YouTube video. He sent me a YouTube video. I don't know YouTube video.
Make him watch Neil Grass. I mean, there's a lot of contradiction there. Like, or
sorry, I'm lagging.
no.
One second. I'm lagging.
All good.
I'm gonna join back.
He's trying to
sorry,
he's trying to do the homework for his friend, and I don't think that's gonna work.
I just want an article, just like one article talking about flat Earth and like just showing it. That's it. Just one.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Just one.
You sent me a YouTube video, bro.
Oh, you know what I'd like to look into is like
You see the issue? You send him a link, and he's like, "You just sent me a YouTube video. Like
Yeah,
that's
what did
what
you want? An affidavit? Did you want an affidavit or something?
Yeah, he wants an affidavit
Can
of
you
truth.
article
He
or something?
didn't seem to be specific about what he wanted, so
Yeah.
tell
He
him
wants
that.
I saw article.
Google, and it will show up in Google.
I would like an article. I said that. Yeah.
How about a laser? How about multiple laser tests by researchers?
Sure, like an article. Any article.
May I suggest using multiple different search engines? I don't know if there's software to do it all at once, and if there is, that's really cool. But
What
you
was
know,
it?
I'm saying your search results may vary depending, so be mindful of that.
So look, Johanna, whatever.
Yeah, Hanan.
Look at this channel in the server. It's called Laser Tests. I tagged you in the live stream voice text.
What we got going on?
Okay. So a lot of YouTube videos.
I'll give you a PDF by researchers.
Yeah, is there like I can't send this because he's on. I'll just send it to him on I think I can. On Instagram you can't send PDF, so that's not gonna work. If I give like link to an article or something, he's not gonna like look at the YouTube videos. It's like it's all just YouTube videos.
He's like an Instagram researcher. If he's in Instagram, maybe.
Yeah, he's on Instagram.
If he's not in Instagram, if he's on YouTube, no good.
Okay, this is a Google try. It's all YouTube videos. Like in this laser testing, it's all YouTube videos. Not saying YouTube videos are bad or anything, but like he wants an article. Like I just have one article. That's saying no articles are written about flat Earth, proving flat Earth.
I don't.
What
I think
about
he'd be
the training
hard
manual
pressed to
for
find
flight?
one.
Send him the flight training manual.
Or I feel like you'd be hard pressed to find one. An article, I mean, about it.
Yeah, I just want an article. I mean, I don't know why there's no articles. Why shouldn't there be an article?
There are, but they're all derogatory, bro.
Don't you want measurements of the Earth, of the thing in question, measurements of it to see how it measures?
Yeah, like there's an article talking about the measurements and all the proofs and everything. Just one article.
I just gave you a bunch of laser tests, measurements.
You send me YouTube videos, bro. It's all these laser tests. It's all YouTube videos. All of them. I looked into every single one of them. All YouTube videos.
You watched all of the YouTube videos in that.
No, it's all YouTube videos. I said I want an article, please.
So it's documented in video format. So
I just want an article, bro. Like I'm just saying, I just want an article.
Do you guys have the PDF for the where is it? The laser test.
There are articles here. They're not only YouTube.
I got an FE Core Google Drive. You want a Google Drive, a file with the whole research?
No, like I want like a link that goes to a site, and the site is an article talking about why the flat Earth is true and all that. That's specifically.
No. The thing is, so you want someone telling you how things are and their opinion, but the thing is, the Earth is not an opinion-based thing. The Earth is what it is, and if you measure it, that's the only way you can find out what it is.
I'm just saying that's what I'm
someone telling you, by someone telling you something, you're not gonna find out anything. You have to check it yourself because you can go and do it.
Bro, I just want an article. Like I don't think I
look, this is a PDF file, right? By researchers, engineers, field engineers, and they did a laser test. And you can use this article as a reference for measurements of the Earth, the thing in question.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm opening the Google Drive file.
I'm gonna download it because like
it's one of many, but this is one of the best ones.
Yeah. I like how they have the Taurus on their logo there. That has nothing to do really, but it's just a cool detail.
Okay, I can't send this to my friend because this is like not an individual article or anything. It's like it's a bunch of files to get put together.
Send
I just
him
have
the
one
link.
article.
So if he has a question about the Earth and the measurements of it, this is one of the measurements of many. So you can send him this, or you can read it yourself and maybe you can read it yourself and explain it to him, or you can give him the Discord and he can come here and ask his questions.
I think the format's a little funny. It's like kind of like a bunch of note cards put together, but I think besides that, it's readable. Wait,
yeah, it is readable.
maybe
It's in English.
Okay, no, it's
But
not full screen.
I'm gonna send it to him. But now I'm kind of curious. There are no articles about the flat Earth. Not even one.
Yes, there's many articles.
I would like one article, like on the like
you know what's the articles you're gonna find in Google if you search flat Earth? It's called debunking flat Earth.
That's true.
Okay, I want one that's proving flat Earth.
Why do you need an article?
The measurements that I just measurements, bro. Are you understanding what I'm trying to tell you?
Articles are typically written by people who are getting paid to write them.
Okay, listen. If you go to your house, listen. If you go to your house and measure a table in your house, right? You measure your table in the house, and you measure it measures 20 inches by 20 inches or whatever, right? Do you need an article to explain that the table measures 20 by 20?
No, it's not true unless there's an article.
No, but this is no. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying why are there articles? Why are there articles?
Because if the neighbor doesn't write the article, then the table doesn't measure what you just measured.
Yeah, the table is not real because the neighbor didn't see it.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
article. Then it becomes true. You have to write an article first, though.
I was gonna take this to like
articles.
Dummy, just go outside. You don't need an article. Someone to tell you to hold your hand. Just go outside and observe.
Why are there no articles?
Okay, let me ask this question: who is going to pay? Let's say you're like a article writer or journalist, whatever you call it. Who's going to pay you to write about this topic? Because this is not a profitable topic.
Okay, Flat Earth website, anything.
So if you're looking for an article, who's gonna get?
There's no point though. That isn't. You're not making a point by saying there's no article.
I'm not, but I'm saying the unlikely.
Why is there no articles, man? That's a question.
Sorry.
The other guy. Who cares if there's no articles? Just go outside, goofball. The flat Earth isn't on your computer. It's outside.
I'm just saying no one's gonna make money for making an article about it.
Doesn't make sense. How come even the Flat Earth websites don't have an article? Like what? Why is there no Flat Earth website?
You should go outside, dummy. It's not on your computer.
Okay, okay. You're so retarded because you don't understand what I'm saying. Still.
No, we get it. You just don't have a point.
I'm saying why no articles? I'm just questioning.
Maybe you could be the first person to write an article for Flat Earth, bro. And then that way, when this problem comes up,
listen. Read all the tests and all the measurements of the Earth and all the dependable technology, the communication system, the military weapons, and the airplanes. Everything you do, everything you ever accomplish is dependent on a flat, motionless, level, contained environment. You could make an article about this.
Okay, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, why have there been up to now for I don't know how long people have been believing in flat Earth, but up to now,
I don't believe it. Just like I don't believe how tall I am. It's been measured. There doesn't need to be an article to say how tall I am. Just measure.
There are books. There are books on flat Earth.
Okay, can I have the name?
The Bible.
I got a couple names for you. Hold on. I'll DM you the names. I have like 4 Flat Earth books right here.
The thing with that is if you take its meanings or some of it, some
sources
of it,
and stuff on there as well because they're gonna ask for sources. They're gonna say, okay, well, this guy's getting your information from where? And
people
stuff.
are gonna argue interpretation
bro,
with the Bible.
Listen, guys, 1 second. If I give you a website that talks about flat Earth, are you gonna go to it and read it?
Yep.
All right. Let
Yes.
me give it to you. 1 second.
TheGlobeTerminator.com.
Yeah,
He's gonna come.
GlobeTerminator.com.
He's gonna come back really like disappointed. There are
He's
no
not gonna like
articles
the
on this
name. Be
website.
like, oh, I don't like the name.
Has anyone greeted fresh grown flowers?
I have a question.
We're busy with Johanna because he wants an article about the
question.
flat Earth.
No, yeah.
I have a question. I told this person that this person that I'm saying has a PhD and in physics, and he's the one who's saying this. And then he said, okay, if your friend has a PhD in physics, then he has to have an article, right?
Yohanan, hold on just a moment, Yohanan.
Well, does he understand why articles are written?
Hello? Hello?
Okay.
Yeah,
Hello?
I'm listening.
Can anyone hear? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead,
I'm
Johnny.
listening.
Hello.
Yes or no? Has anyone greeted fresh grown flowers?
No.
No, I haven't heard that name yet. Just by you.
Daddy.
All right. Fresh grown flowers, hello. Welcome to the server. You're unmuted. You can say hello.
Hello.
Hi there.
There were multiple people talking. I think I couldn't tell if that was you saying hello.
No,
that was fresh grown.
Hello.
Okay.
Shalom.
Right. Well,
so my friend, he said here, people with PhDs have published research. You sent me a sketchy link to some rando's Google Drive. Send me a link to his published academic research. That's what he said.
Read it,
We don't have that?
You don't know how to refute that?
Yeah, why don't you just address the content in the paper, or do you just need to use someone else's brain because yours isn't good enough?
Well, I mean, why don't we have that? I mean, if we have people who with PhDs who believe in the flat Earth, so then why can't we have that?
Okay,
Like,
yeah, you just need someone else's brain because yours isn't good enough, and it needs
I mean,
to
I
have
think
a
that's
fancy
a fair
certification
question.
on the stick.
it's appeal to authority. It's not actually a logical means to establishing a what is question, because PhD is a doctorate of philosophy, and this isn't a matter of philosophy. This is a matter of what is. Do you understand?
Well, it is a matter of philosophy. It's a metaphysical
Don't we
issue.
have a published
But that
research
doesn't mean
paper
it's
by a earther that has a PhD?
Yohanan, no one needs to produce a published research paper on the measurement of 2x4s in my garage. They just are what they are. It doesn't need to be peer reviewed. All you need to do is demonstrate the evidence thereof. It doesn't require an appeal.
Okay, I'm not saying peer review, just a person with a PhD in physics
Yohanan,
writing about this as an article.
you seem to not be getting the point. This is
not something that people believe. It's obvious. People believe in the globe, so they think that it's not just like this is a disputed issue.
Irrelevant.
It's just grade school geometry. You don't need a physicist. Good luck, buddy.
Well, let me say
they
this.
don't see it that
Let
way.
me
So
try
the
to say
reason I'm
this to
saying this.
Yohanan. Let me try to say this to Yohanan. Let me put this more technically. This is when the person you're talking to, this PhD person, says that is a false criterion of truth. In other words, what is being said to him, he disregards as false because it hasn't gone through academic peer review or published in some sort of academic press journal. That's simply a false criterion of truth. The thing in question can't be true, regardless of it not being published by an academic press or being peer reviewed. So it's just a foolish, false criterion of truth. Now, most people don't think like that, and that's the problem. But the fact still stands that is a false criterion of truth. So that's what I would say to him. It's simply a false criterion of truth. This can still be true, regardless of it not being some article that is published by some academic press, let alone it being peer reviewed.
Doesn't matter, dude.
Not saying peer review, just like an article. Like why don't we have an article? Any article?
Just because
he's not able to comprehend the material for himself, it's the priesthood to help him.
Well, to answer the question, why don't we have any articles? Even if that were the case, that there were no articles, because that would be worst case scenario, right? Worst case scenario, hypothetically speaking, there are no articles. That's because, think about it, the academic institution is not just disbelieving the quote unquote flat earth theory, they are vehemently against it. So it's to be expected. hypothetically, in principle, worst case scenario, that they would not publish any articles that defend this cosmological paradigm because they not only disbelieve it, but they're vehemently against it as anti-flat earthers. So that's why. But there are, I'm sure there are. It may be a very small quantity of articles, but there are articles.
Yeah.
Good
Okay,
point,
well,
everyone. Real quick,
that's well said.
Real quick, guys, I want to address Gospel because I sent him the link for field engineers, the laser test.
Yes.
And he's saying, Johannan, how
that's
many
the Google
pages
Drive link, though.
of the
See, that's what he said.
research did you read yourself?
He said, well, this is what he said. He said people with PhDs have published research. You sent me a sketchy link to some random Google Drive.
Listen, Johannan, you didn't listen to the question, and you're not answering the question because you didn't listen to the question.
No, he said that. He said
Johannan,
why.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you because you didn't listen to what I just said to you. Okay, this is problematic. Jimsy just asked you a very simple question. How many pages of this did you read? Answer that.
I don't have to. He said he denied it.
All right. So here's the problem. This is what Central 2.0 very aptly pointed out. You're not willing to use your own brain. You're wanting other people to think for you. You come to the server over and over again, wanting people to do your own homework for you, wanting to think for you. You haven't taken any effort whatsoever to read anything, to do any of your own research. You're just wanting everything to be done for you. That's very problematic. Okay? What you would have learned had you done any of your own research is that you wouldn't have to use the Google Docs version. You could literally go to Field Exchange Core, FE Core, okay? And you could go to their website and you could pull this document from their website, and it would be a more plausible or authoritative reference point than a Google Drive reference, okay? Tomato, it doesn't matter. You're not using your own brain, and that's really not welcome. So let's move on in the conversation to people that actually are trying to use their brains. Go ahead, Cryptblood.
No, I was just gonna, sort of reverberate what you were saying. It's like you're standing in front of me. You want to know how tall I am. Your tape measure is in hand, but you're like, I need someone else to tell me how tall you are. It's like, what the hell, dude? Just do it yourself. Stop asking for help.
By the way, did you get Cryptblood from Barricade Garage?
No. What is that?
Oh, bro, Barricade Garage. Bro, he says that all the time. Cryptblood, it's a joke. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if he made that up, but it's obviously an oxymoronic joke.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Hello.
Jemsy, I think we lost you. I think he just dipped out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he spoke and then vanished.
All right.
In the middle of it.
Listen, I get really frustrated with this behavior, Johannan. It's very tedious because you're not listening. So be patient, use your brain, have a little bit more confidence in yourself, and stop coming here asking for people to do all the homework for you. Yeah, there's tons of resources here. You can look for them yourself, though. There are literally hundreds and hundreds of resources in the rooms below underneath additional information. Thousands of resources. Okay?
There's articles?
I mean, there is a certain level of due diligence that you have to, do. And I would agree with that.
Now, that isn't to say, with what Gospel Bear said to you, Yohanan, that isn't to say that we refuse to explain anything. I, at least, and folks like me, are more than happy to explain. But don't make our effort of explaining in vain by refusing to make the effort to make sense of what is being said to you and research the matter.
Correct.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry, guys. I moved to a different channel. I was trying to speak to Johannan. I posted an article, a website that has dozens of articles, Johannan. The wiki.
Now let's check this out.
He asked for an article, right? This wiki has if not dozens.
And it's I found the FE Core. It's fecore.org/project/laser-experiment. I'll post it in the chat. Again, it took me seconds of searching to find the FE Core laser experiment on Lake Balaton. Like, just putting a little bit of effort, right? Have a little bit of self-respect and roll your sleeves at least maybe an eighth of the way up your arm and do a little bit of effort and work in this, okay?
There you go, Jehanan. You have 2 links that have articles that you've been asking for. There you go, Jehanan.
Yeah.
Are you gonna put any effort to maybe read through them?
Like you're asking,
understand?
I don't even want to chew. I'm just going to lay on the floor. I want you to put a spoon of food in my mouth and please move my jaw too. I don't want to do anything.
It does kind of come off that way, yeah.
That sounds super weird, man.
Yeah, it is. It is super weird.
Exactly what it is, though.
like bird.
He said he didn't hear anything. He's lagging.
Wow.
And gospel, you say that I take off the glove sometimes.
You said take off the glove. Oh, bro.
Take off the glove.
The gloves have been off for me for a while. I'm not only are the gloves off, I'm trying to find out. Trying to find out how is it brass that I should have, platinum, titanium? What's going to be the best? I don't know.
I want to eat, but I don't want to exist. Problems.
I was gonna just make like a. Actually, I don't know. Well, what I do know is I've been feeling a lot better since I started getting up early.
How early is early?
I got up at like about 6:30 a.m. And it feels great after many years of kind of being in a bad habit, you know. Yeah, everyone always wants the authority to, you know, feed them their lines, so to speak.
And it's one thing to appeal to authority while critically thinking with justification, but it's another to appeal to an authority which is not the ultimate authority of knowledge and accept their word simply by their say-so.
Yeah.
When you appeal to the authority of the one whom is the ultimate authority of all knowledge, whom all knowledge has being, there's no greater citation. That's different from appealing to a mere mortal man or woman whom is not the ground of all knowledge and all being and the ultimate authority of knowledge, who is fallible and is more likely to distort than to clarify.
I mean, it's hard not to in the beginning, though, before you start really getting, even a little serious about what you're looking for. So, I mean, I can relate in that way.
Mm-hmm. That is a common habit.
I'll be real with you. It's kind of, sometimes it's hard to pull your head out of your ass.
Yeah.
I mean that in like a funny way,
Mm-hmm.
like, we've all had those moments.
Yeah, especially matters about this, there's a great level of difficulty and trying to understand the matter and discriminate between the truth and the falsehood.
You know, when he came in before you guys jumped in, he said that he wanted an article that would explain everything about flat Earth. And the thing is, there's so many topics in relation to it that I was like, I mean, there's no article that will just.
Oh, well, then we should have said, hey, so what specific topic would you like it over?
He said he wanted an article, but and then
I think he just wants like an all-in-one, and I don't think that's a thing yet. I'm afraid.
Yeah, interpreting that in the best light probably means an overview, right, of our position.
Like a quick
an article
and
that gives an overview,
but then I gave
not
him
some kind of exhaustive encyclopedia of the
I gave him
cosmos.
the FE core, and he said, "Oh, but I want people with PhDs, but the FE cores are engineers." So,
yes,
I mean that's pretty good. That's that satisfies me anyway.
But he didn't want that. He wanted PhDs. I don't get it.
So he wants
He
someone.
probably doesn't understand fully what he's asking for.
He wants someone in a college as opposed to out of a college, which I'm assuming maybe they are. I don't know. That's just confusing to me.
Well, I mean, you got quote unquote PhDs. I mean, the engineers of FE Core could be PhD level engineers. I mean, to just ask for a quote unquote PhD is.
It just sounds
like,
circular. What he's asking.
That's a vague question.
Guys,
but he's probably just asking for an overview. Someone who's specializing in the subject matter. Interpreting that in the best light.
Okay. Yohanan has been going to a different server, okay? He's talking to these people who are using all sorts of fallacious reasoning and coming back here and asking for help to deal with the people that are using fallacious reasoning by playing along with their fallacious reasoning in order to satisfy their fallacious reasoning. That's what's been going on. Okay.
That's an issue.
It is. It's frustrating.
Right.
It's frustrating because the people that he's talking to, he thinks that playing along is the right move. Appealing to authority is literally the thing that they keep on. So if he finds a triple PhD that says this, does he not think that they won't just move the goalposts again?
Right.
Yes, he apparently does because he keeps playing the game. It's a fool's errand. That's all I have. It's a fool's errand.
Yeah, to get to the heart of the matter. Yeah, I mean, will you keep trying to
I agree.
Persuade such an audience like whom he's talking to, according to their fallacious criteria of truth?
Does he just want validation by other people? Like
no, he's trying to play a game that has no winning move.
Yeah, he's trying to persuade them. He's trying to win the debate with them according to their fallacious way of thought, but that's impossible.
It's like playing. Did nobody here go to like public school and play Foursquare with the kids that always made up the rules mid-game?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it was boring.
Mid-game.
That's what Yohanan's doing.
I have an energy shield, but I have like 10 of them. Yeah.
And they're all impenetrable.
Well, that's what talking to people with fallacious reasoning does. It is like playing Foursquare with the kids that thought it was okay because they're in square number one to just make up the rules because they're in the king's, king, queen, all the different, whatever.
The supreme position in the game.
I got you.
And if that's the prerogative, it's stupid to play.
Right. I mean, that's arbitrarity. Like with Gospel Bear's example with the arbitrary rule maker in the game. You just make up rules so as to make your position infallible, indestructible, unfalsifiable, undefeatable.
It does sound a bit like bias at that point.
Now that I think about it, isn't that asking for a flat article? Isn't that like 2015, 2016? The Glober's asking, "Where's the flat article?"
Yeah, it's called 200 proofs for the 200 proofs that Earth's not a ball or whatever from 1887 or whatever. I mean, how about that? You want a published work that's okay? Well, it's been around for 130, 140 years.
Nope, hand wave.
No. That's just okay. Did you read any of it? Did you evaluate? Did you scrutinize the claims? No.
Do you have any arguments, some actual, genuine, valid arguments against it, or are you just going to hand wave it?
I was kind of trying to go with him and say, hey, read the test, the laser test, and explain it, because he was saying he has someone in Instagram or whatever that he's gonna send this article or whatever. I'm like, bro, but the thing is, you have to look into it if you wanna explain it to them, but he just wanted an article to send it to them. That's what he said. So
yeah,
it's kind of weird.
And I mean, just because he's looking it up, like maybe he just feels that like looking it up means that he agrees with it. But I mean, we can all agree that what's that? I like that saying, the mark of a educated mind. It's like you I already effed it up, but it's like, you entertain an idea without fully accepting it. You know?
What were you saying,
the guy asking for a peer-reviewed
like
article from a PhD?
Yes.
About flat Earth?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be a little self-defeating? Because wouldn't a PhD who tries to get a article about flat Earth peer-reviewed, would they still have that credibility after that?
No, dude, they get character assassinated or something. Maybe.
So would
okay, that's a big extreme.
their academic credentials?
I'm
and
sorry,
would they maintain their academic reputation? Would they even be published?
Probably not.
So it's
and that's what I talk about very often.
That's the sad thing too. It's like, even when you do, I think that's what a lot of people are finding out these days, is that even when you do things right and by the system, like it can still, like inflation can happen, or like whatever. I'm not going to get into other stuff, but like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was going to talk about the fact that this is a common error in thought when any given average person does investigate such matters, is that, in essence, right, to minimize words, the average person is expecting the suspect to tell the truth when they are the least likely person to tell the truth about the matter, which is incriminating them. So in regards to the cosmological controversy, as I call it, it's academia, especially the most prominent personnel that are responsible in promulgating this conspiracy and this lie, this deception, expecting them, the suspect, to tell the truth when in principle, if the accusation is true, they are the least likely to tell the truth. So you have to go elsewhere. So, like, when you're doing your investigation, you don't expect and you don't depend, above all else, the suspect to tell the truth that is incriminating against the suspect. You have to go elsewhere to find the truth about the suspect, whether the suspect is innocent or guilty.
Well, there's
a couple way to investigate anything.
There's a couple incentives that people can't see for why this would be promulgated. I like what you said, the cosmological controversy. People are saying that it's the shape of the land. Why wouldn't they just be truthful about that? Well, what if you are hiding land with a bad map? What if there's resources, bases, people, you name it, that you don't want people to find out about? That alone is a huge incentive to go with an incorrect map that, is globular and has less land typically versus something that's, flatter and more spread out.
What if it relates with Tesla's free energy ideas? Even if it's not,
these issues,
that's a large implication, right?
Right. Well, all these issues are significant and worthy of note, and they're superficial relative to the most profound questions that concern cosmology, that concern the geodesy.
Right. And, with Tesla's free energy, there's a slight implication there because we have this, 15-degree gyro drift that we supposedly see that could come from the ether, the substance of space, as it was known until a century ago, swirling over the flat, motionless Earth. So there's a loose implication even there based off of the cosmology, if you want to go with that.
So there's a multitude of things, right? There's a multitude of facts that could be hidden through the promulgation of a cosmological deception, of a cosmic paradigm deception.
Yeah, basically.
Not to mention, the proof of some sort of a creator. Usually people use things that don't go together to say there was some sort of hand in this that is intelligent. Look at a car. Metal, wiring, glass. These things don't normally go together in nature. Flat land covered by some sort of solid sky covering. As far as we can tell, there's no natural process that does that. That implies even more heavily than the Greek pagan ball rocketing randomly through space, a much more obvious creator. And if people want to hide the creator, they could hide the cosmology. So there's all sorts of implications with this stuff.
The cosmos in which we live is data. That's a very significant data. It's the body of data in which all of the data occur in. So this is very significant. And if the data does not conform with a priori theory, an ideology, perhaps a revelation, perhaps from a God, from his personal, absolute, sovereign, if that data doesn't conform with that personal God or whatever a priori theory, if that data doesn't conform with that a priori theory, then of course the a priori theory is unsubstantiable. So if you can fabricate the data, if you can manipulate how people perceive the data, then you can manipulate how people think, and you control their minds, you control them.
And it's controlling the way people interpret the data, because you have to have both halves. You have to have the framework in place to say this is the fact. And then you need to find facts to go with this statement you started out with saying, it's flat or it's round. They basically de facto said, whatever interpretation of the data you have, superimpose a round interpretation on it. Do not look at it through a flat earth lens. This will be the framework that you must interpret the data by. And if you detract from this framework and try to interpret the data toward another framework like something flat, you will be out. You will be ostracized, you will be ridiculed, and you will be crushed.
Which always happens. Which always happens when people assert.
I'm
Go ahead.
Well, I feel rude now. I'm sorry. No, I was just gonna say something silly about like what if there were just like too many people then could be dealt with, let's say, that were collaborating to publish real data on this, to reveal
what do you mean?
To reveal
well, people are starting to actually look at this as an option. But they're not letting one foot in the door with this. Yeah,
I'm kind of talking about how like in like Area 51, that meme, they were saying like, oh, they can't stop us all. Like, what if enough people just started looking into it?
It has to reach critical mass.
I guess that's what I'm referring to then.
Here's a special thing about that. If we're going to compare it to Area 51, I have good news. Earth is everywhere. Water is all over the place. Area 51 is in this one little spot. There's other alleged Area 51s, but they have different names, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but Earth, this is the good news. We can observe the Earth all over the place. They can't hide water because water's all over the place. They can't hide the Earth from the Earth. So the fact of the matter is, it's very much unlike the nature of the Area 51 claim in that all you have to do is scrutinize the claim, make observations that violate the claim, and conclude the claim is invalid.
Well, that's slightly different from what A-Bomb was talking about. A-Bomb was talking about a group of people trying to publish information.
I just meant, my point was kind of more strength in numbers kind of thing. Like it would be harder to cover up, let's say. Speaking from like a media.
Group A, doing the research, trying to publish the information, is at a certain quantity and
because you see how they try to
publishing the information.
You see patterns in how they try to scramble to cover information that they deem misinformation, and we're not going to get into specifics, but like that, like that's what I imagine.
Right. It's possible. I mean, they can only do what they can do. If there's too many people trying to publish information that they can't control, then that's the case.
A lot of our problem here in America with information is we have a wide diversity of it. And it's and that's not bad, but it's also it's like you had too many choices of fruit to eat. Something like that.
What are you talking about?
Well, no. What he's talking about is actually very much true, and that's actually what people who study knowledge,
I kind of lost my train of thought. I said it, and I immediately was like, "Ah, crap! What did I say?"
But what you last said is valid and an immediate concern. What philosophers call epistemological confusion, and that's what is very much prevalent. Someone asked me that earlier. I think it was John Smith, the Discord user John Smith. He asked me that earlier, like several weeks ago, and I said, he asked me, what would you say is the number one problem that Americans face? And I really couldn't help but think of the fact that there is just so much confusion. There's all these different beliefs, all these different ideologies, doctrines, religions, and not only are there so many different ideologies, so many different a priori theories of explaining the world, especially about any particular issue in the world, but the majority of them are epistemological relativists. So not only are they confused, they begin with this epistemological presupposition that no one can know for sure. No one can know anything for sure. We can't know anything for sure, but I can know that we can't know anything.
I think that begets confusion and nihilism ultimately.
Yes, I mean, it just leads to absolute skepticism and eventually nihilism. I mean,
I've seen it.
Like I just said, the presupposition says we can't know anything, so that immediately negates all knowledge. While that assertion is a claim to knowledge, the claim to knowledge negates all knowledge. It's self-defeating, but people still hold on to it. Hence, why people are confused.
Fortunately, those people are the minority. Most people are smart enough to understand that that's a really stupid way to think.
Well, the question is it knowledge that we can
I don't know about most people. I think when during like the the thing that we don't talk about during that, I saw a lot of foolish people, but I think I was just upset at the whole toilet paper thing. Sorry, that was kind of out of. Never mind.
Well, you are making a connection in a different thread in the conversation, and that is a valid thread. We're talking about knowledge that you can build, more knowledge off of. Now, people sometimes say, you know what, I'm not the expert, so I'm not going to do any interpretation. I'm going to wait for the scientists to do the interpretation.
Oh, that bugs the hell out of me.
Yeah.
It really does. I'm just like, but you have, look, between your eyes, like you have one in there.
It's one thing to refute.
I think a lot of it is
making any judgments about something you can't know, as opposed to refraining from making judgments about something you can immediately know.
I'm not going to blame people for being tired after work, but I mean, a Google search is so you don't even have to be like expert about it. Like I'm not. I just started going down a list of queries and I'm here, I guess, And
even
on the other hand,
Google search, you just make a visual, empirical observation in your everyday human experience.
Yeah.
And on the other hand,
like a hobby, I guess.
On the other hand, some people finish work and they say they have no time to look into conspiracies or whatnot.
Yeah,
but actually, it's just a choice. If you make a choice to open up Netflix on your TV, why you also have the ability on smart TVs nowadays to use YouTube. or the choice to use your PC for YouTube, whatever it might be, or other things, you can always find, easy documentations without you needing to do anything, but just watch what other people have already collected. So
you really can pay attention, but you just refuse to spend your attention on researching this issue.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
or whatever else.
And along with the explosion of information about this and other issues, you have the counter, I guess you could say, information, kind of like the counter reformation, the move to keep people from digesting the information themselves and coming up with conclusions on their own by calling people Dunning-Kruger maggots, people that, act like they're experts about stuff, but they're not. The move against people that freely think by saying, oh, you're not an expert. This is a conspiracy theory. You still need to come to us, the experts, from the approved opinion and the approved thinking about this issue, even though there's an explosion of information on the interwebs and stuff.
Right.
There's the counter information reformation as well that's making people feel intimidated about getting fake news and, bad sources. And they're going to, defer to the experts for that too, even about the shape of the earth or this or other stuff.
Right.
Especially if the problem is not real, then they fabricate the problem and then come in and solve the problem that they made.
Yeah, that's a common I don't know what you'd call them, New World, but whatever types.
Hegelian dialectic is what you call that.
Yeah.
And I think
and that's also a business. That's also a business thing too. Like if you want to be especially slimy, you create the problem and then you sell the solution.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think you guys need to be reminded that the vast majority of the people out there in the United States, or the rest of the world for that matter, they have no idea that we are here talking about the Earth being flat. They have no idea that flat earthers even exist. The vast majority of them.
Wait, who again? I'm
keep
sorry.
that in mind.
Most
people don't even realize that there's a debate going on between anyone about the shape of the Earth.
That's wild. I never actually considered that.
keep that in mind when you say, or whenever you hear anyone say like, "Oh, most people are narrow-minded or stupid, or most people are not, or whatever." Keep in mind, like, to the best of my knowledge, 70% of everyone out there, every man and woman, has the ability to accept the truth quite easily, relatively easily, about the shape of the Earth or the surface of the Earth.
Suppose they came to.
I'm just
to know
saying,
about
it's just 30% that are really the whole true hardcore globe believer, glober, whatever. I'm just saying, like, most people, they just don't feel too strongly about it one way or another, but most people are willing to accept the truth. 70% of them.
Well, that's true about some things. The more deeper, the more precious the presupposition, the more resistance.
I'm pointing out something by posting a lot of annoyingly long links in the chat. And what I find interesting is if you go to each one of these that I posted, you'll notice a trend of the ratings.
Yeah, let me check them out. Hold up.
Is very fascinating. I mean, you could make the argument that most people aren't looking for this stuff, so they're not really having an opportunity to be negatively rated.
I'm checking that out. Hold up. Wait, what's the best way to see all? No, that's not it. Like all the reviews at a glance, like in the children's book. Okay, here we go. I found it.
Yeah. So the person that was here talking about published material. I wanted to. I've looked this up before, so I knew it was on there, but there's actually a lot. It's not like one guy. There's a lot of different people making content and publishing books on this topic, and different, people are using different graphics and different ways to represent and stuff, and some stuff you can kind of spot and see is probably controlled opposition nonsense. but some of it is like, oh, that's really neat. And then you, like on the kids book that I posted by Nathan Roberts, which I know so many Nathans in the in this server, so I'm curious about whether or not this is one of the Nathans I know. But whatever the case, he had very polarizing 40% 5-star, 48% 1-star.
Yeah, I
And
noticed that. I thought that was odd.
You got a lot of angry people in the comments. But in regards to all the adult books,
They seem to be doing fine.
Yeah. So contrastingly, you could go to other children's books that are other kinds of quote unquote propaganda, if that's what you want to call it or associate it with. And you may notice a very interesting trend that people are unwilling to put their name out there and say how angry they are about certain children books that exist. If you look at the Amazon reviews under certain categories of children books, in contrast to people so willingly rebuking the concept of flat Earth, despite the fact that they probably never thought about it for more than a second. So I don't know. These kinds of things are interesting.
Is this like another children's book review talking about it, or
what's that?
Is this are you referring damn it, hold on.
No, I'm just saying if you were to look up other children's books that were let me just use the word controversial.
Okay. All right.
You would probably find that the comments were much more censored, whereas the visceral hatred that people in those comments have against something that they don't even know, they only believe in regards to believing the ball. It's just kind of interesting to just see how much of a stark difference there is between that and topics that are actually destructive to a person's life. Anyway, you can do your own research and
so they bought the book and then
conclusions.
So they bought the children's book and then they basically reviewed and said these things about it.
Not all reviewers are confirmed purchasers.
Yeah. Not even that. Not even necessarily people who've bought and read the book and critiqued
That's
it.
weird. That seems like a prerequisite, like it would be.
That's why under a review you'll see this tag that will state confirmed or authorized purchaser or something along those lines.
Yeah, this is a review written by someone who has actually bought and read the book.
I see.
Well, you don't know that they've read it, but they've allegedly bought it.
Right.
Verified purchase review means we verify that the person writing.
You got it.
Wait a minute.
Verified purchase.
And didn't receive the product. Wait a minute.
But of course, in principle, this is just another fact that we know in general that people make, people disbelieve, people critique, people vehemently abhor that which disagrees with their most precious beliefs.
Yeah, some people make it their freaking life mission, which is
and attack it.
It's like a revenge. It's like a revenge tale or something.
Why do you think they started off when we're kids? Because that's how you get the biggest effect. That's why grown-ups. That's why grown-ups will act the way they do sometimes when they run across this, because you're taking away their belief from when they were a little baby. Right?
I mean, it is hard to challenge your own sometimes. So
yeah, that's the state of mind and state of being where your mind is least mature and easily, most easily impressed.
Yeah, but don't you guys find it this whole sentiment of like what some person should be in charge of some other people's kids just creepy as flying fuck?
Wait,
at least as I fucking think of it, it should be the parents taking care of the kids. and say like if your wife is out somewhere and some woman makes a comment like, oh, about your kids, your wife should be like, shut the fuck up, this is my kid, not yours. And I find with these authoritarian types, they're pushing like, oh, all kids need to be in school and like learn this because like we all need to be. It's like, dude, I kind of expect the government to be a fucking creepy fuck and try to like
having a
over our
public
kids'
school
minds.
argument. Like,
Wait, I was about to finish. I was 10 more seconds.
Sorry.
I expect the government to be a creepy fuck and try to influence the minds of kids. That I expect. But for other people in the general public and citizens to be like also supporting this, I just find creepy. And it's always like weird old women who don't have kids for themselves trying to fucking control other people's kids. Thank you.
Programming.
Yeah, there are those who have a right over a child, and there are those who don't have a right over a child, and the ones who don't have a right must be authorized by those who do have the right over the child, in order for the person that doesn't have the right to then gain the right to be of some sort of steward, some sort of influence, some sort of guardian upon the child. But from the beginning of the child's existence, the one who has authority over the child is the God, the Almighty, and the parents.
I'm down with that.
And then the Lord authorized the parents to authorize whomever else to do whatever else for or to or with or upon the child. The government has overstepped their God-given rights in putting their hands in education, especially anyone else who is not
You know,
the government,
there is
anyone else
something.
who is not the parents.
There is something to be said about the kind of, the crisis that we had, and that's that a lot of kids or a lot of parents started homeschooling children, or
Oh yes,
seemingly like an exodus kind of.
oh yes.
Had
Yeah,
to.
this COVID epoch, as I refer to it,
Well,
has
had
provoked
to,
many
but
people to
also,
make drastic changes to their life.
yeah.
But some decided to keep it up. You're right. But yes, it is. There's a lot of fascinating details about the whole ordeal. But yeah, to answer what Nupty was saying, programming, they're programmed to think that that's the right thing and the necessary thing, and without it, you will be deficient. You'll be missing out. You'll be uneducated.
Right.
Yeah, that's how the Taj Mahal was built. That's how the Notre Dame was constructed, right? Is under the Rockefeller and Ford Foundation's education system. That's how those structures, not that the Taj Mahal is like the creme de la creme, but like
it's pretty impressive.
Not that it's a paragon of intellect.
But it's special. It's special. I've seen pictures.
I don't think it was funded by the Rockefellers.
I don't think so either.
Or I don't know.
But no, there's structures, and why do you point to that? Because archaeology and man-made structures are a good thing to point to indicate a contrast. And you know what is so funny about the education system? You go 12 years, 12-ish, 13, 14, whatever number of years, and go build an ark. Sorry, not an ark, an arch. Go build an arch. Go build an arch. You know what? Don't build it. Go draw plans for an arch. Oh, no. Forget that. You know what? I know. Too complicated. I get it. Go make a box. Go make a box out of wood. And show it to everybody. Okay? You go to school for more than a decade. Go make a box. Show everybody what your box looks like. Oh, I know it's a weird litmus test for whether or not you're intelligent. Maybe it's not the only example that could be used, but think about it. Has anybody here? I have. I've made a number of boxes, and you know what? They make me cry, and it's not tears of joy. Okay, and I happen to know somewhat what I'm doing, right? But I'll tell you what, a box, guys, is not something to poo-poo in regards to displaying your skill.
In other words, interpreting what you're saying in the best light, given...
I'll say this, like, I went to fucking school, to high school, middle school, all that shit. I went to university and I got a degree in chemistry and shit. After I graduated, I couldn't get a fucking job with my degree, so yeah, obviously they ripped me off. But then I fucking got a job doing like construction, building like masonry, so like building brick walls, stone walls, cinder block
You got a
walls.
Mason in the
Bro,
chat.
I fucking learned. You learn like if you do like just any guy that's like in their 20s, I highly suggest it. You learn so fucking much so quickly. It's ridiculous. Like I know how to build a goddamn wall. Like fucking, and it's harder. Like I don't know, dude. It's fucking. You learn a lot.
In other words,
Thank you for confirming that you're a Mason.
Be great for camping.
In other words, interpreting
I
what...
ain't a Freemason.
Can you hear me?
Slave away.
Yeah.
Gregory, I ruined it for you. Go ahead.
I was just curious about the box. Like I was waiting for more on that.
It's really hard. Try it sometime.
I kind of sort of understood, but so
ahead,
like
Gregory.
litmus test, right?
Go. Gregory's trying to make a point. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
In other words, interpreting what Gospel Bearer said in the best light, he means that when it comes to demonstrating how valuable, how pragmatically valuable your education is in the modern American education system, it fails miserably on very many fronts.
Versus like the complexity of like a arch versus a box. Like is that what I'm getting?
No, here's I started with an arch and realized that even an arch is probably too high, so I went to something as simple as a little box. And if you've ever actually tried to make a box out of wood, you will see very quickly it's not as easy as you may think. Try it out sometime. It will humble you. But that's not the only thing. How about balancing your budget? How about not getting succumbed to the debt slavery model? How about any other example?
Yeah, they don't teach that
the
shit.
System doesn't prepare you to not be a cog in the wheel, or whatever metaphor
you're taken
like
advantage of.
Right. In other words, indirectly, rhetorically making the point to the people who are such devout advocates for the American education system, if it is as good and as necessary and as valuable as you believe it and claim it to be, why are the people who even graduate with the best performance so ill prepared and so ill equipped to do even the most basic pragmatic things for our well-being?
It does suggest some sort of intentional design there, doesn't it? Or I think
it presupposes. It doesn't merely suggest it. I mean, an education system isn't made on accident. You don't trip and fall, make an entire education system that educates everyone into imbecility. That's done deliberately.
I used the wrong word. Sorry.
So that's also Bear's point. It's nowhere near as valuable as people think, and the general public thinks it is.
I think I actually kind of enjoyed learning at school, but that's this is kind of one of those like catch-22 things where it wasn't so calm at home growing up. So like, I actually really enjoyed my classes and stuff,
which is not a bad thing
for the most part.
But then again, the education itself, given its consequences, given its deliberate plan, and given the consequences it manifests, it is a bad thing. But it isn't a bad thing that you were not miserable during
at the very least
during the experience. I don't want you to be miserable.
Yeah.
And furthermore, when you examine the education system, it isn't trying to maximize the pleasantness of the experience. It is not trying to maximize your interest, your curiosity in what is being taught.
I feel like it should.
They're trying to maximize profits.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
Whether you like it or not, this is what we want you. This is how we want you to be educated. This is how we want you to think. This is how we want you to behave. Obey or die.
It's so straightforward.
And of course, it can't be that straightforward. They have to disguise themselves as angels of light when they're really devils, and disguise themselves as sheep when they're really wolves. You know, whatever other metaphor you want to
It's
make,
just funny
they
the
have
way
to
you put
disguise
it. It
themselves as
made me
benevolent educators rather than malevolent indoctrinators and mind controllers and
Yeah.
oppressors.
You know, I remember always passing by this building in the bus on the way home, and wondering what that big G stood for in that protractor. You know, the little symbol, the Mason
That's
thing.
funny.
Stands for goofy.
I think it stands for like gnosis or something.
It stands for girls not allowed.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
a bunch of grown He-Man woman haters. Yeah.
It's the entrance to the pillow fort.
Well,
the
according to the doctrine in the highest degree, it's the generative principle. So it's ancient occult Gnostic mystery Babylon religion, phallic genital worship, like in the days of old. But of course, all those other parodies work just as fine, accurate.
That's very interesting. I didn't actually know about that
An
part.
apron over their groin because the phallus, the generative principle, is sacred in their belief system.
It's generative because it generates life.
Yeah.
Yeah, generative, generate genealogy.
Here's the third foundation. I always forget this one. So it's the Rockefeller Foundation, it's the Ford Foundation, and it's the Carnegie Foundation. And those are the three foundations responsible for our modern education system. Ford, Rockefeller, Carnegie. And you can look those foundations up. You can look in how their hands are in every publisher that's associated with. Anyway, it's all linked. Just do your own research.
I remember Carnegie Oil is like depicted in a political cartoon as like an octopus with its tentacles and many things.
Mm-hmm.
Many areas of life.
Yeah, you monopolize a very precious resource for energy. You monopolize a very precious resource for energy, a resource that we use to move society, which gets you a lot of money, which gives you more power to stick your tentacles in other things and control that.
Right.
There is a octopus that runs our life, and it comes from those three foundations that Gospel just listed off. They're tentacles, and they took over education in 1920, put a globe in every single classroom. The party was over for our children's minds, and then they did something else in 1902 that we can't talk about right here, that they did the exact same thing, and it's all money, power, control by a very, very, very few that we never see and never vote for. And we think our vote counts. Nope. Sorry, folks. Sorry about that.
Have you heard about, I mean, I don't know very much about it, but it's something about how vote, it means like votum, and that is somehow defines out to being a pledge to a deity or something. I'm fuzzy on the details.
You got to trigger Gospel Bear.
So here's the thing. Okay. Words can be used by people. Words and their meanings can be appropriated. So there's the verb and the noun. Yes, the noun is related to that word that you were referring to. It's posted in the chat there. Okay. I think. Yep, there it is. But here's the thing. Context of how a word's being used does matter. So this is the distinction between exoteric and esoteric. So I can have a hammer, okay, and you can have a hammer, and you might have, not you personally, but you being the proverbial unknown third party person out there somewhere, could have used a hammer to kill somebody, right? So the hammer is a symbol of murder to that person. To me, I've slammed some nails. Okay? And it has no correlation. I never think about blood except for the stupid thumb that I've smashed, a handful of times. That's the bloody context of the hammer for me. Somebody else may get images of smashing somebody's skull in. Okay? And I know I'm being graphic. Sorry. But the point is, how a tool is used is contextual, personal. There's the esoteric and the exoteric. And just because some people use voting in order to accomplish some type of esoteric thing does not mean that all people that did this thing are also participating in that same thing.
They have to be aware of it, though. Do they even need awareness of that context?
Yeah,
and it still has the same phonetics too. Like, well, roughly. Like, is that enough, or is it still distinct?
It's not enough, and I can explain why. The reason why is you can look into each of those words: vow, wish, promise, pledge, dedication. None of those words are involuntary. None of them. So that's why I answer so declaratively that no, you cannot involuntarily do any of those things. You can look each one of those words up and understand that they are they're voluntary actions.
But they still have like roughly the same phonetics.
I guess you're not listening.
I'm listening. I'm just
okay. You cannot make an involuntary vow. You cannot make an involuntary wish. You cannot make an involuntary promise. You cannot make an involuntary pledge. You cannot involuntarily dedicate yourself to something or someone. These are not involuntary concepts or actions. They require volition.
But you have to choose to vote, don't you?
That's his point.
No, I hear what you're saying. To make the bridge that doesn't exist is the error that I'm pointing out. Okay. So when you go to put a little circle on a piece of paper, that's what you're choosing to do. That's your volition. Now, to claim that circling a square circle, it is kind of square on some of them, but that's not my point. When you scratch in the black markings on a sheet of paper, okay, that is not making a vow with a deity. That's not making a wish with a deity, unless it is to you, in which case, yeah, that's what you're doing. But it cannot mean those things for those that don't mean it to mean that thing. That would be be illogical to think that because somebody is scratching a mark on a piece of paper, thinking that they are participating in a system that allows for their statistical representation in choosing a representative of some kind, to also mean that they are pledging a promise to some type of God. That is the leap that I'm suggesting is an error, to say that people can accidentally be doing those things or unknowingly be doing those things. And the reason I'm saying that you can't accidentally do those things is because those things require volition, direct volition, not indirect. So voting would be an indirect, not a direct.
If I may add, because A-Bomb's point was about, if he remembers, his point was about the meaning someone is expressing when saying this word. Now, when trying to express one's meaning, right, via spoken language, it is possible to either say what you mean, thus successfully expressing yourself, or to fail to say what you mean. Now, if I say my name is Gregory, but what I meant to say was the dragon is dead, I just abused those words. You see, I can't just say anything and mean anything. There's a scope to the range of meanings, the range of senses to every given word. No single word means everything. That reduces every word to unintelligible absurdity. No matter what I say, I mean every other possible meaning that could ever be expressed at all about anything. No, that's ridiculous. So when someone, for instance, with vote and votum, right, they could abuse that word. They can use it in a sense that is nowhere within the semantic scope, the scope of senses that that word could be used in intelligibly. You see? So if someone, in regards to voting, right, I go and cast my vote. Someone could use that sentence in the sense of that I am pledging my soul to worshiping a deity. That's possible. But if the person saying the sentence does not mean that, then they do not mean that. And it is unjustified to ascribe that meaning to what they said if that's not what they mean.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
There we go.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
It's like the word nice. I could say, oh, he's a really nice guy. Then you look up the meaning of that word and you go, oh, nice means stupid. Oh, that guy, he's actually in. It's about understanding colloquialisms, intention, those sorts of things, and nice, good things can be used for evil, vice versa. Well, I guess that's debatable, but
you know, so we have a speaker, we have a receiver, we have
that's a
a
good
sender.
example.
Yeah, you have a sender, you have a receiver, you have a language to communicate the message through. You have what the sender means by what they said. We're talking about speaking. You have the speaker that says what they mean and means what they say. And it is possible for the receiver, the listener, to misinterpret, right? To think, to interpret what was said to mean something that the speaker did not mean to say. You see? And so what do? How do you resolve this? You ask questions. You investigate the speaker to find out what they meant by what they said,
Right.
so as to ascertain knowledge of what they meant by what they said.
I guess I was just getting at if it was like a sneaky thing that's I cast my vote.
Yeah.
Okay, here I'll give you an example. A-Bomb. So this is going to be disgusting, so I apologize, but there's something known as satanic ritual abuse. Have you heard of it?
I have not heard that phrase before.
It's really? SRA. It's SRA. It's an official phrase.
I mean, I get it happens, but
okay.
I haven't heard that phrase.
It's a real thing. It's called SRA. Anyway, you can do research if you'd like. Anyway, there's categories of behavior within the scope of satanic ritual abuse. And one of those is causing a person to ingest certain bodily fluids. I'll leave it at that to keep it not R or X rated.
Yeah.
Okay. In order to gain under the concept of the people that are participating in the behavior, they believe that they're accomplishing some type of elevation. Whatever. They have a goal they think they're accomplishing. I'll leave it at that.
Right.
If you go to the McDonald's and those same substances that are used in SRA are input into your cheeseburger at McDonald's, does that mean, and you consume it, does that mean that you participated in SRA?
Necessarily.
Oh, that's wild.
Right.
Okay, so my point in giving that analogy is some people would say yes, because this is about.
I would say yes, because it'd be unfortunate not to be aware of it, because that's a big deal.
Okay, you were abused by somebody that was into Satanism or whatever, but my point is, were you accomplishing the same goal as the ones that are doing it?
Were you trying to do the same goal?
I guess not intentionally.
Right, you weren't trying to do the same thing.
I guess this is a matter of distinction of your level of acceptance of the concept of magic.
I understand where you're coming from now, but now it's like kind of a this or that. I don't know anymore.
Yeah,
Shit.
no, I get it. It was probably a really bad example. I think it was
that was a really good example.
Yeah, that was a good example too.
Can you be duped into? Okay,
you
hold on.
brought me back around too. So I mean, you know.
Okay, how about this? This is a little bit more G-rated. If you ride an elephant at the circus, are you a Republican?
Oh no, I'm not offended by the example.
No, it's not about you. It's about the listeners on YouTube and stuff. If you ride an elephant at the circus, okay, you go to the circus, they have the little elephant ride. If you ride the elephant, are you a Republican?
Does that indicate that you're a Republican?
Oh, no, of course not.
And then if you go to the little donkey petting zoo and you pet the donkey, are you a Democrat?
No.
Yeah. So
not necessarily.
Okay.
My point, maybe this is a better example, because my point is just because there's an association with something, correlation is not causation, kind of as a general principle of, this is a statistical principle, but I think it applies to other areas of life as well. Correlation is not causation. So just because you participate in a thing that other people take to mean one thing doesn't mean that you're also meaning for the thing to mean the same thing that other people mean it to mean.
I see. So you don't. So you don't have to consciously negate it to, not accomplish what the what we call it SRA are doing. So that's interesting.
In other words, association does not necessarily indicate necessary meaning. Just because the donkey is associated with the Democratic Party does not necessarily mean that everything that involves a donkey necessarily indicates everyone doing whatever involving the donkey indicates that they're a Democrat. Just as when someone says I'm voting, that does not necessarily indicate that they are trying to pledge their soul to worshiping a deity.
So I've worn a suit jacket, and I have stuck my hand in my suit jacket to retrieve my wallet, because I when I wear a suit jacket, I actually like to have my wallet in the suit pocket and not my pants pocket, because typically dress pants are a little bit less forgiving in regards to extra space.
You don't have to sit on it either.
Yeah, front pocket guy personally, but even still, I like the suit jacket opportunity put in the pocket, right? So if somebody took a picture of me with my hand in my pocket, they'd be like, "Oh my gosh, look, that guy, he's in the special club. That dude's a Freemason. Look, hand in pocket." And the sun is in his eye. I mean, no, the sun's not in his eye. See, he's winking, and he has his hand in his pocket. He must be a Freemason, right? This is just silly examples about association versus actually proving that a thing is the thing and not just looking like a thing. We've been on this topic a handful of times today, actually. Things can look one way, but not necessarily mean that.
Yeah.
In some instances, it is valid.
That is actually a relief to know that people don't have to, actively or consciously negate like a thing like that.
I am
not in essence necessarily, but sometimes in any particular given dialogue, you may have to explain further to clarify your meaning to whomever you're talking to, of course.
I am never going to pet an elephant or a donkey again. Thank you very much, Gospel. Thank you very much. You just took the fun out of the petting zoo.
I don't recommend petting an elephant first off, and as for donkeys, they can be a little stubborn.
Of an ass.
They're uppity.
So
yeah.
not a big fan.
So now when I go to the zoo, I'll think of gospel and what he said today. Thank you,
Well,
gospel.
how about we do the sheep party? Everybody's given the sheep such a bad reputation, but I don't know. What if there was a political party that its mascot was the sheep?
They got nice wool.
I like it personally. I'm a big fan of the sheep. I like
We
the
already
sheep.
have a sheep party. It's called the People.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, come on.
I don't like the sheeple thing because I think it's an inversion. Because there happens to be two categories, the goats and the sheep, and personally, I'd prefer to be a sheep, but that's a different topic for a different room.
That sounds biblical to me. I tell you,
it just feels like something people said over and over again, and it kind of turned into a meme.
Yeah, I know. I get it. Sheep are stupid. I've talked to farmers. I've talked to sheep farmers, and they say those things are so stupid, especially on their own. But if you get one to do the thing that you need it to do, all the rest of them will follow. I've talked to the sheep farmers. They say some really interesting things that can give you some insight on sheep behavior. I'm not saying they're smart.
So like
There's
when people invoke that meme, like they're like basically disvaluing or sorry. They're ignoring the value of the sheep.
Yeah, you're on the right track. And so this is a great example. This is a great example of what we were just talking about.
That's the meme though. It's a meme. People, replicate.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Those who believe the Bible, the metaphor concerning the sheep and the shepherd, Yahushua, Jesus, and his disciples, is a good thing. To those who don't believe in Yahushua, those who are in these other alternative intellectual communities, a lot of them use the metaphor of comparing the general public to the sheep as it concerns the sheep's idiocy. So the sheep is not a good thing.
Yeah, maybe they just get a bad rap,
So you see how the metaphorical comparison between two different groups of humans with the sheep have two different senses.
I see what you're saying here.
You see there's a difference between being a follower of the world and a follower of Christ.
You see.
Two different sheep.
So one group says it in the sense as a pejorative to criticize their lack of critical thought. Another group uses it to express the fact that they are disciples of Lord Yahushua, which includes the quality of being sound critical thinkers. When you are a sheep of the shepherd Lord Yahushua, you are conforming your mind to the mind of his, which is the superlative of sound thought.
A sheep can also, or like a flock specifically, could represent. It doesn't have to represent conformity. I mean, symbols are fluid. Are they not? It could represent like a coming together, or like strength in numbers or unit. Stuff like that.
Right. The linguistic communication device depends on what the sender means.
Symbols just always get these connotations attached, and that's just kind of how symbols be sometimes.
Yeah, a connotation being the common interpretation, the common belief about the symbol, because we're talking about symbols. So the common belief about the symbol, as opposed to the meaning of the symbol that was determined by the one who made the symbol and or defined the symbol.
Yeah.
So, like for instance, you have the G of the Freemason symbol, the G in the middle of the square and compass. Most people, to most people, it doesn't mean anything. If it does mean anything to the general public who are not initiates in the group, they may assume that it means God, because everyone knows who's vaguely familiar with Freemasonry knows that they are a fraternity of theists. There are no atheists in there.
Yeah, I remember thinking just that, like, oh, it's a big G in the sky, you know, that sort of thing.
But when you study their doctrine and you study the most prominent teachers in their religion that explain the meaning of the G, they inform you that it doesn't mean God, it means generative principle. You study the work of Albert Pike, study the work of Manly P. Hall, so on and so forth. You see, so generative principle, the interpretation of the symbol G, denotative. Oh, the G means God, connotative. Synonyms being the denotative generative principle, that's what G means. That's the esoteric. Oh, the G means God, that's the exoteric.
Does it not stand for gnosis? Or is that just something that I picked up?
No, it could. The thing is, the G stands for a lot of things esoterically.
It's a flexible symbol. It's literally a letter. So yeah, I see that.
It has a lot of esoteric potential meanings. And
it has a lot of defined denotative meanings that are contrary to one another. See, that also happens. You can't abuse language, right? You can use words inconsistently. You can use words that are to mean something that is completely outside of their semantic scope. So with the Freemasons, with the G, they have it meaning 1,001 things, and each degree in the order understands it differently, contrary to one another.
Right.
I guess it's kind of clever when you think about it.
Can I say something real quick about the symbology of this? I guess you have the square on the bottom, the G in the middle, and the compass on top. Now, if you give that this square on the bottom would be the square of the Earth, they usually say the Earth has 4 corners. I'm just going to talk biblically now. Please don't argue. Please don't argue and just listen to this, and then you can argue at the end. So it can be quick in 30 seconds. Okay. So you have the square on the bottom, the compass above it, right? You have Isaiah 40:22. He sits enthroned above the circle of the earth, right? So the circle of the earth or the compass of the earth, depending on other translations, would suggest that the G would be above the compass, not inside of the compass. I think one of the hidden meanings to this is that they're trying to put God into a mathematical confinement and confine him to be part of the creation, whereas he should be above the creation. He should be above the compass and square, not inside of it.
Ooh, that's pretty good. I like that.
That stands, that what he just said stands if they maintain, to the person who maintains that the G symbolizes God rather than generative principle.
Yeah,
or whatever
in the pyramid,
contrary definition of the term G, of the symbol G. Go ahead,
the pyramid with the eye is usually represented above the compass. So there is that. But no, Numpty, I think that's a valid breakdown.
Right.
It's
layers.
about the exoteric blending with the exoteric with the esoteric, and when you start crossing over and recognizing what they're actually putting inside of that and who the master of the air is, or whatever, those different entities, it's interesting. It gets really, really intense when you do your own research on that.
Yeah, that was a valid critique of one of the many denotative denotations that they have put on this letter G that they use to symbolize themselves.
Yeah, that was wild, man. I love hearing about this shit. Or, stuff like it.
That was an excellent meme with the sheep going toward the TV with the fake globe on it. That was awesome.
Oh.
Miguel has really bothered to master the meme and the GIF, the GIF.
Like here, you can see kind of what
It's
I'm
so
talking
weird.
about that I
It's so.
posted in. Oh, go
Oh,
ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna. Or sorry, I was gonna say something about how like it seems like when people meme something enough, it becomes like closer to real. If that makes maybe that's a little too outlandish. I'm sorry.
Well, it's a niche subject, but it's still a real subject that's worthy of talking about.
Like I remember being on this forum one time, and it was like for people who post anonymously, and they all focused on this one thing, and then the thing happened, and it was, I don't know. I think that's one of the things that kind of led me to like look into crazy shit, crazy stuff like this. Excuse me.
Well, what you're talking about is that in the occult there is a magical practice, custom, that some refer to as meme magic or memetic magic.
Yeah, basically.
And to put it into my words, to make it as intelligible as possible, is they are using text and images, especially if they're using moving images, to influence, to shape the minds of the receiver that they're sending it to.
Yeah.
And including themselves also.
I think the hairpin is like if I remember right, it's like you generally want to engage both sides of the brain, like logical and creative, or subconscious, and it's something like that. I never really looked
Interesting. I
into
never heard of that.
stuff super in depth. Well, okay, so that's like, the intent is like the gunpowder and then the last thing I said about I probably need to go get some dinner or something. I'm sorry. I'm tripping up a bit.
Yeah, I was about to say there's two sides or whatever, or not two sides, but I guess two classifications in magic that some people make distinctly. One being lesser magic, and then the other being greater magic. Lesser magic being illusory magic or any type of magic that you use to influence the thoughts of another human being. And then they call greater magic something like you're influencing like the natural environment. So like getting a candle to start across the room without a match would be greater magic, whereas talking to someone and kind of influencing them and making them think something would be a form of lesser magic. And some people make this distinction.
Would that get into stuff like the lesser stuff? Would that get into like NLP and stuff like that? I wonder.
Yes.
NLP.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly
neuro linguistic programming. It's like when you
yeah.
I don't know how to explain it. You like have people in circles. That's not it, but it's like geez, I don't have a proper explanation. Maybe I should.
Well, it sounds just about the term itself, neuro-linguistic programming. You're using language to program the brain.
You can say it's self-explanatory, but it's a big freaking word. All right.
It's hold on. NLP is a theory. It's not actual. So
yes.
Okay,
so
that I didn't know.
Yeah. So NLP is a dream. I'm using that word very loosely, not literally. Okay, but NLP, it's a huge topic, but it's like word magic, and it's the reality of it or the science of it is not established as fact. So keep that in mind.
That's like a really like.
It would
seems like there'd be a lot of
exhaustive-
parts to it.
It would require exhaustive study.
Yeah, I'm exhausted just thinking about trying to break that shit down.
So manifesting would be greater magic?
Yeah, greater magic would be manifesting. Lesser magic would be something like hypnosis or NLP. Yeah.
How about a prayer of healing and the person's healed? Is that considered
sounds like
magic
greater.
or is that prayer?
That sounds like it could be greater.
I think it depends too. I mean, some people, it's not like a black and white, right? There's a gray area where maybe you do some sort of lesser magic, and then you change that person's mind, and when that person's mind changes, they're no longer sick. You know what I mean? Where that's kind of like a gray area. These terms aren't meant to be absolute. You know what I mean? It's kind of like distinctions people who are practicing the thing make because they find it.
The defining lines are kind of transparent.
You have a tumor one day, and the next day the tumor is gone after prayer. Then what? Greater magic?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say greater magic in my opinion. But it's
So-
like I said, this is just concepts. It's not
Well,
like
when you're
not
praying,
like Webster defines this shit. You know what I
you're
mean? This is what
putting your
people
like left and
practice.
right hemispheres together and like sparking them like flint and like trying to make a fire with it. So I mean, I think that works for prayer. Yeah, because that's like an altered.
To try and answer that question, to be more subtle, it depends on which point you focus on. What do I mean? If these magicians, right? Because I don't practice this, so according to their dichotomies that they loosely, vaguely define or very rigidly define in their worldview and their customs, I think depending on which point of focus they focus on, if they focus on the consequent, right? If they focus on the goal they're trying to attain, that very well may be classified. They may very well classify that as greater magic. If they focus on whom caused the effect, it may be lesser magic, right? So if I pray, right, I'm just merely praying, but the other entity who can answer my prayer and do on my behalf of my prayer is the one who caused the effect. I requested that the entity cause the effect. So my prayer would be the lesser magic. But if the prayer is counted as greater magic, they would probably focus on the fact that the consequent was the tumor was gone the very next day or the very next hour, as it were.
Okay, I got you now.
But don't expect so much critical thought out of magicians. They don't really do that. they don't.
Well, they deal in illusions.
Yeah, they deal with illusions.
There's,
They try to master how to manipulate people's perceptions rather than.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't expect that much.
Right. So those magic shows, that would be lesser magic because you're performing illusions and influencing the mind of the mass audience to say like, oh, the sword actually went through the guy in the box. You know what I mean? That's lesser magic. Whereas greater magic would be like contracting with spirits and demons and shit like that. And also, I guess, affecting things in the physical realm. But
And
most
actually
magicians say
the person without killing him.
yeah,
without
most magicians actually say that greater magic can't be done without using some sort of outside spirits, and that people who think that they're manifesting are actually like contracting with spirits and having those spirits go and do it for them, basically.
Interesting.
There's another school of thought that thinks, no, I'm not using any spirits. I'm just using the quote unquote magic, either ending with a C or ending with a K, or both a C and a K, or whatever other synonym to magic, which is this
like my
energy
magic
that they use
with a
within
Q at the end.
themselves and then express power with it. That's another school of thought.
Yeah, I find the one that's more though I find the one I've looked into both. I understand, but I think the latter one that you mentioned is much more solipsistic in a way. Like you're kind of claiming that you're God when I'm pretty sure none of us here are actually God, and the people who can do magic are just contracting with spirits. Like they're not God.
I don't know if that's the claim. I was thinking more like ability wise.
No. What Nick was just talking about is the reality according to our worldview we share according to the Bible, as opposed to their worldview.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you just read what Aleister Crowley wrote about himself, and you'll get a quick idea as to what he thinks of himself.
I'm thinking probably pretty highly, huh?
Yeah.
I haven't read, sorry.
And you can do it too.
Man, this is just wild stuff.
But you see, the thing is that the world is amazing.
Oh yeah.
No matter what reality we live in, reality is amazing.
It just sucks that like I remember thinking it was so mundane before, and I think like
and that is one of the greatest Right. That is one of the greatest indicators of
Man's
the
delusions.
hubris and absurdity of the common worldview of the common public cult that we all grew up in.
Yeah.
You see, where we have this attitude that nothing is amazing, nothing is wondrous, nothing is outside our knowledge, nothing is outside our purview, and even the things that are, oh, they're just merely mechanistic processes that we can eventually find out via this one particular epistemological method, this one method of inquiry. And nothing is really that amazing. It's amazing, but it's not amazing, and we can understand all of it. And what we do understand, we understand, and it's not that amazing. That's ridiculous. And all the while, when people promulgate that attitude with that worldview and that epistemology in that worldview, all the while at the same time, they are shaking in their boots, asking about how they can give account for the one fundamental principle that makes quote unquote science possible. All the while, they're in the public eye, right? In Renaissance, especially Enlightenment era, and even up to the modern day, all the while, they stand up in the public eye and they have this smug, furrowed eyebrow. We are men of science. We understand things. We don't need God. We are the gods now, in essence, if there is any God.
You
So
know,
humanism,
there's a
human
quote.
pretended autonomous rationalism, and we understand everything, and everything can be quantified, and we can manipulate everything. And even the
And I,
things that are outside of our knowledge, we will eventually conquer, and they will
yeah,
still be unimpressed by it. So they do that. They say that
yeah.
to the public, all the while behind closed doors. All of that is based on the inductive principle. All right. The inductive principle that the future will be like the past generally, the uniformity of nature. All the while, concerning this principle, they are shaking in the boots, trembling, because they can't give an account for what makes this possible. They can't prove that the inductive principle is valid and sound. So the one premise that is the foundation of their entire worldview and all their smugness and all their hubris is in question. But they're not going to admit that, and they're not going to show that. So they pretend that they know everything, and everything is just so understood. We just know it. It's just beyond doubt, or whatever we don't know. It's also not that amazing. We'll understand it and quantify it and manipulate it one day. All the while, they can't account for how they know anything at all behind closed doors, including their precious scientific method. That's what happens in the disbelieving worldview. That's the history of humanism. Pretended autonomous rationalism. And or empiricism, or a combination of the two, rationalism and empiricism.
It's so interesting because I was filling my brain with this video this very morning that has been a topic of discussion a handful of times today.
Check this out.
Yeah, just when you get time.
Not
highly,
now, but later. Yeah.
Yeah. I highly recommend it. It correlates to what we've been talking about.
Can I add to what's his
tremendously
name? I want to add to, I think it was Gregory, what Gregory was saying with this whole humanism and stuff. And so,
Yeah.
like, I think I have observation that might be interesting to you guys, but basically they have
Go on.
They have this on the sixth day. This is going to be another biblical reference, but on the sixth day they create man and beast, right? And in the book of Revelations, you have like this mark, which is 666, like it's the epitome of the sixth day, the man beast. And then you have the seventh day, which is man with God, so man complete in God, whereas 6 is man in absence of God. And so what I'm thinking is that the 666 doesn't actually resemble evil necessarily. I think it resembles humanitism kind of in that way. Like nowadays, yeah, we praise the man, and even you look into these models, like the heliocentric models. There's 666 everywhere. Look into the medical field and certain, I guess, medicines, and when you calculate the number of names, there's 666 everywhere. I think the 666 actually just resembles like the epitome of what man can achieve without God, and like how, I guess, futile it is when man reaches their zenith, kind of like the Tower of Babel. It's still nothing compared to like the seventh day, which is man with God.
So
Well,
let
there's a
me just
couple of
address,
errors of what you said.
before we go too far down that road, let me just encourage anyone that's interested in that topic to understand that that book of books claims to interpret itself. So I would highly recommend, if you're interested in that book, you care about that book, the book known as the Bible, you let that book interpret itself regarding that matter, and not necessarily eisegetically or otherwise interpreting those details. Hashtag context. I would say that you're taking. First of all, there's absolutely no mention whatsoever to the word beast in regards to the sixth day. That has literally nothing to do with the sixth day, according to that book of books.
Wait a minute. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm 100% certain. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Without
was gonna
question.
say a couple moments earlier, which I think what Gospel's trying to address. The beasts were created on the fifth day. Male and female humans were created on the sixth day.
Yeah. Mutually exclusive. So anyway, let the book interpret itself. Be careful about wishy-washy interpretations. Some of the points you were making towards the end, I certainly wouldn't disagree with, about the state of mankind and what people are putting their attention towards and worship, I might say, towards. But in regards to that number and everything around it, let the book interpret itself in that regard, because
I have to disagree with you.
it lays it out.
Disagree with you. I'm gonna make my case right now. So I'm looking at Genesis 1 right now, and at Genesis 1:23 it says, "And the evening and the morning were the fifth day." So the fifth day already passed, right? Now that's verse 23. All right, I'm in Genesis 1, verse 23. You can go look up online or grab your Bible or whatever you want to do. So that's 23. The fifth day has already been done. It says, where does it say? Where does the sixth day? When does it transition to the sixth day? Here we go. It transitions to the sixth day at verse 31. So between verse 23 and 31, they're describing what happens on the sixth day, correct? So when I look at 24 to 30, what's happening on the sixth day, it says, "And God said, let bring forth the living creature after their kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth and after its kind." That sounds like verse 24 sounds like he's creating beasts, cattle, and creeping things on the sixth day, not the fifth. On the fifth day,
minor error. Never mind.
On the fifth day, it specifically says, "Great whales, living creatures that moveth in the waters, and abundantly after its kind, winged fowl after its kind." So it specifically states that on the fifth day, birds and water creatures are created, but on the sixth day, land beasts and creeping things and man is created. So I think you're wrong. I don't understand where you're
me? I said it was a minor error.
Okay.
Ben conceded.
Beasts are created on the sixth day. It kind of says right there. I'm looking at it right now.
The beasts of the land were created on the sixth day. The beasts of the sea were created on the fifth day.
Yes. And the air is the fifth day as well. Like birds and whales and fish are the fifth day. The sixth day, it literally says, I mean, I'll give you the verse right now. It's verse. You could see verse 24.
You've made your point.
24.
Numpty. You've made your point.
Ben conceded. Yeah.
I'm not an expert on this, so I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick.
The high Haaretz, the beast of the earth, you need to make sure that you're understanding that word high is just the word for living. Okay, living things, and the beast that you're referring to in the beast system and the mark or number of the beast is a completely different word and concept. So to try to draw a parallel between, so yes, I was incorrect about the 6 day details there. Okay, my apologies on that.
No, you don't need to apologize.
The issue is there is no correlation between this translated word beasts, because it's literally referring to living things of the earth. The word is chai, which comes from the word living. It's where we get like the Jewish toast, l'chaim, right, to life, right, chai. So
Or the
the
nishma
fact of the matter
chaim.
is there is no correlation between that word and the number of the beast. They're separate words, separate ideas, and to make that correlation is a false equivalency. So
The beast whose number of his name is a particular individual man who's not from the earth, who comes from the bottomless pit. This is what the text says in Revelation. This is what the angel is explaining to Yuchanan, John, in the text. So that's what 666 means. As it concerns what the angel who's speaking on behalf of Lord Yahushua Jesus talking to Yuchanan, John, the apostle, what he means, the angel, what Yahushua ultimately means is that this number is the number of a particular man who will be the supreme potentate of this Antichrist coming kingdom. Now, there is a controversy concerning Chi Z stigma or Chi Z sigma in the Greek text. Some people translate that if through gematria as 666 or 616. Dr. Stephen Pidgeon of Separate Publishing Group doesn't give any kind of translation of that triplet of Greek letters. He just borrows it from the Greek text and puts it in the English translation that he publishes, the Sefer translation, and lets people do their research about the issue. Because there is a valid argument against the translation of Chi Z Sigma as 666. However,
Are you talking
with the
about the
prominent usage,
Are you talking
say
about the
again?
616? Are you talking about the 616 versus 666 right now? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about the fact that Chi Z Sigma doesn't necessarily translate to 666 or 616. That's why Dr. Stephen Pidgeon of Separate Publishing Group just borrows the Greek letters and puts it in to the English translation of the text and lets the reader do the research.
I'm back. I was gonna earlier I was gonna mention the carbon atom, you know, how it has the same six of those, you know, protons, neutrons, and whatnot.
yeah, and sometimes cupcakes have 18 sprinkles on them of 3 colors in equal portions. You know.
So the correlation, in other words, Gospel's argument is that the correlation is weak. That's not a strong correlative inductive argument.
Well, consider the source.
Fair.
Who is the source?
I'm not arguing anything. I just mentioned it because I wanted to earlier.
Consider the source of atomism. Okay.
Yes, that too. Especially
that. Anyway, this is really always uncomfortable to be on this subject because, guys, numpty years and years of history of this topic being brought up. Anything that delves pretty much too much into the Bible at all winds up being really.
I think personally, we don't even need to speculate. We can accept the fact that it's the number of a man. That's it.
Yeah.
Why speculate who the man is or whatever? You know, we just know it's the number of a man.
Well, not about.
Anyway, let's carry on with something else.
It's not the combination of sprinkles on the cupcakes that make them evil. It's the sugar that really messes up your body.
Big brain, Orion. Big brain.
I think I'm gonna head out though. It was great talking to y'all. Had a pretty good time. I feel like I don't know. It just felt cool talking about all this crazy stuff, you know.
Bye, man. Have a good night.
All right,
Good
take it
day.
easy. Bye.
Got any Globers
Bye.
in here?
That I just came in. What do you guys up to? What's up, man? What's going on?
Hey, what's good?
Oh, good.
What's poppin'?
What's popping, man?
Carl Popper.
Where's Carl?
Oh, he's in here. He's lurking. You just can't see him.
Ah. Who's the one with the profile of the Ghostbusters? It's really cool.
Ghostbusters. I've actually never seen that movie, by the way.
Oh, what? That's weird.
Yeah,
His
I don't
name
know.
is
I've never
Numpty.
looked
No,
at
I wonder why he's called a Numpty. That's not a good. That's like a Glober moron name.
Why?
We need to talk to him and find out what's going on with him and see if he wants to learn about the globe, or I mean the flat Earth. Numpty, are you there?
What's up?
Hey, what's going on, bud? Where'd you get that ridiculous name?
Oh my god.
I had a previous account got deleted, so I made a new account, and it's from QE.
That's
thought it
what
was
I figured. Yeah, that's one of his terms, Numpty. Yeah.
Was I kicked? Or did I accidentally exit the call?
You must have exited. I wondered where you went.
God damn it. I said a whole lot, too. Never mind. What was the last thing y'all heard from me?
It's been a few minutes. Before I messaged you, which was, I guess, 2 minutes ago. So it's been at least 3 or 4 minutes.
That's what I get for not closing the screen.
It's before I came on. When I came on, it was totally silent. So I started talking to this dude. But if you guys had a conversation going on, go ahead and finish it.
It's all right.
No, seriously, go ahead. It's no good.
God Rockin, to answer your questions, I'm pretty sure Numpty Noah knows about flat Earth. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I definitely know about it. Yeah.
Okay. Are you a flat earther then?
I would like to see people do more tests, in my opinion. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I had the wrong impression.
I think the Mercator's map is probably the most. I think the AE map might be bullshit in my mind. I think it's controlled opposition. I think the Mercator's is the closest we have today to the real map, in my opinion. Just from like looking at how they never send flights into the South Pacific, and there's supposed to be
What was
nothing.
that map
there.
called? What's that map called?
Mercator's projection. The normal one with the north and like basically the west is on one side with the Americas, and Eurasia is on the east side, on the other side, and then Africa and Europe are kind of in the middle.
That's some Pac-Man stuff.
I don't know about the Pac-Man. I'm not saying it's a Pac-Man. I think they distorted the South Pacific, and I think the South Pacific, basically, from what I've seen, is that when you're going on a plane from California to Japan, you go up north towards Alaska for some reason. You know what I mean? I don't know, dude. It's just I don't know. I think people overlook the Mercators. Yeah, Gregory has it right there. I would cut out the whole entire South American continent because I'm not too sure. I don't know. I just feel like the South Pacific is really like where we can find some shit. You know what I mean? I think that there's probably an island down there below South America that they're calling is Antarctica, and they circle around it and they say like, "Oh, we've been to Antarctica and stuff." But I'm pretty sure the South Pacific is the South Pacific, and then it's something about it bothers me.
I know you told me.
There could be a small island down there, and they may be calling that Antarctica. That may be the issue, and they're not actually going to the shelf itself.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is I'm pretty sure there's like continents and shit down there. Obviously, and I don't have like the perfect map, but I'm pretty sure there's like huge ass continents down there, and when they circle it, they're like oh man, like, oh, we circled Antarctica, and it's like, no, dude, you just circled a fucking frozen continent down there.
So yesterday I've seen a video of a guy who's flying on TAP Air, which is I think a Spanish airline, and he was flying from Africa to somewhere in Spain. Oh yeah, from Africa to Munich. Yeah, TAP is a Portuguese airline. And for some reason, when they left Africa mid-flight, the crew, cabin crew, forced everyone, even though it was daylight, to shut the window. What is it?
That's hilarious, eh?
Yeah,
I've
the
had them try to do
window
that before.
things. And the guy in the video, he's just a reviewer for airline flights. He just said that it was extremely rude of them to like force you to close your window cover or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, and they,
Weird.
when you look at the flight paths, they avoid the South Pacific like it's
Oh,
the
that's what you mean.
plague, man. They avoid the South Pacific like it's the plague, and then I don't know, dude. When you look at the flight paths, it just doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. Like something's going on.
Mm.
Clay,
Yeah,
what's the supposed reason for ordering them to close the windows?
I have no clue, man. I wish I would know at what point it was. I mean, it must have been already been on cruise, but unfortunately, I don't know what point. It's just weird. Like, even if it's just about people want to sleep, they like. There's no reason why you need in a day flight to shut all the things down. Because, I mean, you could. Why would you force someone who pays for the seat that he's sitting in to be not able to look out of the window anymore because someone else wants to sleep on a midday flight? That's weird. I'm just gonna, let me see, I'm gonna type in that route in Navicraft. Africa.
What an interesting niche factoid for you to know.
Yeah.
No, the plane windows being closed. I've heard about that before. That is peculiar.
No, I remember that. When he said that, I just I had a flashback to when I was a kid, and I remember when I was a fucking like little teenager or something. I was on a plane. They were like, "Yeah, everyone has to close their shit." And now thinking about it, it's like, why the fuck did everyone just go? Like, what if I said no? Are you gonna stop the plane? You know what I mean? Like, it's such fucking. Dude, it's such shit, dude, that we live in a society where someone says close the window. Like, how is the fucking pilot affected by my window in the passenger seat? Yet everyone's just gonna go along to get along.
So the routing.
They ordered them to do that mid-flight or before the flight?
Since when do you have to close the windows on the plane?
Mid-flight. In the video, it's like mid-flight.
I wonder if anyone's defied that order and they turn the plane around.
Yeah, right. It's just a little tiny. It's not like the whole wind. It's just a little tiny air, like a little circle of air that they let in. Right? It's not like a whole window, is it? Just like a little area that has a slide over, and you open up a little hole to get some fresh air or something. It's not like you can open the whole fucking window.
Yeah, I think this is about being able to see out of the plane, not
being
about
able
the
to
air.
see out of it.
Yeah.
So they're telling him to shut the cover, the blind?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, nobody's allowed to look out of the plane during a certain part or something.
Oh, well, they fly over a land that it's not supposed to be there.
Way.
Is what you're assuming then, right?
But the weird thing is the whole flight is, I mean, most of the flight is over Africa, and then a little bit over like over Italy, going straight over Austria, and then into Germany.
Well, some of the flights definitely give away the fact that the globe maps they don't work at all in flights. I mean, it's pretty obvious that some of the flights that are straight shots are not going where they say they're going. So
Oh, never mind. His flight on the A330 was into Lisbon, and then he transferred onto an A320 going into Munich. So sorry, I need to reroute the route.
But I find it pretty hard to believe that there's probably very few people that can look out of a fucking jet airliner, a commercial airliner at 35,000 feet and actually identify the piece of land that is below them. I don't think I could. I wouldn't know what the fuck I was looking at.
Someone could. And they don't even want that possibility to be present at all. Eliminate all, make it impossible.
Yo, I'm saying, like, when you look at the Mercator's map and you have the flights between Europe and North America and South America and Africa and the Americas, and it seems to all work out. But when you look at when they're going from the west side to the east, so they're going from America to Asia that way, going over the spot where the Mercator map stops, everything seems to get fucked up. So I'm pretty sure there's something like in the South Pacific or in, like, I guess north of where Russia and Alaska meet, where they're going up there or down there somehow. The flights seem to break down when you try to cross from west to east. So it's not a Pac-Man. Obviously, I'm not saying it's a Pac-Man. I'm just saying the Mercator's map is accurate for its bounds. But right when you go out the bounds, everything seems to fucking like start getting broken down and shit.
And it doesn't account for all flights.
Yeah, well, the map is not the land.
There's that one flight where they had that emergency landing where that woman was having a baby or whatever, and they landed in Alaska, and they were supposed to be coming from somewhere like somewhere in like the Philippines, or I don't know, somewhere where it should have been just a straight shot across to the Americas, and they were over Alaska, and they had to make an emergency landing. And I've seen the maps and seen that flight path, and it made perfect sense on some flat Earth map or whatever the map was. It showed the flight was obviously not taking the path that they show on the, as far as most, the globe model or whatever, the certain map. It wasn't taking that path. They were way up north.
When you go to, what I'm saying, dude, they always go up north when they're going from west to east or east to west. The thing is, the Mercator map works between, like, where inside its bounds, but when you're trying to go outside its bounds, like around, I guess, the supposed Pac-Man or whatever, you see they're doing all kinds of fucking shit going up north. Like, it's weird. It's really weird, bro. Like,
yeah, right.
It makes sense it does make sense on the A map, and Free is in the chat talking about that as well, and whatever.
I think the AE map, they spread the distances between Africa, South America, and Australia too wide to make it look fucking ridiculous. And that's why I think the Mercator's map is more realistic in a way.
Because that's the one that you grew up with?
No, that's like
yeah, that's true.
Ad hom right in my fucking mouth. Like, great. Yeah, that's how a conversation goes.
You got it, Gospel.
I go by Mark Sargent's map.
No, but why do you say that the distances between Africa and the other landmass you mentioned, why do you say they're too far and make it look ridiculous? Numpty. Noah.
Between like Africa and South America, you know what I mean? Like,
the ocean's too big.
You can literally say, like, people can literally sail from Africa to South America. You know what I mean? Right? Like, I'm not saying that I think the AE map is stretched too far. I think they tried to make it look ridiculous. Like, South America and Africa are not that far as it looks on the AE projection.
Well, how do you know it's too far? How are you making that judgment?
Because there's people who sail back and forth between them.
Okay.
What are they saying exactly then?
I mean, this map could could be perfect or near perfect, and people sail from South America to Africa.
But what I'm saying is that the AE map and the Markators map are both wrong. But if you try kind of combine them both, I think it gives you a more accurate representation of what's going on. And I think I think the South Pacific is way fucking bigger and stretches out and goes around kind of the side, and they kind of make it even smaller than it already is. Which, dude, trust me, when you look into the South Pacific, like it's here. What am I looking at down here?
It's fucking huge.
Okay, well, hang on.
Right?
While I'm looking for that, let me say this. Two things is that you appeal to the fact that people sail from South America to Africa. That doesn't necessarily indicate, nor even probably indicate, that the distances between South America and Africa are absurd. Furthermore, adding two leaky buckets together doesn't make a full one. So adding two errors together doesn't
That's a good point.
make a better argument.
Well, I think we all agree that the maps are definitely not as correct as they should be. They're definitely been, manipulated.
And I'm not attacking the person, which is what an ad hominem is.
Right.
I'm attacking the argument. I'm not attacking you. When I say that it's because what you're used to, that's not a personal attack. It's addressing the argument.
That isn't. Yeah, that is not an ad hominem. So, I mean, not to shut down I'm not saying this to shut down the conversation. I'm saying this to continue the conversation. Numpty, when you try to justify your critique of the AE map as, in essence, absurd because people sail from South America to Africa, therefore the AE map depicted distance is wrong or absurd. It doesn't follow, because those people could sail from South America to Africa and the map be perfect or near perfect, or perfect enough for pragmatic utility. Excuse me, accurate enough for pragmatic utility.
Yeah, if someone's going to get in and make that trek with a sail in a sailboat, and they're going to follow that map, they're going to reach their destination. So, and the miles are going to be logged somewhat on a boat. I guess you can kind of tell how far you go. So I don't know. There was a big, huge discrepancy there. I think sailors would have been talking about it for quite some time, saying, "Oh, didn't take us near that long to get there, or it took us way longer, or whatever, to get to that destination."
Right. But what I'm saying is sailors do use the Markators map, right? That's my point. Is that sailors do?
Is that a fact?
Excuse me?
I said, is that a fact?
Yeah. I mean, I think so. Yeah. I've been on a boat and seen people use a flat map that is not the AE projection to get where they're going. So I would say it is a fact, at least in my anecdotal experience.
And you're familiar with what the word projection means?
Yes, I am familiar with the word projection. The AE is a projection. The Markators is a projection. They're all claimed to be projections. Yes, I've heard of the projection before.
Okay.
There is a Portuguese flat earth map 1514.
Like when I look at, like, just for example, I'm living in Hawaii right now, and when we sailed between the islands, it was a perfectly flat map, and the latitude and longitude lines were perfectly parallel with themselves and perpendicular to each other, right? In my fucking mind, that matches exactly the Mercator's map. Whereas in the AE map, you have the latitudes in a circle. They're not straight. They're circular. But when I'm like literally sailing island to island over like 70 miles at some point of just open water, you're using a flat map with straight lines, no curves, which is more close to the Mercator's map. I'm not saying the Mercator's map is the end all be all, but I think like people jump onto the AE map and don't even, I guess, look at the Mercator's map at all. And I think there's a lot more validity to it than you would think.
Well, Noah, given the snippet I just read from a quick Google search, I think this is a red herring. Not to say that viciously, but I think it's just an accidental red herring because with the usage of the Mercator map by the sailors, it is convenient and useful for their traveling. But that's not the point. The point that the flat earthers are trying to make is that the AE map best represents the shape of the Earth. So it's not about
which is a
which map is
reification that we should
more.
be doing, in my opinion. Hey, Gregory.
Hey, Elijah.
While we try to represent the Earth, I mean, you're not really doing that using the AE map. They could say that, but it's like for decorational purposes versus what we all actually use to get the point from point A to point B, which is the Mercator projection.
Well, my point was that that's beside the point. The point isn't about the pragmatic utility of the map. The point is about which map conforms to the shape of the Earth.
Neither. That's my point.
Why do you say the AE map doesn't conform to the shape of the Earth?
That would be a reification fallacy. What do you mean it conforms to the shape of the Earth?
Well, that wouldn't be a reification fallacy because I'm not saying that the map is the Earth. That would be the reification. The map. I'm saying that the map
is a snapshot or a representation of it. Okay, based on what?
Well, hang on. So, in my mind, I'm saying that the AE map conforms to the flatness and circularity of the Earth. That's what I mean.
I don't even think that the sun circles us. Like that's why I'm saying. Like what? Why do you think that?
That's what we observe.
No, I observe it arcing around me. I don't observe it circling the Earth.
Yeah, I observe it kind of going it seems to shoot it arcs over you. It doesn't seem to circle you. But I don't know. It's the scale. What I'm saying is, dude, like they use the Mercator's map. I don't understand how. Like I've used it and it's gotten me from one point of land to another where there's no way I could have gotten there without the map. So they're saying the map is invalid right on its face. If you can use it to navigate, I'm not sure if that's. I'm not saying it's completely correct, but it has to have some validity given that I actually used it with other people on a boat to navigate with it.
Well, if you're only navigating, like you said, like 80 miles, I would say just about any map might suffice for that. Because
why are we not concluding that the sun orbits above the face of the Earth?
I mean, unless we're going to some cosmology, it's not actually really proven.
But from every point of observation,
no.
I mean, from every point of observation of the motion of the sun in the sky, it orbits east to west in this curving pattern over the entire face of the Earth. So if it's orbiting in a curving pattern over the entire face of the Earth, it's moving in a circle.
There are people that tried to model this based on what? I guess their latitude. Like Level Up, I think she did something like this and realized it didn't match up. Like there's no way to make that conclusion off of data. If you would have different data sets from people across the plane, like you would think it would work that way. It doesn't. That's why I don't use the AE projection, whatever that is.
Wait, I don't understand. This doesn't make sense. If from every point of observation of us observing the orbit of the sun, a curving pattern moving east to west, what is erroneous about concluding that the sun is orbiting above the face of the Earth in a circular motion, a circular path?
Well, I don't know that it's in a circle. That's literally
what else would it be?
It doesn't matter.
It could be a straight line.
It doesn't really even matter. The point is, why would I conclude with being not full? Like I don't know. I'm not going to make a conclusion because the sun arcs around me from east to west, and it does the same thing for everybody else.
Well, then that's an appeal to ignorance. You can't say, given what I don't know about the orbit path of the Earth, therefore it's not orbiting in a circle above the face of the Earth.
It's not appeal to ignorance unless you have unless your claim includes how I would know that. You're only saying it seems to make sense, but you're not providing any data.
No, I have empirical experience of the data, and then an a priori theory that interprets that experience.
So you have an experience of the sun arcing around you from east to west. That's it.
Right. And from every other point that we stand, observing the orbit of the sun, I stand here where I am, or I stand anywhere else, observing the motion of the sun. It is moving in a curving path from east to west.
Right. I would just like to say on these maps that we use, so like, dude, like the 20th.
Before you move forward. So what, Gregory?
So it does follow that the sun is moving in a circular orbit above the face of the Earth.
Then that's a logical leap. That's a logical leap because you experience it, and everybody experiences it moving east to west. What else could you do besides saying that's what it seems to do? How would you verify this? Is there any other steps, or is it just, well, it does an arc around me from east to west? That's what it does for everyone else. Therefore, I guess it makes a circle. Well, I mean, we know what a circle is. Like, what if it's an egg? What if it's an oval? What's like? There's no point in saying it orbits us in a circular fashion. Are you saying it goes around in a circle or not?
Well, it may not necessarily be a perfect circle, but that's beside my point. Of course, I didn't mean it in the sense of a perfect circle, so there's no need to be that rigorous about it. It's moving in a roughly circular path, whether it be somewhat oblong at whatever point on the circle. It's roughly circular.
What's the opposite of straight?
Curved.
Curved.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I just figured.
Are we saying the sun orbits Earth?
Above the circle of the face of the Earth. The face of the circle of the Earth.
Oh, okay.
Of course it does.
But why?
What else could it be doing on a flat plane? What else could it possibly be doing over a flat plane?
Why can't Earth orbit the sun?
Because it's not moving. That's not what we experience.
Yeah, who is this guy?
Well, I'm just asking a question.
It's a valid question because we don't experience the motion of the Earth. We don't observe or feel, detect at all in any empirical way the Earth moving.
Isn't the scale so small compared to the size of the Earth that we wouldn't feel any effects of the rotation or moving?
So you're arguing we don't feel movement, so it's moving?
No, I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, these are valid questions. We don't need to attack him. So say that question again.
So why doesn't Earth orbit the sun?
Why? That's a teleological question. I mean, I could answer that, but that's not an observational sense experience question.
But if we say the sun orbits Earth, but Earth is smaller, how does that work?
Wait, what? No.
Isn't
it's
the
Earth, bro, listen. The Earth is not moving until you prove it's moving. The sun is moving until you prove it's not moving. Please prove to us that the sun is staying still and we're moving. If you can't do that, then you're going against empirical fucking evidence that I can go outside and experience every day.
Well, I was only asking a question, bro. It's not that deep, to be honest.
We can take off the brass knuckles. Just talk to the man. So, regardless of the well, first of all, the question unnecessarily, unjustifiably presumes that the sun is larger than the Earth.
Right.
And it's not. It's smaller than the Earth, and it's local. It's closer, and that's why the Earth doesn't need to move. It's flat, and the sun rotates over the top of us because it's much smaller than the Earth and much closer. And that's the flat Earth concept right there, and that's what we observe.
So, if the sun is how far do you think the sun is from us then?
Well, we don't really know, but we know it's not 93 million miles. That's absurd.
Would you say it's like a much smaller scale?
Yeah,
like a lot closer.
Yes.
In my research, I've seen someone present the argument that when you measure the angle of the light rays from the sun, they are at angles, which indicates that it is at a certain given distance that would be much smaller than the supposed distance in the academic cosmic paradigm, as I call it. And they argue that the sun could be approximately somewhat 3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth.
I understand the fact that for the sun to be much closer to us, then said that it's got to be a lot smaller, because if it wasn't as small, then it'd be fried by radiation, right? So, will there be a
Or
way
at
of...
least the whole sky would be full of just sun.
Because if the sun was the size that it's like predicted to be or measured to be by like physics and maths, then how come we think it's smaller? Because if it was the same size and it was close to us, we'd be fried by cosmic
That
radiation.
prediction is based on the globe Earth radius, which is what this whole conversation comes down to. That's the thing that we falsified here. So that's why that's not valid.
So is there not a way of working out the radius of our Earth?
Well, there wouldn't be a globe radius because there's no globe.
Correct. Yeah.
At
Correct.
least not measurably.
Well, there is no radius of a sphere because we don't live on a sphere.
Yes.
You can measure the radius of the circle of the face of the circle of the Earth.
Right. I follow now.
Yeah, because basically what it comes down to is we're seeing way too far for Earth curvature to be involved.
Right, that makes sense. But surely, so if the sun is, if we think the sun is smaller than it is, because we can work out the rough size roughly of the sun, correct? So if we know that the sun is in a according to maths in a prime position to, because if the sun
Not
was
correct.
say 100,000,
Pause.
Not correct.
You're not listening.
Like
go on, go on. I'm listening.
When you say, let's act like this is a back and forth. Like I know if you're talking to somebody and like face to face, and then they try to interject, I know you're not going to continue like a tape recorder.
Right,
so the reason that I'm interrupting you is because you said correct, as if to affirm some statement as fact before we move on, as if it's a premise that we're going to be working off of. No,
So if I say
correct that we not correct that we know the
I haven't even
size.
said what I'm going to say, so how do you know I'm not correct?
No, because you already you said we know roughly the size of the sun, correct? I'm saying no, we don't. The end.
Why not?
No. Why you asked if we agreed? I'm telling you no. What do you mean?
Okay, so right, so we don't know how big it is. Okay, makes sense.
Makes sense. But we do know it's closer because of the light rays, like you said. You look at the light rays as they come through the clouds. They're called percussional rays. They're at angles.
When
you follow the angles of the light, they point to a much closer location.
But to be fair, that doesn't really tell you the distance. Like, I mean, it's still
because it's
still completely unknown.
We can't work out through rays because it's photonical. We can't really absorb. We can't really understand the distance from that.
So not necessarily deriving a solid quantified distance, but the rays do indicate that its location is much closer than initially taught by academia, and that its size is orders of magnitude smaller than taught by academia.
Oh, do you think fusion occurs in the sun?
Don't know.
Don't know.
How would you suggest we go about finding that out?
Well, it's just theoretical, so you can just say yes or no.
Yeah, I mean, folks, we got to retract our fangs. The man is just trying to talk to us.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm in my second year of university, and I do physics, so I have some knowledge on the situation. I just came here to learn.
The conversation has to take some really a whole lot of information has to be talked about and considered before you can start even coming to any conclusion at all. One thing is they've used the radius of the Earth the globe Earth to tell us the distance and the size of every planet and star in the sky, including the sun. It's part of the calculation. Now, we falsified that radius. We went out and measured the Earth. The radius is not what they say it is at all. It's not even close. There's no way that we know what the actual radius is. And before you can send something into orbit, orbital mechanics, they also have to have the radius number, and it has to be accurate. That's how come we know that there are nothing going into space, because they don't even have an accurate number to use for the calculation. We know it's not right because we tested the Earth. So where are these rockets going? What these distances that they're telling us, and these sizes of these planets and stars and whatnot, they're all contingent upon this radius number that we have proven to be wrong.
What's the disproof behind the radius of the Earth? How do we know it's not the radius they say it is? Can we not use...
But before you answer that question, I just wanted to mention with your question about the supposed fusion of the sun. All I know, according to the revelation of the God who made all things, he informs us that the sun is a light, not necessarily a humongous ball of gas with a bunch of chemical reactions happening in it.
Well, and plus, also,
why is it necessarily a big ball of gas outside of just the fact that someone told you it's a big ball of gas? Like, what indicates to you that that thing is a ball of gas?
It's not gas, it's plasma. It's very
now we're getting, but now we're getting into another topic. So
let God rocking continue. I wasn't done.
Yeah, he wants
yo,
to know why
bro.
the radius is falsified.
But how? That's why I asked. How? How is it falsified? I'm asking.
Yeah. God rocking.
Well, first of all, there's observations that we've taken. So this radius number, they've given us a horizon. They say there's a physical horizon to the Earth where it drops off over the curve. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
So you can use math. There's a thing called the curve calculator that's been made for that purpose.
Can I ask a question? Is this the like I per m squared, mile squared calculation?
8 inches per mile squared. Yes.
Yeah, that's for parabolas though. That's for quadratic graphs.
Yeah, the parabola fits perfectly on the sphere up to about 1,500 miles or so.
Yeah.
Would that not imply the Earth is elliptical?
Hold on. Why are you arguing this point? I don't get it.
Because then, because actually,
Ask
I'll
the
give
question,
you.
and now we can talking about the subject.
I'll give you.
Let me give you an understanding so that you understand why I'm asking that.
Right.
Unless you know of another, equation that is a better approximation or exactly for a full circle, then how would they have told us? When you Google it and you're like, what is the curvature of the Earth? And they say it's 8 inches per mile squared. Well, how would that be expressed for us to test? How else would you do it other than the way they say is possible? Like the guy just told you, within 250 miles. Well, if you're talking about the entire circumference, well, what equation will we use for that?
These equations that I put in the chat, which is what the Earth curve calculator uses, which invalidates the argument that he's trying to invoke here.
What? What am I invoking?
The reason that this thing is not accurate. The reason this calculator is not accurate after so many miles is because if you look at that picture on this thing, if you go all the way to the edge, far right of this drawing, and then you move 1 foot, you drop a massive amount because you're headed straight down toward the equator. And when you're close to the center at the top, you move a mile and you only drop an inch or 8 inches up, and you go far to the right of this line and you move a mile there, you drop thousands of miles.
Yeah, God rocking real quick. Sorry, I don't know if you saw what I put in the chat.
Yeah, I'm looking now, and yeah, it looks some solid math to me.
So it's only accurate for short distances.
God rocking.
Yeah.
So the GitHub calculator that is probably the easiest to use that gets posted in the chat. He posts the math on the website. You just click the source code and calculation method are available on GitHub. You click that link, and then he gives that image handwritten, right, where he gives all of the math, not the 8 inches. He doesn't use 8 inch per mile squared. He literally uses the Pythagorean mathematics for calculating accurately. And because this calculator exists, and then there's other ones too, right? There's other ones that make other factors. Your claim that there's a discrepancy or inaccuracy is invalid on all fronts, including the 8 inches per mile squared. I need water. It's invalid, and the reason it's invalid is because you're claiming a discrepancy where there isn't one.
Well, like I said, the only things I've seen are about this, and then I came across this whole flat Earth thing because I wanted to see what people's thoughts were on it, and then the only paper I read was on this inches. Well, I don't know what I was. I guess inches.
I'll repeat myself. Apparently, that's what's necessary.
Well,
Your
no,
claim of there being some type of discrepancy.
Well, no, that wasn't my claim.
Invalid. Yes, because what you did here, because you're liking to interrupt. You did this thing where you said that 8 inches per mile squared was not an accurate method. That claim is invalid. And if you had listened, you would understand why that claim is an invalid claim akin to a red herring. Do you understand?
Well, am I allowed to finish talking now?
Yeah, because I just asked you. No. You can answer the question I just asked you. Do you understand what I just told you?
I didn't say it was a discrepancy in the first place. I just asked, is this not for parabolic functions? When did I imply that it was not accurate?
Which one isn't a parabolic? See, I asked him because okay, so we're approaching this from two different methods. You're telling him that the claim is dumb, which we all know. And instead of saying that, I tried to. Yo, bro, shut! I'm not talking to you. You don't even understand when I'm addressing someone else. That's how little you're listening.
My bad.
So my approach was to ask him why he thinks that, because actually, his last response, the one before you were like, no, he was trying to he was giving you his reasoning for why he even thought it in the first place. AKA, he didn't actually investigate. I don't know where you get this information from, but people come here thinking that this information is knowledge because when they look up the flat Earth in general, one of the things that they hear is the 8 inches per mile squared formula is not right. And so the question is, well, why do you say that?
Thank you.
Yeah, and
okay. Well, if that's the case, then which equation is not using a parabola, or is not coming out to a parabola?
And
the answer is none of them.
Elijah. That's not true. That's not true.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I posted something at 49 minutes past the hour, and
I read it.
It's right there, dude. It's not a parabola. It's just this fucking circle. That's it.
One.
It's just Pythagoras theorem, bro. It's literally just drew two circles, made some lines, and applied Pythagoras theorem a couple times, and did some algebra. That's it, and you can create your own fucking equation easily.
But you don't just create thin air. But anyway, Elijah, the math
on with thin air. What? There's no need to say that. All right, you can just make your point.
Yeah, the math equations. Elijah, the calculator doesn't use 8 inches per mile.
And you know what? I said that, and someone, they told me wrong, and I just took it as read because I thought they knew more than me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, they don't. And you can actually read the calculations that are used for the calculators. And that's what I was posting in the chat to try to help this person understand. But again, even if we use the parabolic function, everything under 1,500 miles, it works for those examples. So any claim that it's inappropriate is an invalid claim. Do you understand that, Herb?
Yeah, I think I get it now.
Okay. But the fact of the matter is we don't even have to use that one. We don't have to use 1.22 times the square root of the height of the observer in feet. We don't, I mean, you can use those. Those are good for field math. Okay. But these calculators are actually using the whole math, like the accurate circle math. And you can read the calculations, verifying that fact. And that's part of what makes these calculators really nifty. So yeah, check them out. There's a handful of different calculators. The GitHub one is really helpful. There's another Walter Bislas one that includes a lot of other factors if you're interested in going there. Long story short, make your observations and recognize the fact that you can personally make long distance observations that invalidate the claim of 3959.
What's a 359? What?
You're probably metric.
Can I ask a question about something a while ago?
3959 miles is the radius claim.
3,900.
Yeah, I use kilometers.
Yeah, so 7,000 something kilometers, whatever the number is. I don't have it memorized.
About 5,000, something like that.
It's being in the United States,
6,400.
still behind everyone else in the imperial
Oh,
system.
is it 60? You're right. 60. Yeah, 6371. I'll try and remember that. But anyway, yeah, you can do your and those calculators. They also, you can switch to metric and do everything in meters and kilometers. So that's what I mean by they're nifty. Here, I'll post the metric. You just click on it; it'll be in metric. Right. So whatever the case, make your observations and recognize that the claim has and can continually be falsified. And that's important and relevant. You should probably do that first. It is the first step because all the other questions you may or may not have will change once you make that realization.
Right. Thank you.
The entire academic cosmic paradigm, as I call it, the foundational premise of the paradigm is the radius of the Earth. If the radius of the Earth is not what they say it is, the entire paradigm, the entire structure of the paradigm crumbles.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at, was to explain to him that the distances to the sun and the moon, the stars, they all use that radius number to come up with these calculations and these sizes. And when that radius number is wrong, that means the whole model falls apart. Like he said, it crumbles. You know, the curvature crumbles, the size of the sun crumbles, the distance to the sun crumbles, the entire model crumbles. And so what they're trying to say is once you validate for yourself, go out and make an observation and see that this 8 inches, this drop rate, whichever calculator you use, whichever one you decide is the most accurate, once you go out and see that it's not matching up to the globe model at all, then you realize that there's something seriously wrong with this radius number. And so the entire model falls apart at that point. So you don't really need to start asking questions about what size the sun is, because they obviously don't know, because if they're using that radius number, they're coming up with a completely erroneous number.
That makes sense, yeah.
See what I'm saying? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but the other thing I was going to say is when someone said about, I think it was the mirages, the horizons, is this number just not like due to mirages, or no? Do they just get taking out the
What
equation.
number are you talking about?
Well, the most recent picture in the live stream voice text, that we just have distortion due to mirages because of line of sight.
When you say mirages, you're probably talking about refraction, and the refraction model that they
refraction of
used
the light
also
ray.
uses that radius number that they were just talking about, so that's out too.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's how they move the horizon around, is by multiplying the radius, but they don't have the radius, right? So
multiplying the radius by an improper fraction, such as 7/6.
Yeah, you're gonna fall short.
And they did fall short because when you use the calculator, they just give you, instead of what's the number that it changes from? It's like from 1.2 to 1.7,
1.3 or something. It's not that much at all.
Shit.
You
So
mean
there you go.
you add refraction to it? Is that the number you're looking for?
Yeah, it's not much.
Just a 7/6R gets it to like 1.3 or something like that.
1.42333333333.
So from 1.22 to 1.433, that's not very much.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a tenth of a mile or something, or 2/10.
2/10.
You
And it
just
gets the
found
radius.
out, you just found out that we debunked the globe two ways. One with the parabolic equation using lasers to figure that there is no drop over distance, and the other one is the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height to give you the distance to the horizon. That would be the edge of the ball, like if you were holding up a basketball. The edge of the line at the top that you're looking at, that's what is the horizon supposedly. So based on the size, that's how we determine the distance to it. Except we're telling you right now that if you were to go and verify this claim, it would be false every single time.
Is there anyone got the you say the I'm not saying you're wrong, but the radius of Earth is not properly calculated. How do we know it's not properly calculated, and why can't we calculate it?
No, it's not. It's given. It was calculated from supposedly the circumference, right? So this is supposedly the measurement in history that was taken that gives us these very real dimensions that they use for space travel and everything else. So that number is the number that they use mathematically to tell us what's going on mathematically out there. But when you test whether or not the radius is the radius, you falsify it, which means, well, what they said the measurement was couldn't be the measurement.
You say test, but like what tests? I'm completely
Wait, because I want to clarify something. Elijah, can you tell me, because I don't remember, is 39 what is it, 3959, is that figure a measurement of the radius of the face of the circle of the Earth?
No.
Or is it just a made up figure?
No, it's the distance from the equator to the center
of the core
of the ball.
The center of the core of the Earth, which is absurd to think that they can
either way. It doesn't matter.
No. What I mean is, how did they derive that figure? Is it just arbitrary, or did they calculate something?
No, it's a calculation.
It's a calculation, yeah.
If you know, it's what Elijah said. He said from the circumference, and you can get a radius of a ball from the circumference number.
Right. It's half of the. Well, it's not half.
No, it's not.
You can get a radius, and it's half of that. Or right?
No.
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 I'll post the calculation. It uses pi. I just can't remember what it is.
Okay, hold on. Someone needs to just one person needs to speak because I'm still confused.
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now. Eratosthenes, he got supposedly the elevation angle measurement.
I meant diameter. Sorry.
Well, no, not even the elevation angle measurement. He just based on the angle that he got from the shadow and the stick. He just measured that, and then he worked out the circumference of Earth based on his presuppositions, and then worked out the radius from that. But ultimately, it was always a circle. Like this is the only way you can do the math.
Okay.
In 2D.
So it's an extrapolation based on a measurement of a shadow.
Is it not been verified? Like
Supposedly.
more recent
here,
years.
Here it is
No,
in words.
that's the point.
Here it is in words, Gregory and anybody else. The radius is equal to the circumference divided by the product of pi and 2.
Oh, yeah.
Or R equals C divided by pi times 2 in parentheses.
The
So
real
that's how
circumference of the real circle of the Earth?
okay, so Magellan or whichever, the 24,901 miles number, you take that number, you divide it by pi times 2, the product of pi times 2, and you divide that into that 24,901 miles. That's how you get the radius.
Right. But it's okay. So with that being said about the circumference, did they get this figure of the circumference from actually measuring the Earth, or is it arbitrary?
Of course not. They got it from the assumption of the position and distance of, or the size and distance of the sun. Both are necessary, not just one. You have to know the size and the distance. So they assume the size and the distance in order to establish, based on the assumption of how the sticks and shadows works.
And straight right light rays, right?
Yes.
And
So
parallel
triple assumptions, parallel lines, size, which is kind of inferred by the alleged size because they say it's bigger than Earth and therefore it would be parallel by default. So, but yeah, it's a preponderance of assumptions that lead to the conclusion.
So they got the circumference from 3 presumptions about the size, distance, and parallel light rays from the sun, and what else?
A measurement from the sticks, the shadow.
Okay, so plus the measurement of the shadows of the sticks, plus these 3 presumptions, mathematical presumed figures, ergo the supposed circumference of the sphere. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just did the small calculation. I mean, obviously it's going to be off by a few miles because I'm not certain on my height, given I'm the observer.
You understand that that's a look. Soon as you say that, how are they putting things in space, right? You can't have a maybe it's this, maybe it's a little off, because the more distance you work with, the more off you're gonna be. You can't be off. You're putting people up there.
In other words, when you even say probably, and I might be wrong, that still presumes the entire cosmic paradigm, which is in question. So it still begs the question.
I'm saying the uncertainty is to do with I'm not sure how accurate my height is. So if someone has the height accurately measured and they are used as the observer, and I do some like fairly basic Pythagoras sub into a circle equation, I end up with 3960 miles.
You're thinking about it. Look, think about it this way. Do you know why trucks can't drive on the parkway?
What?
Do you know why trucks can't drive on the parkway?
What's a parkway? I'm from England. I don't know what that is.
You're British. The highway.
No, it's not a highway. That's the point. No, there's the highway and then there's a parkway.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, the reason that trucks have to be on the highway and can't use the parkway is because the clearance is too low on parkways. So it's going to take their top off like a tuna can.
Right.
So they can't have an approximation of their truck's height because then that puts them at risk. So what I'm saying is you cannot have calculations and maybes for measurements when you're doing real space travel.
But I have uncertainty in this equation. I have 2 degrees of uncertainty, and I can minimize them to literally until it's unnegligible by measuring height accurately.
So what was wrong with what I just told you?
Because height is not negligible.
Hang on, we're missing the point. We're missing the point. Hang on.
Yeah,
Heard what you said presumes an entire cosmic paradigm which is in question. So you can't know any certainty or probability about what is or is not at this or that height.
Right.
Until you prove the ball. You got to prove first that this thing is the ball before you start using those calculations.
Well, the calculation I use doesn't use anything to do with a ball. It's just Pythagoras. Pythagoras doesn't imply it has to be a ball.
It doesn't use the radius. If you're trying to orbit the Earth, what if you're trying to orbit the Earth?
The equation I used to calculate radius was obviously an equation for a sphere, right? But if I use it for a circle, so to speak, I don't know what model is representable, then I do get a number, but the number I get here is the one that matches the one I look for on Google. So
why is that important? I don't get it. Like it's like there's a disconnect in our.
Correct.
Yeah, there's a big disconnect here.
No, there's a disconnect. It's like we're not even talking about the same thing for some reason.
Exactly.
Like you're trying to make a point based on your understanding right now, but your point is not meeting any of the points that I've made or Gregory's made, and I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out where the disconnect is.
Here's the disconnect.
20 minutes,
Here
we were talking.
Here it is. Because Herb, you were talking about some calculation that involves height, right? Height.
Yeah, height of
the surface of the Earth. Oh, the height of the observer standing on the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. There we go.
Which we can make mathematically negligible.
Why does that matter? What?
Because
That's what I'm.
What is your point in mentioning that?
Because surely there is no uncertainty in the calculation.
Unless... No, look, no. What? Okay, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, man. Do you get the point that the question at hand? No. The question at hand is: Is there curvature? Are you understanding that point?
Yeah, of course I am.
Okay, and not presuming that there is, but taking the claim that it is there, and then observing the falsification of it.
Pretty sure he doesn't realize the magnitudes that fly. Oh yeah, okay, sure I don't. Say again, sorry. It is negligible.
No, stop.
It's not. I just said that the globe is off by magnitudes.
Yeah, but I'm saying the height of observer is negligible at a fixed point.
Hey, Herb.
Wait. Nah. Look.
These non sequiturs.
Yes, because everybody's trying to get him there, and it's like, how do we get him there? Because listen, we know the height of an observer. What does it matter whether you're not trying to get an approximation of the height of a person? We already know the height they're at. Why do you?
If you're following, I said I use my own height, but I'm not completely certain to the nth degree.
Okay, you use your own height to do what? That's why is that relevant to the points? What did I say? Matter of fact, rewind 15 minutes. What did I? What is this? What is the summation of my point and Gregory's point to you? And then what exactly about that point are you trying to address or understand with your question?
I said it was so wrong. I'm just saying.
So I'm not saying it's wrong.
No one's explaining to me.
I'm misunderstanding why you're having a misunderstanding. So just tell me. What my point was and what Gregory's point was and what Gospel Bearer's point was. Any of our points, because they were all the same. And then use summarizing our point as a reference for what you're answering to.
I mean, if you can,
if you can do that, then this miscommunication can stop.
I was speaking central and he was making sense, but I don't even know what you're trying to say.
Well, then just say that instead of saying stuff. Like, if you don't understand where we're going, don't try to insert your own reasoning behind things you don't understand.
Huh?
Okay, let me try this so we can finally move forward. Herb, what is your point that you're trying to make right now?
Why is the radius, the calculation that they use wrong? I don't understand why it's wrong.
No, not the calculation.
Well, someone said calculation, so I went off that.
The calculation is not wrong.
Okay.
The claim of that specific number is wrong.
Right, that makes more sense now. Thank you for clearing that up. Instead of just saying random words.
Yeah.
Good grace.
It's based off a very bad assumption. They derive the radius from assuming that your line of sight is hitting the horizon like hitting a ball tangent to a ball. From that, they derive the ratio, the fraction of the height of the observer, roughly 6 feet, divided by 3 miles to the horizon, equals 3 miles to the horizon divided by the diameter of the Earth. From that, you get roughly 8,000 or a 4,000 radius from that assumption. But the thing is, our line of sight is not tangent to a ball. So it's based off a very bad assumption and becomes very suspicious past that point.
Okay, understand.
In other words, it's an extrapolation based on a presumption. So they measured something.
Yeah, they're still presuming it's a ball, and we falsified that.
Right.
Okay, so if I use a chord or an arc to calculate it, will I get the same number, or will that still be wrong? Because then I am accounting for the order of
Why would you use an arc?
Wait, hang on. I was trying to finish the sentence.
All right.
So they measured a shadow, supposedly Eratosthenes.
Yeah,
and
I know
because right, so because they presume that we live on a ball, they then extrapolate based on this assumption paired with this measurement of the shadow.
Right.
Plus the presumed distance of the sun and the presumed size of the sun and the presumed parallel light rays of the sun.
Which are all incorrect.
So all this is, so all that is based on the measurement of shadow plus the presumption of curvature and the three other things about the sun I just said.
And
That's
every
where
one
all
of
those
those
figures
points
come from.
And every one of those points are wrong. The sun is not infinitely distant. Light rays are not parallel, and and we've measured the Earth and found no curvature whatsoever. None. Cannot be found by anyone. We've been asking for years for someone to show us the curve, and they can't.
So that's how they get these figures. That's how they get the circumference, and that's how they get the radius.
So what figures would I use then?
You got to get real figures from real measurements instead of,
no one measured
presumed.
We would have to see if the Earth's curvature relative to a straight standard, like a laser. If we see it curving away from that straight standard, maybe we could assume it's a ball with arcs and chords and all this other stuff. Maybe then, but until then, if we're not finding curvature, I'm sorry, that's a bad assumption.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, they say so how what equations would I use? What this would I use? Well, unless you have the dimension.
I'm aware of what I need to use, and I used them. But the only implication is that if we're not aware that
Am I bothering you or something?
No, you're just being. What do you mean? Am you bothering me? You're just kind of.
You interrupted him. He's
She's
asking you
interrupted
a reasonable question because you interrupted him.
Right. Okay. So you can interrupt me. I won't interrupt him. My bad.
Well, I mean, I guess maybe I did interrupt. I can't even. It's just that the thing is, you can only make calculations, like Gregory said, after you have a measurement. So you should be, the way we have been, looking for who actually measured it. Well, the only person that the globe earthers give us is Eratosthenes, who didn't make a direct measurement of the Earth. What he did was take measurements of shadows and presume everything else. That's not a measurement, not a direct measurement. I'm sure you understand that. That being said,
the Earth, you measure the shadow.
That being said, you can do all the math in the world you want after you've measured the tangible thing. If you don't have that, then all of the numbers are fantasy, and you could do whatever you want with them, but it won't be directly related to the actual dimensions of the thing that you'll be presupposing. So I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Measure real things, get accurate measurements of real things, and then begin your calculations.
Can anyone see another thing? I kind of want to say is you see the most recent picture in the live stream voice text, like observation, imagination. Are we just like assuming gravity does not exist, or?
But we're not assuming gravity doesn't exist. We
Gravity as
know that gravity
prescribed.
doesn't exist.
Well, gravity as prescribed appears to be an excuse for why we're sticking to the underside of a ball. Gravity in that form becomes unnecessary if we live on a flat, motionless plane. So at that point, gravity needs to be reformulated, whatever the heck we're calling gravity. It doesn't appear to be this globe making, ball making, sticking to the underside of a ball making force, whatever
Inconsistent.
you call it.
So
demonstrated personal intellect force.
So, orbits are based off gravity, right? So how do we have orbits if we don't have gravity?
It appears to all just be conception. The
But
conception
this
needs
is why I
to be
tried to
modified.
stop you in the beginning. This is why I tried to jump in the beginning. Like, I don't have a right to really jump in wherever I want to. So I appreciate if you get if me doing this, but I knew that your answer would elicit his response. I knew that because we've done this 1,000 times. I'm really not in the game of telling people things because all they have is more questions that aren't really even related to what they asked you to what you told them.
But
Like he's asking about 4 space instead of 3 space now.
Mm-hmm.
Like and it's like now we gotta explain that, and now we gotta no. Instead, what do you think gravity is, and what do you think the validation for it is?
Yeah, but I don't like reversing the question back on the person. The person appears to have no conception.
Well, I need to know what they're asking, so I know that they know what they're talking about when they're asking what they're asking. I need to know that first in order to move forward.
I mean, both points are valid, so that we can finally move on. Elijah's point is that he wants to understand what the person is saying so he can answer the question. And then Lemon, of course, is perfectly justifiable on our point, especially if we have a burden of proof, which we do, to answer the question. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think mass attracts mass, Herb?
I don't really like NASA, so.
Herb?
Huh? I don't really like NASA.
Do you think that mass attracts mass?
He answered it with humor, yeah.
I thought you said NASA.
No,
that's my bad. I wasn't joking.
Oh, you misunderstood the question. Never mind.
Yeah.
So, obviously I said earlier I do like a lot of physics, right? And this is the one thing that like we can't actively explain, like, if that makes sense. There's not really an explanation to why. Like I don't really personally. Most of the proofs like behind gravity and stuff, right? Like mass attracts mass. People say is like subjectively towards like a particle we don't know exists, e.g. gravitons, but we can't prove they exist. So I'm not really educated on the matter, so I won't comment.
Well, with that being said, seize upon what you just said. So since they say that little do they realize it, a lot of times, because we all make errors in our line of thought. When they say that, most of them say that not realizing that they have conceded that their claim to knowing the supposed force in the universe called gravity, they have no knowledge of. So when they say that, they're conceding that they don't have knowledge of the supposed force of gravity in the world.
I mean, that's not just how science works. No, we just find stuff out. We locate a problem.
Doesn't it work by doing experiments?
This is what the more the more you
Wait a
don't
second.
ask. Look,
Why
the
you
more
said
the more you don't ask questions, the more when you give an answer, it's gonna elicit a different question because there's so many tendrils to this Helios. We already know because it isn't originating from one truth and then extending out from that truth. We're just going to be answering a whole bunch of disconnected things like that, and that I'm just why I'm trying to not have that happen because you said okay, let me rewind. Earlier you said, well, gravity orbits, ultimately that's what you understand, something about gravity and orbits and all of that, right? Just yes or no will suffice.
Yeah, I can't
Gravity
ever
something
seem
to
to
do with
get
orbit.
anybody to answer a yes or no question with a yes or a no. Over and over again for years now, I ask yes or no questions, clarified that I only want yes or no, and for whatever reason, people love to not say yes or no. It's pretty amazing. But anyway, he got muted for some reason. I'll unmute him for Elijah. There you go.
I don't know what that was for. I wasn't even speaking. Say, can you
I don't
say
know
it
why that
again?
happened to you.
It could have been a mistake.
Don't take
Sometimes
it personal. Please don't take getting muted personal. It's just it happens to all of us.
There's also this phenomenon where people don't listen when they're muted. I don't know if you've noticed this
Yeah, I went
phenomenon.
for a piss. Sorry.
Yeah.
I got muted, so I thought I was gonna like get banned for something. So I just went and had a piss.
No.
Why you said version detected at the live stream?
So anyway, like I'm trying to nip it in the bud. I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said. I just thought it was a brief. What are you trying to say?
McGill's so
Not you, the other guy. Because not you.
Who are you talking
Miguel.
to?
Miguel,
the guy
you
with the very.
I'm talking to Arab. Arab, why you write at the live stream version detected? Are you trolling here?
What? How do you mean like trolling? You put loads of stuff about me, and then I called you a virgin, and you're upset.
Okay, let's not worry about that then. I didn't know that it was absolutely a childish discussion on the side. What? Just focus, okay? So
Yeah,
you're back from your piss. Miguel, I love you. I think if you're the guy that does the
Arab,
memes and stuff,
Arab,
but
just
let's.
look, welcome. Rules at the top.
Okay, good for you. Thank you.
No, not. Hold on. Not
But
good for you. Okay.
20 minutes ago, you mentioned orbits in relation to gravity. Yes or no?
Elijah, I know you're excited, but Herb does need to accept redirection because Miguel was simply trying to redirect him to understand the server rules. So that's all that was about.
I didn't hear what he said, but he responded like he was beefing with him or something. Okay, my bad.
Yes,
Sorry.
precisely, which is why I wanted to make sure that Herb understood that it's not a cool story bro situation. It's a respect the rules of the server kind of situation, Herb. So acknowledge that. Don't do the dismissive response. It's not appropriate. Now you can continue, Elijah.
Well, he's gonna respond to that, obviously. So just go ahead.
What do you want to say?
This is unnecessarily difficult. We're misinterpreting one another.
Right. Well, all I wanted to do was get to the
okay,
fact
so I
that
got asked. The mass, it does mass attract mass, right? Theoretically, yes. Yes, that is what I got asked.
Stop. No, I asked you. Did you say something about gravity and orbits in relation to it before you got cut off earlier? Yes or
yes,
no?
I did say that. Yes.
Okay, so can you pause now? Now, rewind back to. Actually, it might have been 20 minutes or 30 minutes ago when we all told you that you need the radius of the Earth for space travel. That means escaping the Earth's gravitational pull that was presumed by the size of the Earth, of course, the mass of the Earth, right? So you would need to know the radius to know how to get up there and put things in orbit. As a matter of fact, you would need to know how things orbit based on the knowing of the sphere and all of those distances that you use your calculations to work out answers to.
Okay,
so it goes back to
right.
Do you have a problem?
No, but can I speak or what?
Well, it's hard to get an entire point across when I hear someone chirping through me trying to get in. So what did I just say?
These are little instances that I'm talking about.
Huh? You're just speaking about like how obviously gravity, and then because we've not been up there, we can't understand it. But what I'm gonna say is,
what did I just say? That wasn't it.
You just said it's like
I just said you don't when you invoke orbits, that's a
Mm-hmm.
part of already knowing the radius, and you understand that we're talking
I
about.
understand this.
Okay, so you understand that we just talked about how no one has validated the radius. Therefore, the gravity claim is also false because it's tied to the presupposition that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959.
Right. So
Right.
does the sun not orbit anything? Does it have no orbit? It just like moves. Is that what we're saying?
What does that have to do with anything?
May I speak to her?
Yeah, go for
Well,
it.
I've never seen why?
So you've never seen the sun move.
I understand why he's asking about it because he's not trying to. He's not. This isn't ultimately about the curvature of the Earth. He's
No,
asking all these various questions because about all these various cosmic paradigm things.
Well,
He's
he
asking
asked
about
about gravity. The only thing to
right,
understand is that, well, this
right, but he has more questions about other things. That's why he's asking them. He's not trying to make a point about the shape of the Earth right now.
Thank you.
well, it's not about the shape of the Earth. It's about the presupposition. You can't just move past it because one should understand that they're asking questions based on a premise that they've moved beyond.
I know, but talking to Herb, he's not trying to make any point.
No, but if you beg the question, okay, actually, I'm curious. No one
Yeah,
talked.
he's not
Gregory,
trying to
go.
argue. Yeah, he's not.
Okay,
He's trying to ask rhetorical
let me.
questions to make an argument.
I'm just trying to
But I
talk,
want
bro. And okay,
to. Go ahead, Gregory. I mean, I trust you, and it's like I'm definitely interested. Go ahead.
Herb,
say
so
what? I
about,
said what I said. You said no.
Yeah, Herb, we're talking about gravity, right?
Right.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Your question was, how does any of the celestial bodies, including the sun, especially the sun, how do they orbit if gravity is not real, right? Mass attracting mass gravity, right?
Sure. So, like, what I was thinking, right? So, if we know the sun sets and the sun rises, correct?
Mm-hmm.
No,
It's got. So it doesn't rise at all or set. It's just there. It's kind of like stood still. That makes sense.
it depends on what you mean. My bad, Gregory. Go ahead. Forget it. I just my bad.
All right, I'll continue.
Herb, since you're talking to me, yes.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna make a adjustment. There we go. That's better. So what I was saying is, so if the sun either it sets and rises, right? We can visibly see that. So does that mean it's in orbit?
It depends what you mean by orbit. If you mean orbit in the sense of the Earth being a ball moving around the sun, no. If you mean in the sense of the sun going out beyond the extent of our perspective, the vanishing point of our perspective, above the circle, the face of the circle of the Earth, yes.
Right.
Can I say something real quick? Because I'm going to go, and I want to just say something. Okay, so we talked about falsifying the radius and that we cannot find any curvature. Okay, so if there's no curvature and there's no ball, there can be no orbit. There cannot be an orbit the way that you were taught.
Not in the academic cosmic paradigm.
Around a flat surface. You get to go around the bottom of it, and where are you going to be? I mean, it's going to be on the other side of something that we don't. It doesn't follow. I mean, the surface is flat. The entire surface of the Earth is flat. So there is no conventional orbit of any kind. Nothing orbits around the globe because we can't find the globe. We've tried, measured, observed. There is no globe to be found. So these orbits you speak of don't exist in the way that you've been taught. Now, the sun does move above our head, and it goes around in a circle over the top of the flat plane. And when it gets further, it's so small that when it gets so far away from you, it reduces in size and it disappears, and you can no longer see the sun. And it has the appearance that it sets and goes below the horizon. Now, that's just a perspective thing. We can get into all of that and show you and prove to you that things disappear bottom up on a flat surface. It's just how the eyes work. It's called angular perspective. So
okay, so there's that.
Yeah, so the sun does circle over the top of us, and it does go out of range of your eyesight. It appears to go down over the horizon, but it's just reaching a vanishing point because it's so small and it's so far away. It's like a light bulb in a huge room, and you're holding it up, and it's lighting the floor below you. And then when you walk a quarter of a mile down through this warehouse and you shine the light bulb, the surface you're standing on at the other end is dark. The sun is set and it's no longer visible. So it's when it gets so far away, it gets closer and closer and closer to the horizon, and it appears to set. But that's not what's happening. It just, like I said, it's angular perspective. Anyway, so you've got to stop and rethink your whole thing, because we've actually debunked there is no curvature to be found. No one can show it. So there's only one other option. It's either flat or it's extremely bigger than what they've told us. And I mean, the radius would be all the way to the moon, is what our calculations tell us. When we say we see this far, we do the calculations, and it says, well, the radius should be 250,000 miles in order for it to be that flat. So
Actually, we
all know that's absurd.
The furthest observation I see puts the size of the globe at about almost 3 times they say the sun is.
Bro. Okay. Well, so with that being said, thank you, Rockin. Okay, so Herb.
Right. Okay. So what I'm about to suggest, like, I just want to. Does anyone understand anything about cosmic radiation and like observing on Earth?
Yeah.
So this obviously doesn't need gravity to travel, right? So if the sun was, say, 10,000 kilometers, 10,000 miles from Earth, we would all be dead.
Hang on. Repeat your first question. What about cosmic radiation?
We're just gonna
all
move
be dead.
past.
We're just all fried.
We're just gonna move. But so you're not even.
Why aren't we all dead if it's so close?
I request that you.
I gotta unmute. Right, yeah, I can hear me.
Yeah, do that again, and you're gonna get banned because it's against the rules. I thought you did it, but now you confirmed it.
There's no way you can verify that, my friend.
Why? Oh, yo, come on. Can you just address what Gregory's told you, as if you actually internalized it, understood it, and
the fuck is this?
Well, you asked him a question, and he answered it, and now you're moving on.
So let's just pause for a moment, because I wanted to ask you a clarifying question.
Cool.
The question you asked just now, say that again about cosmic radiation and something else?
We can detect cosmic radiation on Earth. It's got nothing to do with gravity. It's got nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, correct?
I don't know exactly what you mean when you say cosmic radiation. What do you mean?
Radiation.
You don't know how much the energy the sun is putting off to say that if it was X amount of distance away, it would
where
burn
else
us
does it come from?
No, we don't listen. No, listen. We don't know where the sun is. No one's been there to go, here's how far it is, here's how big it is, this is the wattage it's putting out, and theoretically, well, plainly, since this is the case, we should all be dead. No one's done that, bro. So, are you just asking these questions because you're conceding to all of the things that we're telling you, or meaning?
I mean, he to be as fair as possible, to interpret one another in the best light. He, like everyone else, like I mentioned earlier, we can make errors in our line of thought. So we did hear him concede to other points earlier, and he was acknowledging that they were valid. And then he just said
He's just moving on. He's not actually.
I've not denied that the Earth is flat. I've not done that. I'm just confused about the sun model. How is the sun so close?
Yes, he's just asking questions. He's trying to understand where we're coming from, how we understand the cosmos over against the academic cosmic paradigm.
Well, what if the answer is you're asking questions that none of us know in here? What then?
So then he asks the questions, and then we give our answer to the best of our ability.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying, like, what would this conversation be like if you said, "So
What
what's
the
the
fuck
sun?"
is
and
this
I said,
conversation?
"Well, I mean, is that
You not swear,
unreasonable?
please.
My bad.
Is that unreasonable? What's wrong with if you ask me, for example, where's the sun and what's it doing? How is it doing it? And I simply say I don't know. What's wrong with that response?
What?
I think Herb agrees that there's nothing invalid about that response,
Yeah,
right?
I don't disagree. Like, what is he trying to say? I'm a bit confused.
So you asked us, okay, is the sun orbiting like when it's going rising and setting? So you when it goes down, you're like, well, isn't it going around something, if not a ball? And we're
We're a
like,
bit past that.
Yeah, Elijah did move past that point.
yeah, but he doesn't understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. And now he's saying we've moved past that as if he's tracked everything that's been said up until the point where he should be able to understand what I've just said.
Ooh.
Right?
What?
Like, my hostility is only because he's being
You just speak for the sake of it. Like, I don't even know what you're trying to
and
say.
I'm not even being hostile. I'm just being.
No, you're just saying stuff for no reason. I'm having a conversation with someone and you're just talking.
Well, I'm actually. Do you find what he's saying now to be unreasonable? We're talking.
Okay.
Me, you, Gregory, everyone else.
I was talking to Gregory.
Yeah, and I didn't interrupt you when I said what I said.
Okay.
So what's the problem?
So this dispute can't be settled unless we have an infallible recording of the past.
Which we do.
And even then,
Which we do.
Yeah.
Which we do.
Yeah, we do.
So,
unless it can be fabricated, of course, but never mind.
I mean, well, I'm the type to pause the room until I go back and actually play the recording, and I have a track record of never having been wrong yet.
Yeah.
I'm having a conversation with Gregory about the thing, and you are just completely changing the subject. I don't understand why.
Yeah, if we may just move on to the current
Well,
subject.
yeah. He said, "Why isn't the radiation from the sun burning us alive?" And I said, and my answer to that was, well, if I didn't know where the sun was or what it was doing or why we're not dying from it, what would be wrong with that answer?
So, when I first joined the server like an hour ago, and I was in here, I asked, how far roughly do you think the sun is away? And someone said 10,000 miles. You can go back in time, and you can see that.
Yeah.
Does that mean they were right?
Well, no, but
we're still not. We hang on. Just please let me just talk to him.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, in answer to your question about the cosmic radiation, right? I wanted to talk to you and ask you, Herb. I know you English people say Herb instead of Herb.
Thank
you. What did you mean by say your question again?
Okay, so I'll give you some pre-context. So, given what we estimate how far the sun away is, and due to its energy, if the sun was, say, I don't know, like I think it's like 1 million miles close to us, we'd die. If the sun was 1 million miles further away, we'd die because of if it was closer, we'd probably overheat, cosmic radiation, blah 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 blah. If the sun is 10,000 miles away from us, 10,000 miles away from us, that is so close, or even 100,000 miles, 1 million miles, 10 million miles. If it's like just completely above Earth, we just
You're begging the question about how big it is, how intense.
Hang on.
it
Let
is,
me just talk to him. Let me just talk.
You're making all sorts of assumptions.
Yes, what you're saying is true, but please let me just talk to him so I can demonstrate something. So, I see your point with the question.
Hang on, can I just say something? This Sleepy Joe guy in the voice text saying, I'm assuming, no, we can measure the cosmic radiation, actually. We can measure it, and we can completely make every other kind of
hang on, don't
Who's
engage
we?
him. Just talk to me. Just talk to me.
We're
Just talk
measuring
to me.
from Earth, and then we're assuming
There's
based on
plenty
a
of papers
model.
on it. There's
Yeah,
plenty of papers on
and
it.
they
In
all
fact,
take measurements
Gregory
from the
is
Earth.
requesting the people that have already been here and have roles that he may have a piece of the mic. Now, it's very hard for me to do as you all can see, but I'm doing it. Which means if I'm doing it, I'm not just be quiet, let Gregory do his thing. For a little bit. Then you can go. Don't antagonize him in the chat. Let Gregory speak to him. Pay attention to what Gregory's doing. If he needs help posting something, do it then. Stop taking away the conversation from the chat that's happening.
I just replied to him once. Sorry, I won't interrupt.
No, it's fair. Can I respond to what you put in the chat?
Why,
Is that allowed? And then I'll get back to Gregory.
Man.
All right, let Gregory talk.
Come on.
Okay.
We need your attention here, sir. Please.
Attention.
Okay. So with your question, right? Your question presumes the cosmic model. So the critiques were correct. They just are not tactfully said in this dialogue, but that's why I'm trying to engage you one-on-one and have this tactful, peaceful dialogue and address what you said. So with what you said, it does presume the academic cosmic paradigm. The question presumes this 93 million mile or whatever, several million mile distance of the sun, and the several million mile radius of the sun, and the premise that the sun is a humongous plasma ball with fusion and ionization going on and all this cosmic energy being emitted from it. And of course, in principle, if those things are true, the implication is that the closer it would be to the closer it is, the more heat we would be experiencing, right? But the whole problem, again, with the question is that it presumes that cosmic paradigm, it presumes that humongous distance and size of the sun, and that it's a humongous ionizing plasma ball with fusion emitting such powerful heat.
Okay. Yeah, I get that, right? But say, because we currently can observe the radiation the sun gives off, and sometimes sun from distant galaxies, etc. But we can accurately detect how much radiation the sun gives off, and we can detect it. Given the sun was this many, doesn't matter about the size. We don't have to know the size. We'd have to know how much. We'd actually have to know how far it is. But we can know that the closer it comes to us, the more cosmic radiation we will receive, and the closer and closer and closer it comes, the more cosmic radiation. It doesn't matter about the size.
Now, I'm not, super well versed. I didn't go through any college course or read a book or anything like that. So I want to ask you some questions so you can educate me a little bit from your perspective, right? About this cosmic radiation.
Yep.
How did you? Well, first of all, actually, let me say, what is it? Explain what cosmic radiation is. What is that?
Radiation from, but it's pretty self-explanatory. It's just like radiation from outer space that we.
Well, what is being radiated?
Well, gamma rays usually.
Okay.
We can also. It's like okay. Say for instance, this is kind of a way of downscaling it. But say we receive heat from the sun via photons, right? Okay, it's the same way we receive photons. We receive cosmic radiation.
Okay, that's what you mean. Okay. And how did you measure this cosmic radiation?
I haven't measured it, but there's plenty of published.
Well, of course, yeah. How has it been measured?
And their reference, you can just detect it. I can actually link machines that can measure it, if you'd like.
Yeah. So since I'm talking to you, I would just like you to, put it in your own words. How was it measured?
Okay. Do you want me to send a paper that we can?
You could do that. I would like you to talk to me.
Okay. In what sense? What do you need explaining? Say again.
Just how did they measure it? What was the procedure that they performed to measure the radiation?
Just using machines that we make.
Well, it sounds like you don't know very much about the procedure.
Well, no, I learn about it. I don't know everything about it, but I learn about it.
Well, you told me that they use machines, but I need a little bit more
of an informative
answer.
I don't do it myself, so how do I know what machines we use?
I can nip this whole conversation in the bud if you want to give me 60 seconds.
Go for it.
You're gonna explain how they supposedly measure the cosmic radiation so far?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's go for it.
What they've done, what has gone on here is that they've measured the radiation of the sun. Okay, they can do that. You're right. They do have devices that can detect radiation.
Well,
and what they've done is they've assumed that the globe, again, They've assumed the globe again and assumed that this sun is 93 million miles away. And the only way that much radiation could be coming to Earth is that it has to be, because it's 93 million miles away, and it has to be so much bigger and it has to be so much hotter than it is if it were, close and local. They're measuring it close and local and assuming that it's 93 million miles away. So they're saying, well, it's got to be putting out all of this massive heat and radiation in order to receive that much radiation here on Earth. In which that is wrong, because it's small, it's close. They're detecting the radiation from a small sun, a local sun, and they're extrapolating their number, thinking it's 93 million miles away, and it's not. It's just wrong. Period. And you need to understand that this radiation is not killing us, because it's not. It's above us. It's been above us for thousands of years, and they're assuming that it's 93 million miles away, and it's this massive ball. And to travel that far through space, it has, and to receive the radiation that we are getting here, they're saying it has to be this big and this hot, so many kelvins and whatnot, in order to reach the heat range that we're receiving here on Earth. But if you bring it close, and you can make it small and get the same numbers, sir.
Yeah, remember when we told you for like 20 minutes that it all boils down to the radius assumption?
Well, no, it doesn't. It's got nothing to do if
okay,
the
you just missed it again, I guess.
Yeah, but if the Earth was a globe and the Earth was flat, like regardless, like say the Earth is
it's
flat,
not,
it's still going to absorb cosmic radiation. It can't just like get rid of cosmic radiation.
No, you can't. But the sun is not producing the cosmic radiation that you think, because it's not 93 million miles away. It's not. It would have to produce so much more radiation in order for it to reach the Earth and still be potent at 93 million miles away. So you're assuming that it's that potent and over the top of us. It's not. It's as potent as it is because it's close. And then they're extrapolating, in order for us to get this much radiation from the sun, it's got to be this massive big ball 93 million miles away in order to get the amount of radiation that we're getting here on Earth. Well, it's not that far away. So it's not producing that much radiation. It can be close. You understand what I'm saying?
That's a layup to Gregory, because basically what you're saying, God Rockin', is when he produces this paper and the methodology behind using these detectors, somewhere in there, they're going to interpret the data, aka they're going to input the fact that we know it's a sphere and that we know that the sun is this distance, and that is where the number is going to come. I'm fairly certain that they didn't just turn on the detectors and go, well, there you have it. So now we can look at the paper and see what's going on. This is beautiful. I'm excited.
Can I speak?
Well, I just get the paper, dude.
Huh? Okay. So when we absorb cosmic radiation, we can roughly detect how far it's, roughly the distance it's come from.
No.
Why not?
Well, wait.
What do you mean no?
Because we have to go through the procedure of the dialogue. So I want to say to him, after he says that, how does the quantity of radiation from the sun help you measure how far away it is?
Because we can work out how much the energy has dropped off. That's how.
You have to give me you have to give me an explicit to say. So here's my critique of that response. That is a vague, non-informative answer that amounts to begging the question. So with that being said, you have to explicate in detail the procedure that includes this information about the energy being emitted from the sun. So how, in other words, explain the procedure that includes the figure of the quantity of energy emitted from the sun, informing you about its distance.
Hey, again, sorry, I kind of missed the last bit.
You have the figure of the quantity of energy emitted from the sun, the cosmic radiation.
Yeah.
With that, in the entire procedure that you use to ascertain knowledge on the distance of the Earth, which is what you said, how explain that procedure that includes this figure of the quantity of radiation from the sun?
So when this radiation will leave the sun, right? It's gonna start with a certain amount of energy, like a fixed amount of energy because it's emitted, right? Emission. So the further it travels, the more we can't like it's a pretty well known law. You can't create or destroy energy, correct? But if it's moving, it's gonna lose.
Well, how do you know how much energy it started with? How do we determine that?
Wait, hey, just let him finish the explanation.
It's constant for all, like every subatomic particle will have the same energy at the start. You can't give it more energy or it will just break. It will cease to exist. That's why. Is that sufficient for Elijah?
No.
How are you detecting it?
I sent
Well,
a link to
me
a
and
paper.
Gregory's questions are like kind of at the opposite ends of the same string. So you can answer Gregory's question anyway, because ultimately it gets to the point that I'm trying to figure.
Yes, I'm trying to go. Yes. So, yeah, I'm trying to go through the procedures so that we don't just jump the gun or just leap. Just like hurry up and get to where I am. Well,
Yeah.
no, you have to get through the procedures. So
I was explaining it, but then I got interrupted again.
I can guarantee you these calculations are going to indicate the sun being the size they say it is and the distance they say it is for the radiation numbers to be that far away. I guarantee it. That's what.
Right.
That's what.
But to finally let Herb finish his explanation, I asked him to explicate the procedure, which includes the figure of the quantity of energy.
It's going to reveal what I just said. Trust me.
Okay, but let him say it. We got to get this. Let that person say it.
Regardless of the sun's size, the sun's energy, the sun's density, regardless even if the sun is plasma, some people say the sun is not plasma. Okay, I'm not getting into that discussion. Regardless of it, the energy at that fixed time, the emission of the energy will always be the same. It has a starting point. It will be the same. The distance it travels, exponentially, the energy will fall off. Okay, because it's traveling, energy conversion, it's going to fall off. Correct?
Okay.
Do I need to explain that? Or is that okay?
No.
Well, I'm just thinking about a light in the sun. You know what I mean? Like a 60-watt light bulb in the sun, because you're saying the drop off. It has the same amount of energy on a fundamental level, and I'm just thinking, okay, light bulb, the sun. Like clearly there's an issue here because you would have to know how much energy is being output. But you kind of have that. You kind of have that already, and you're saying there's a distance, and this is where we're getting the drop off. So,
Elijah, I love you, but you didn't let the man finish.
I can't even explain without getting interrupted. Like, what is this?
Go ahead, Herb.
Okay, so the energy will like exponentially drop off as it travels because of energy conversion, right?
Okay.
So the further it travels, the more energy will be lost. That makes sense because obviously it's traveling more and more and more. So when we detect the particles that are emitted, they will have a certain amount of energy. If we track how much energy that particle has, we can backtrack and work out how far that particle has travelled. That's roughly how we detect what sun or whatever particle emitting, radiation emitting, celestial thing, whatever you want to call it, is. We can see how far that has travelled. We can detect that some of them have travelled from a certain distance away. We can detect that some of them have travelled from other galaxies, other super galaxies, clusters, superclusters. Does that make sense?
Okay. But in order for you to do that, if the object you're measuring is traveling, that means it's moving at a speed, distance over time.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
But you don't have the distance nor the speed.
No, because you don't need to use that equation. It's completely you don't use that. That's not what we're using.
Excuse me, the distance or the time. You don't have the speed.
It's a subatomic particle. We can assume it's traveling at the speed of light because it's a photon.
Okay. Hang on. Before anyone talks,
A photon is light, therefore it will travel at the speed of light.
Okay, so there's this premise you have about the nature of light.
Same with gamma rays, which we can also detect.
Right. Well, this is premise you have about the nature of light. You have this premise about the nature of all things.
I'm
that all
bullshitting
things
now,
are.
according to Sleepy Joe, after laying down the foundations of fucking physics, according to him.
Well, Herb, you're
You're
talking to
just
me, right?
bullshitting and hoping something sticks.
How am I bullshitting? You can even look this up.
You're just reciting definitions. You still don't know how far it's travel. You're assuming
we
something.
can.
You're only measuring. Typical like what you took your first year physics course and now you think you know everything. No.
First year physics.
Yeah, dude, you gotta.
Herb, you've abandoned me in the dialogue to engage Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, sorry, he's just clearly undereducated. Right, okay, I'll get back to it. So obviously the distance it travels, the energy will fall off. This is a common known law. We know that energy will fall off the further it travels. So when we detect it, we can detect the energy it has, we can then use this energy it has to work out
How
how
much
far it
energy did it have when it started? How do you know that?
Hold on. I want to ask the same question.
Atomic
He had to get
particles.
to the end, apparently.
All of these subatomic particles.
I have a question.
Can you just
Again, I can nip this in the bud.
Not, please. Look, I wanted to interrupt too. Gregory told me to chill.
Okay.
Please,
nip this in
everyone
the
else.
bud again, though.
But the same problem still stands. And so Gregory is, I guess, trying to get to the end of what he's trying to say so we can then do something with it. He's not finished, apparently.
Okay.
Please finish.
Okay. So, Herb, please don't abandon me when I'm dialoguing with you.
Okay, sorry.
So, you've informed me that the procedure for you trying to ascertain the distance of the sun, which includes this fact about the quantity of energy that the sun is emitting, is that the particle, shall we call it, the particles emit energy. The energy decreases as it travels over a distance over time.
Yeah.
To us. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, okay, so let me repeat. We have the sun, it's emitting particles, and it's decreasing in its potency, right? The amount of energy it's emitting, it decreases over time as it moves from point A to point B over a distance over time. Okay. But that premise alone does not inform you about the distance of the sun.
Well, yes,
Why?
because if we calculate the energy drop off, we can work out the distance it's traveled.
But you can only calculate the energy drop off if you have the distance between the sun and you.
No, we don't need that. That's not the equations we're using here, because the energy drop off is a fixed exponential. This is calculated without distance, without time traveled, because we know it's a fixed traveling speed. Because it's a photon or a gamma ray, which we know travel at a fixed speed. Photons are fixed to travel at the speed of light, correct? Because it is light. It's a light particle.
That's what I was trying to address. Okay. So that assertion about this particle from the sun is based on this metaphysical presupposition of atomism.
Yeah. So
which has yet to be verified.
Okay. Okay. So as the energy drop off is calculated, we can calculate distance. We can prove that these particles travel from a fixed distance to which we can assume is our sun or another galaxy's sun, so on and so forth.
Okay, so that's the procedure.
Yeah,
my critique in response to that is that procedure has an unverified metaphysical premise of materialistic atomism.
Okay.
So the whole entire procedure and the resulting figures you get from your calculations are all presumptions based on a fundamental metaphysical premise, that being materialistic atomism, which is unverified.
Okay. So,
ergo, the resulting figures about the supposed distance of the sun and the size of the sun.
Today, for everyone on my Discord server here, I just officially started believing in the flat Earth.
Shut up, you fool.
So we're saying, if we're saying it's your choice whether to believe that atomism isn't you don't believe in it, right?
Why accept it isn't verified? Okay. Believe in just stuff just because things that are.
We got to stop. We got to stop interrupting each other. We got to stop it.
I'll talk to the other guy if you want.
I mean, we have got to stop interrupting each other.
One little
Yeah, man,
question.
let God Rock and get in there. He's been trying for a long time.
Yeah, let him go. Let him go.
If the sun, if the sun were exponentially smaller, I mean, like only 100 miles across or whatever, and very, very close, would it not give the same signal of a reduced radiation level? Wouldn't it be exponentially smaller and less? The speed would be the same. Particles don't slow down.
Correct.
So I don't know where you're coming with that argument, but if the sun were really small and really close, wouldn't it give the same indication that it would be large and far away? Couldn't you extrapolate the two things to be synonymous with one another in a way that, if it were 93 million miles away, then it would reduce to this amount. But if it was actually only 5,000 miles above us and only 100 miles across, the numbers would be the same.
What I'm saying is that the number supports the calculated distance for the sun.
But
the numbers are small because the sun is small, sir.
Verify that.
But regardless of the distance and size of the sun, the main central premise is materialistic atomism. That light is comprised of photons, little particles traveling from A to B.
Correct.
But that is yet to be verified.
Well,
Did you know that the speed of light is derived from the presupposition that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles as well?
Well, I wasn't aware of that, but we can also prove it using subatomic particles. So, regardless.
Prove what?
Well, that was your understanding of my statement was a non sequitur to the latter of your statement.
Well, we can use particles for layer emission, which will emit a photon or gamma ray.
That's the non sequitur. That's the non sequitur I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, but if we can prove using subatomic emissions that we can track the energy levels, I mean, calculate.
No, but the thing is, if we can prove the size of the Earth, then we can use that to know the speed of light, which is what you're using.
No, I'm not using that.
No, it's a part of your presupposition, knowing the speed of light. Gregory, did he or did he not? Was that not?
You did.
Yes, I said the speed of light's correct, but you can also derive the speed of light using subatomic particle emissions. It's proven. It's fact.
Which goes back to my critique. Is the presumption of materialistic atomism. Now, perhaps it's not materialistic atomism. Perhaps it's idealistic atomism. But either way, it's atomism. So, what you need to do, not just you personally, but what academia needs to do is to stop presuming materialistic atomism and interpreting the data, the natural observed phenomenon, and the results of their supposed experiments. They need to stop presuming that premise and interpreting their results and the data through that premise, and first verify the premise of materialistic atomism. But as long as all of their interpretations of natural phenomenon, and as long as and their interpretation of the data at the end of an experiment is interpreted through this unverified metaphysical presupposition of materialistic atomism, their interpretation is unjustified. And so they have no right to claim to know that their conclusion is knowledge.
Mm-hmm. I see where you're coming from. Like it's subject to what you choose to believe in. Like if you don't believe atomism, then that's fine.
Well, no, it's not a matter of preference. It's a matter of what has been verified. What claims to knowledge are genuine, authentic claims to knowledge? What is it, Mom?
I don't know if you saw. I have my first degree was in physical chemistry, so I've obviously put a lot of time into it. You don't have to believe anything I say. It's completely your choice.
So can you do this thing so that we can move forward?
What thing?
Like I suggested earlier, can you provide that paper and
I provided 3 actually. I've linked them all in. They're pretty much further up now. But when you asked, I provided. And
all right, I'll type your name in and I'll find it.
I sent 2. I sent 2.
I'll find it.
They're all ships that like.
But you never did really answer my question. If the sun were small and close, would the numbers be the same?
What are you asking? Like
the radiation levels and all that kind of stuff.
Well, it depends. It's not the sun size. There's other factors.
Answer my question. If the sun was very, very small and closer, would the radiation numbers mimic it being 93 million miles away in this enormous size?
I just answered that. There's a lot of factors.
Yes, so that's not what he's asking you. He's asking you a closed-ended yes or no question.
Hey, I'll say it again. So when you decrease the size, you also decrease other factors, which rely on other factors, therefore decreasing the energy.
So it changes all of your inferences depending what assumptions you make.
Well,
the
other
answer
than
is
the fact that
no.
radiation has fixed energy, dependent on factors. So kind of, yeah.
If you increase all of those energies that you said are reduced because of the size, if you increase them, the size gets bigger, right?
Okay, so so if you have fusion in a sun, right?
We don't know that. We don't know that it's a gas ball in a vacuum. That violates the second law of thermodynamics.
It's not even gas. That's why, because it's not a gas. It's plasma.
You don't know what it is. No one does. No one knows for sure what the sun is, sir.
It is a gas.
It's plasma. What?
Yeah, it's a form of gas. There's different forms of plasma, right? Now, how did they claim that it turned into gas? Well, it was made up of hydrogen and helium, and then somehow under so much pressure, it changed states. Why are you laughing? Why?
Well, Harv, you sound like a counter argument. Would you like to say your counter argument?
Because you're saying that it's a gas, right? That we know visibly the sun is hot. The sun has to be hot.
It's
giving off radiation.
You're
so therefore it cannot be a gas. Like, what even is that argument? There's no science behind that argument.
You don't know.
Let's pause for a moment. Okay. So again, the nature of the sun is in question, and the nature of light is in question. All right. So correct me if I'm wrong. What I understand from your position, Herb, right? Are you a materialistic atomist?
Yeah, because I have a degree in physical chemistry, therefore I believe in it.
Okay. Yes. That's one of the metaphysical premises about the world. Okay. So you're a materialistic atomist, and you believe that the sun is a kind of light which emits photons that are traveling from A to B.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Look, that premise needs to be verified first.
Okay.
Look at this. Look at this. Plasma, the fourth state of matter.
Here,
plasma. From Princeton.edu. Plasma, the fourth state of matter beyond the conventional solids, liquids, and gases.
Where is this?
Isn't it? Just Google what is plasma state of matter.
Yeah. Okay.
Plasma, the fourth state of matter beyond the conventional solids, liquids, and gases is an ionized gas.
Yes.
So how is it? So how is it? So how did that happen in a vacuum? Is the question.
What? Okay. Can I ask a question?
How was the gas ionized in a vacuum?
I want to better your understanding right here, just briefly. Okay. If it's in ionized plasma, that means it's obviously broken down, right?
How?
What? You don't even debate or anything. You just kind of say word like what?
I'm not saying. I'm asking.
How can we avoid the hostility?
Well, it's only me. I'm not being hostile. I'm just asking questions directly.
We have an extremely high temperature. Extremely high temperature. Therefore, how can it be a gas?
No, before it turned into a gas, how did it do that in a vacuum? There were hydrogen and helium particles, and then they came together, and they were under so much pressure, they changed states, and then they became plasma. That's the core.
Particle clouds. I don't do cosmology or astrophysics.
Well, the reason I'm asking you, bro, because first of all, if this is a conversation between people that are not hostile towards each other, you have an understanding, and I'm saying, well, it's presuppositional. Here's why. You're talking about the sun as it might be already, and I'm saying, well, if this all started in the void of nothingness and all you had was particles, how did they come together in so much? Where was the pressure for it to be ionized gas?
Probably from particle clouds. Like I said, I don't do this. This isn't my field.
No, but it's not. But you don't have to. You don't have to give me an answer. You just have to understand you're saying something that involves information that you're now admitting to me you don't have. That's the point.
Yeah, like I said to you, you don't even know what a gas is. Like, you don't even know what plasma is. And we're having
No, I just read it, right? I just read to you. It's ionized gas. So plasma is,
correct.
so it's not gas then. So you have the hydrogen and helium, like I said, that's what they said. And so why are we even arguing?
So
the bottom line is you're saying it's these things, and I'm saying, how is that the case? And you're saying, and you're saying, well, I don't have the answer. And I'm saying, then why are you using that when it involves a premise that you don't know?
If you let me finish what I was saying, so Sleepy Joe said the question if it's plasma has zero to do with the question you're supposed to answer. It was. Someone said that obviously it can't happen because of the second law of thermodynamics, but that's not a thing because it's plasma, not a gas.
Okay.
It
with that being said,
no, it's not technically the same whether it's plasma or not.
You don't just have balls of plasma in. Look, you don't just have balls of plasma in nature. You only have
not you.
Yeah, but you're claiming that it's naturally it was a gas cloud that then turned into a gas cloud in a vacuum. Now, normally when there are gases in a vacuum, they typically spread out to fill the area.
Yes,
but instead, that didn't happen. A star formed. I'm just asking, since we know of entropy, and since we know how gases behave, and since we know how pressure is God, because I don't have a better word right now, then why believe that somehow it became a plasma, despite all of those truths? It became a plasma. It wasn't a plasma that was set there, and it had to overcome all of these truths to be that. I'm asking you why you believe that.
Believe what? Like how it happened?
Did you not?
Well, you didn't even say you knew how it happened. You just said so that's the thing. You don't know how it happened, but this is what they claim is the case, and I'm like, well, in order for that to be the case, it would have had to do the very opposite of what we know gases do, because it started with a gas cloud. I don't even know how it was a gas cloud in the vacuum of space. So that's all I'm saying. But your presupposition is including this premise.
Do you have a better representation of how the universe began?
No.
Exactly.
That's
right.
Wait.
That's not a.
Okay. So with all that being said, okay, what Elijah's point is what his point was. He explained that according to the academic cosmogony, okay, with his cosmology, is that the sun supposedly, as it is now, is plasma, which is a result of ionized gas. And this supposed sun, which is supposedly plasma, supposedly came to be after gas. Well, actually, it became to be gas after some explosion in the midst of nothingness of a bunch of particles.
Yeah.
And then these particles coalesce together into these gas clouds and then condense together and then consequently made the sun.
I have a rough understanding of this. I can say what I know. So briefly after we call it the Big Bang, right? It's not an explosion, but the Big Bang. There was a period of time, I think it's like a certain amount of million years later, where because of entropy, over time we'll have a slight decrease in obviously temperature in Kelvin, and it hits a point where particles are then able to form from the subatomic particles, and that's why we have particles.
Okay. So you see how now we're getting into the cosmogony of this cosmic paradigm, which is inextricable. It's necessary. I mean, the cosmos has a history, and so it has an origin. And then those who contend that the universe is eternal, and then that debate ensues. Okay, so with the academic cosmic paradigm, with this cosmogony, with history being finite, this is the result. The sun is as a plasma object, the results of gases ionizing under extreme heat and pressure, which is a result supposedly of clouds of particles dust and other substances, subatomic and or atomic, quote unquote atomic particles, smashing into one another, to use simple language. Consequently, after what they call an explosion of a quote unquote primeval atom with zero dimension, with zero volume and zero mass, which is the equivalent of non-existence. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is what they teach.
Yeah.
So the sun is the result of something, a primeval atom with that has the properties equivalent to something that does not exist, exploding and expanding into what if space is also contained in the primeval atom. So if space is contained in the primeval atom, or if there was no space before the explosion, then what is it expanding into also? So the sun is the result of an absurdity, some supposed explosion that is absurd, violating all the basic laws of thermodynamics that they so hold in high regard.
First, second, and third. Because when you said the particles started smashing together after they had been moving away from each other, right? Because of the expansion.
Yes,
but
correct.
also in this story, they're smashing together. That's a first law violation.
Well, not technically, because there is still a chance they're going to connect with each other. They will still collide.
Why?
And that's held it.
Why?
Just by chance.
How?
What do you mean? Why? By just chance?
Okay. Wait. That's his answer. Here's this critique. Chance is an abstract entity.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
They will just collide. Like it is a thing.
No,
they will.
there was a primeval whatever. Okay, and so when it began expanding, there was nothing to impede any of the pieces of that expansion. So they all equally move out at the exact rate because there's nothing to stop it. But when someone says, okay, well, it changes course and now, or change, because how could it change speed? They're all going at the same speed. So it's either they change. So no, it's not. It's the particles themselves are moving at the same speed, and there's nothing to take that energy away from it.
Right. They're still going to collide.
We're not even there. We're not talking about a temperature. We're talking about
temperature.
Well, I mean, the prime whatever, that had a temperature then because it included the entire universe. But that's really, so that's really actually just an irrelevant piece to all this. The bottom line is all of it is moving away from its initial point.
Yes.
Equally at the same rate. So the moment something changes vector, that is a first law of thermodynamics violation. The moment that you lose energy, so it's either one of these two things, that's a first law of thermodynamics violation.
Yep.
But before all that, because all that was valid, but the critique grants the central premise, which does not deserve the right to be granted. What do I mean? When we ask you, Herb, what caused the explosion, you said chance.
No, I didn't say chance. I said the particles colliding was chance. That's why we.
No. You don't understand. We're talking about the explosion of the primeval atom.
Yeah, he didn't answer that. That's why I went into what I went into.
I didn't say
Maybe it was a red herring. If it was a red herring, then that was my bad. But
okay, so I'm talking to you, Herb, about the primeval atom. Before there's any collision of explosions, there had to be the explosion of the primeval atom in order for these substances to then collide.
Yeah.
In the cosmogony. Okay.
Yeah.
So at the beginning of this cosmogony, supposedly the primeval atom in which all matter, energy, and space is contained. So it is not in space. Space is in it somehow. So where is the primeval atom? That's an unanswerable question. And it has no volume, no mass. It has no volume and no mass and no dimensions, which are all the properties of a non-existent entity. So how did a non-existent entity that is nowhere explode?
Well, it's like you ask, say like, I don't know, fucking like Socrates or something asking us the same question. We don't have the level of understanding to understand this now, but in, I don't know, maybe like 1,000 years we'll understand. The only thing we can map right now accurately is energy levels and energy release from the Big Bang and expansion and entropic change.
Hang on before anyone interjects. Let me respond. So with that being said, that answer concedes that you do not know how this happened. You cannot give an account for this supposed effect. So you can't suppose it as a fact of the matter because you have absolutely no knowledge. You have absolutely no means to demonstrate that you know this to be the case. You can't even justify it a priori.
But for what? I don't understand what you're saying because no one understands. That means everyone's stupid, or
no. So see, this is the problem. This is a general, fundamental issue in the worldview of physicists, so called. They go to school and they get what is called a PhD, right? Should you get to the highest degree, you know what that stands for, right?
Yeah. You do research like a PhD. I'll probably do a PhD.
Right. A PhD stands for what? A doctorate of philosophy. You see, physics being a subgroup of quote unquote natural science. Before it was called natural science or science, it was known as natural philosophy. Before it was known as natural philosophy, it was known as ta physica, right? The physics, Aristotle, the things. And you can only have a ta physica if you have the metaphysica.
Yeah.
You see, so physics, the things, natural philosophy, natural science, science is a subgroup of metaphysics. But for some reason in academia, they think they can separate physics from metaphysics, even though you can only have physics with metaphysics. So because they don't take into account these things, they don't study metaphysics, they don't scrutinize the metaphysical presuppositions, they just presume the metaphysical presuppositions and then do their work from there. You have the cosmic paradigm that you have, and with its cosmogony, which when you investigate the very beginning thereof is absolutely absurd on its face.
Yes.
I'm glad you agree.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously true. Like, I mean, say I do a PhD in what, 2 years? I've nearly finished second year of physics and I already have the other degree. So like, say when I'm done, I decide to do a PhD in one of the two, then obviously what I'm going to do, I will only get my PhD if I present research, right? And I'll present that research to a group and I'll have to defend my thesis, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be in front of people most likely more knowledgeable than me, and I'll have to defend it, right? And they will know more than me. And say I get my PhD, that means I've given something, I've like proven something, right? Using most likely data, like most of them are set on data, and I just do like a mathematical thesis, right? Rare case, but it's whatever. So that is like increasing in scientific knowledge. I've proved something that hasn't been proved before. Yes.
Right, that's what they should be doing. Many of them, to some degree or another, that is their goal. Now, have they completed that goal? In regards to this cosmogony, which they subscribe to, which is the dogma, the prevailing dogma, regardless of their false humility that they try to express in promulgating this cosmogony, this worldview, they haven't. And you just heard the critique earlier. If they are going to tell me the cosmogony that we just went through, and their answer to the question is, well, we don't know, but perhaps later we will. Okay, that's a conceit that you do not know, right? That's a conceit that you cannot demonstrate that you have knowledge that you claim to have. So there's the forfeit.
Well, I don't. Of course, I don't know about like the original expansion because we don't have enough data to suggest.
Let me finish. I know I'm stepping on toes. Let me finish the sentence. So, with that being said, after that conceit, that most people, like what you just did, try to recover after that conceit of defeat and say, but we may know in the future, at some undefined, unspecified point in the future. That is the expression of a pure, unjustified, unsubstantiated faith commitment. That does not justify the ignorance, nor does that demonstrate that you have knowledge by saying, given that we don't know, but could know in the future, therefore, what we say is true, or at least most probable.
What? Did I get banned?
No, you still here.
Oh, fuck. Oh, it's my chat going off. Never mind. I thought I got banned. Like my whole chat changed. Oh, I got banned from the chat.
Next
Unfortunately.
time, read the rules.
I'm sorry, Miguel.
Yep.
I'm sorry. You're just so woke for me, bro. I'm sorry.
Okay, what are your thoughts of what I just
Well,
last said?
he's saying read the rules because no one did it to you. Whatever you put in text just elicited that response from the bot. So he's trying to say, well, if you knew the rules, you wouldn't get a slap on the wrist from a bot.
Oh, that's what happened. Okay.
No, Herb's server banned now. Miguel just tossed him into the void.
No, he's still here.
That's what the chat says.
No way. Why, Miguel?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the bot muted him, or he muted. I don't know.
No,
Or he
no,
muted
man.
himself.
Miguel banned him, dude.
The Herb is still sitting right here.
It's got a server ban.
Did you ban him, Miguel?
I have
I didn't
experience with
give
this, so you can be server banned and still.
I didn't give it. Someone give, but I did one once, and he didn't respect. He didn't care about the rules. So anyway,
I don't know what's happening.
He was dissing him in the chat. And
A lot of
clown.
projection from him in the chat.
Don't mess with the Miguel. That's all I know.
Did Miguel ban him, or did the bot ban him?
Dude, just check the chat.
It seems that the bot
Miguel
banned
ban
him.
right there. That's Mr. Don't Play.
Or I guess that exclamation S ban from Miguel indicates that Miguel did ban him.
I have a theory. I think that guy's voice, when he spoke, he sounded so smug that even an inanimate bot could pick up on it and ban him.
Oh, Ryan.
Yeah, that's the voice of Dunning-Kruger. It's like he
So
hopes
how
that...
long is the server ban? Because I was like in the middle of my concluding savage critique.
182.5 days.
Oh yeah, I
Wait,
did say that, didn't I?
Yeah, just
Sorry,
pick it up
Greggy.
in 182.5 days.
Yeah, it's all right, man. You
Yeah,
can
that's
wait.
not that long.
He'll be back in
So he said. So what? What did he say? What did he say for you to ban him?
Oh, he's making personal attacks on people in the comments and stuff. Call him a woke virgin, or I didn't see the whole thing, but
He's projecting his
getting personal.
virginity onto other people, yeah.
Okay, fine. That's his choice. I mean, I wanted it to land, but it's only up to the listener to listen.
Wait, so who banned him? What if we just send the cog diss and then you can finish him off there?
What would it take
Yeah,
for
there's
the
always
ban to
cock
be
diss.
lifted before 182.5 days?
I would have to just go unban him, except I'm an inept moderator. I have no idea how to do that.
It's a tough, yeah. It's not.
Elijah, what the hell are you good for?
Nothing.
What is he good for?
Absolutely nothing.
No, I know how to unban him. You have to go to the ban list and remove his name. I have experience with this.
Oh, that's actually Wolfgang's in the chat.
Oh, Wolfgang, can you unban him, please? Are you there, Wolfgang?
See the wolf at the bottom. Maybe he's busy. Oh, he's
Mike.
We heard Mike.
All right, we unbanning this Herb guy? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't even understand exactly like who banned him and like I don't even know.
All right.
Thank you.
Just give him a warning if he's in the chat. Herb. Oh, he's deafened.
I think he's calming down. He's probably crying into a pillow or something.
I'm talking to him right now.
I've pinged him. We'll see if he comes back.
Herb, can
If
you
he
hear
does,
me? Oh, wait. You can't hear me. Hold on. Undeafen yourself.
right, I messaged him. I told him any more and he will be gone, but he's got a chance, right? Herb, you here?
Yeah. Hi guys. Look, I'm back.
Right.
There
Guy,
we go.
Herb, right. Before you continue, don't be having a side chat when people are speaking to you here, because you need to be focusing on what people are saying to you in the voice, since you're in the voice, okay? If you
Why
need to
can
go
they
to the
at me
text chat. Right, well, guys, let's just stop distracting Herb when Gregory's speaking to him. Let them have the conversation. Things that are going to as much as we can. Okay, Gregory.
Fun. Oh, never mind. You keep going.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you're right, Herb. Make his
Can I
point to you, okay?
Herb through the black swan?
Finish what he's doing first, and then we'll move it to someone else if they want to. Gregory, you still here?
Like education or something, like degrees and
Right.
stuff. No.
Herb, you listening to what Gregory was saying to you?
Yeah, I was listening. We were talking about like
Right.
PhDs. No, I just got banned.
Yes. Oh, that's the last thing you heard? Okay. So I'll start
Yeah,
from there.
I got banned pretty quick. I don't know.
All right. Well, that's because you're talking in the chat and you're trying to insult moderators and things. So let's chill on that, okay?
I hurt Miguel's feelings. My bad. I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
I'm sure Miguel hears worse every day, but you need to focus.
I got too personal.
If you
Sorry.
wish, if you wish to talk to me, please don't just maximize politeness and peace. So
Okay.
where we were, thank you, Wolfgang.
Thank
So
you.
where
Thank
we
you for
were with the
banning me.
PhDs,
Yeah.
right? What I was saying was physicists, to the highest degree in academia, they receive a degree in academia called a doctorate of philosophy. Right?
Correct.
Because little do they know, they are still studying philosophy when they study any of the branches of the supposed natural sciences. Before they were called natural sciences, science, they were known as natural philosophy for centuries. It was renamed in the late 19th century. Before that, it was known as ta physica, the physics, Aristotle. The physics depends on the metaphysics, the metaphysica, right?
Yeah.
So physics, natural science, including physics, is a subgroup, is a subfield of the philosophical subcategory of metaphysics. Okay. So, but most people who are awarded these degrees don't study metaphysics. They don't scrutinize their metaphysical presuppositions about the world and their worldview. They presume them.
Yep.
So when they do that, then they get various cosmogonies in their cosmology that we have now, such as the academic cosmic paradigm. Now, the problem with it is that their cosmogony and the cosmological model structure that they teach is based on an absurd metaphysical beginning to the cosmos. Why do I say that? Because they teach that in the beginning was nothing, and then the primeval atom, as George Lemaitre called it, who was a Christian Catholic Jesuit priest. The irony of ironies is that atheists hold to a cosmogony that a theist made. That's a side note. I digress.
I knew this because I heard a joke about it once. It's, what
Yeah.
I was gonna say. I heard most of this before I got banned, right? But
Okay.
I think that the primary standpoint of why a PhD is a doctor of philosophy is because most stuff people research in the future, there's a statistic. It's about, I think it's like 26% of PhDs are usually proven wrong because people suggest further things. But this happens over a time frame, right? And as we know, over time, we will discover more things exponentially, right? Because we'll have access to more. There's an exponential curve on stuff we understand, right? So say like, I don't know, 10,000 years ago, we discovered bronze and now we're making hadron colliders, right?
Well, the only reason you can argue that with certainty or even probability little do most people know it, the only way you can argue that justifiably is if you have the preconditions of knowledge that make that possible, and a entity in reality that can maintain the uniformity of nature so that the future can be like the past. But with the cosmogony that is taught in academia, it cannot give account for either knowledge overall at all, and the cause for all concrete entities, all physical things. Why do I say that? Because, like you are somewhat vaguely familiar, to review again, to make my point, they teach in the beginning was a primeval atom, in the beginning was nothing, and then somehow the primeval atom, quote unquote, with no volume, no dimensions, and no mass, which is equivalent to non-existence, absolute absence, exploded. Keeping in mind, this primeval atom has all space in it. It is not in space. Space is in it. So what is it expanding to? I digress. That is what exploded several billion years ago, and over a long billion-year, eon-long process of progressive evolution, from nothingness to somethingness, from simplicity to complexity, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Now we have the world we have today, including the sun.
Okay.
So the whole cosmic paradigm, just to complete the point, so you hear me thoroughly, the whole cosmic paradigm, including the sun, and the supposed behavior of the light of the sun and the light from the sun and the behavior of all other things, supposedly all things being fundamentally materialistic atoms, indivisible particles, is the result of an absurdity of primeval atom exploding in nothing.
So
now when I ask, I have not finished, it's kind of long.
My bad.
So with the final critique of that being said, when they say that, that provokes the question, that provokes the critical thing to ask, okay, how did that happen? Because an explosion is an effect from a cause, supposedly. But there was nothing in the beginning. And then all of a sudden the primeval atom exploded. So how did it happen? That's asking for an account for the entity that caused that effect. The answer that is given by most, which you attempted to give earlier, is we don't know, but perhaps, very likely, very probably even, or even certainly, we will know in the future at some undefinite point in history. That answer concedes defeat. It concedes that it cannot give account for the claim to knowledge that they claim to have, and then makes a simple faith commitment, unjustified, unsubstantiated faith commitment to knowing the answer in the future.
You know, so say the fact that maybe, just maybe, one of the statements we make about, primordial expansion, the beginning of time, etc., is false, and instead of make a false expansion, because the argument with like something being in a volume that it's not technically in a volume is most likely down to quantum physics. I mean, you might not understand that now, right? What is a better representation of how the world started? Because I think one of the things I read, right, and people suggest like religion, and they'll bring religion like Christian, right, and then you have like God created the earth, and then we can view evolution, right? So how does evolution come into like the fact that if the primordial expansion isn't a thing, and say God created the earth, then there's also flaws of that as well, no?
With that being said, evolution, quote unquote, this progressive, cosmic, biological evolution, as opposed to micro evolution that happens within species and life, or within the things that are real, living or non-living. Okay. In regards to that doctrine, from the academics who espouse this cosmogony, when they try to give an account for this cosmogony of the world, they fail. When you ask them, what do they tell you? Well, their worldview boils down to mere matter in motion. There is no God, are no spirits, there are no supernatural entities, no magic, none of that. It's just matter and the supposed quote unquote laws of nature and the matter in motion.
Yeah.
If that is the world, if the world is what they say that it is, knowledge is not possible. Why? Because knowledge is an abstract entity. It's abstract in nature. It is not the kind of thing that you can hold in your hand or you can pour out of a cup or that you can blow on, right? It's not that kind of thing.
Knowledge and intelligence is mostly down to genetics, which is also I mean, if I get onto genetics and we talk about, evolution and stuff, then we can obviously, it's factual that there's many proofs towards like why evolution.
Well, you got to let me finish. You got to let me finish because
I
if
didn't
you bring
realize
up
you
another
weren't done.
point, then
My bad.
I'll
I
digress.
didn't realize you weren't done. Yeah.
But I actually kind of digress. Let me say this. Let me back up. You asked, where does evolution come into account? The kind of cosmic evolution, like we just went through, or the biological evolution that is dogmatically taught is the origin of life.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on your worldview, in my worldview, that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I can justify why my claim to knowledge to know that didn't happen. I'll get to that later. Perhaps we'll move down to biblical or philosophy to talk about that later. Hopefully we do that. In other worldviews, they try to factor in supposed, Darwinian-like biological evolution and cosmic evolution, all the other types of evolution that don't occur except microevolution. There's that. So how do you give account for that? It depends on your worldview. And then when those worldviews are supposed, what do we do to discriminate between the true one and the false one? You do an internal critique.
Right.
You do an internal critique. Preferably, what every individual should be doing is that they should scrutinize themselves, get your facts straight, get your story straight, or else you'll hang yourself on your own words and you try to give defense of it, and then do an internal critique of the alternative worldview.
Okay. Is that it now? Can I start speaking?
Go ahead.
Right. Okay. So I'll address the first case. Right. So, say, obviously, atomism as a precursor of expansion, because the primordial expansion over time, there was a period of time where atoms could assemble, right, from subatomic particles that we know would exist, because atoms weren't a thing, because we can't detect certain things from then. Correct? We can't understand what was before then, right? We have to assume that atoms are formed from something, if atoms exist, right? So if atoms don't exist, we cannot detect any of the subatomic particles. So we can detect neutrinos. We've detected neutrinos for many years. We can detect quarks. We can detect all sorts of charm particles, up particles, down particles. We can detect them all. So why is this not evidence for say atoms? Because atoms have to have formed from the process of the Big Bang, so to speak. That's evidence.
Your question, yes. Again, I'm just dialoguing with you. I'm listening to everything you're saying, trying to understand you in the best light as possible, and then I give my counter response if I have a counter response.
If that's not evidence to me, then I'm not sure what is. Because that's
now.
Go on.
Okay, so let me. With what you appeal to, you have confused your interpretation of the data with the data itself, and most people do this. Now, this is why the critics, say what they say. So, you appealing to these particles.
Yeah.
All right. But my critique is that the data that you are appealing to, the physical things that you are appealing to, and I say physical, someone else argues that they're not physical, that they're not concrete, that they're abstract.
Mechanical, yeah. Quantum mechanical particles I'm referring to, yeah.
Yeah, all that, right? Again, I'm trying to argue from my position and from the alternative position because I'm anticipating kind of arguments, but I need to stop doing that. I need to stop trying to say two different things or more at the same time.
Yeah, I see. I'm doing the same. Go ahead.
So you appeal to data. Okay, let's just say that. Okay, your interpretation of the data.
Yeah.
When you see that, or when you read research of people who have supposedly empirically sensed the data, studied it, and now analyzed it, evaluated it, your interpretation Everyone interprets. I do not say interpretation as a pejorative. Everyone interprets. There are no uninterpreted facts. Contrary to what some may believe. Some may believe that there are just facts, uninterpreted. They just are what they are, whatever they say they are. But that's just a brute fact, and that begs the question. There are no brute facts. There are no uninterpreted facts. All facts are interpreted. Everyone is interpreting. So it's a matter of, are you interpreting correctly or incorrectly, well or poorly? Okay. Your interpretation is that they are materialistic, right, concrete, indivisible entities, atoms, like Aristotle would put it, in the indivisible, the particles. And we use academia uses all these various terms, but they really are synonymous. Atom, quantum, quanta being the plural, particle. They use these terms in various senses, but they really are synonymous. They mean the same thing. Atom, indivisible; quantum, a quantity, right? And a particle, especially if it's an indivisible particle, a part, the most fundamental, irreducibly complex part. Okay. So that's your interpretation when you see that. But the critic comes along, such as myself, and asks, how do you know that your interpretation of these things that are supposedly materialistic, indivisible quantities of quote unquote particles, how do you know that is that what you say it is?
Because there's overwhelming evidence to suggest it's that.
But how do you demonstrate that your interpretation of the thing, the data that you're observing, how do you justify that in juxtaposition with, I hope you're following these terms, how do you justify your metaphysical premise of materialistic atomism over against monism or dualism or whatever other kind of pluralism, idealistic atomism? How do you justify materialistic atomism above pragmatism that just eschews such theories? All right. How do you justify your interpretation of the data as true over against, say, Leibniz with his monads, these little idealistic, indivisible particles of minds or ideas, idealistic atomism? So over against the other interpretations of the thing in question, how do you demonstrate that materialistic atomism is true, the true interpretation, the true a priori theory to interpret the data, as opposed to monism, dualism, idealistic atomism, or whatever else?
Okay, so in science, right, we observe, we theorize. So we'll make a theory, and then find evidence to support the theory. Like, I completely understand where you're coming from, but if we make a model, for instance, like the atom model, and we make a prediction of something using the properties of the atom, so we can detect spin transfer in electrons. So when an electron will change spin, you don't need to know what that really means. If you know what that means, it's good. That helps me. But we can detect. We can assume they have them, but we can't detect them, right? Then 20 years later, we find a way to detect them, and we go, well, this one should be an upspin, and this one should be a downspin. And lo and behold, we detect that they are, because we can detect the charges or the properties of a theoretical low spin or downspin, low spin or downspin and upspin electron.
May I ask a question?
Yep.
You said you would make an observation and then theorize.
Yep.
But then when you went to explain,
I can supply one if you want.
You don't have, just listen to what I'm saying. That's all you have to do. And then I'll be short rather than long. So you describe the process.
Yeah.
You observe, you theorize, yada, yada, yada. But when you started to inform us how you would figure out what you know, you said that actually the observation came after. So do you think that the process, the steps in the process, they're interchangeable in position? Like you can theorize and then discover something without having observed anything? You just...
Well, in this said case, we had hydrogen, right? We had a hydrogen of, we just had the molecule of hydrogen, and it would react differently to other molecules of hydrogen. We had reactions where on spectroscopy graphs we'd get one thing we could identify, and then sometimes we'd have a smaller absorbance level on another. So we figured, hey, why is there a smaller one? There must be a reason for this, but we don't know why. So let's do the research behind it, like I explained, and that's the research done. That is observation, research, data, statistics, thesis, and it's proven. In that case, that is where data has proved atomism.
But how do you know? Again, I'm going to try to speak from my perspective and stop trying to argue someone else's perspective which they don't have.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know that the thing which you are studying? No, let me ask you this question first. Actually, I forgot to ask you this: are the subatomic subatomic particles, subatomic atoms, the subatomic particles, are they in a void? Are they all existing in a void, kind of like Epicurus?
What do you mean in a void? What is this analogy?
Are they in something? Are all the atoms? Are all the atoms in the midst of absolute empty space, or are they in something? If they're in something, what are they in?
Well, space, most likely. Definitely space. As we have mathematically overwhelming proof that they are in space. That we can't really go smaller than that. There is slight proof for even smaller subatomic particles, but the research we provide proves they don't exist.
Okay, so you hold that these subatomic particles, which comprise the atoms, and I really that categorization really annoys me, because atom literally means indivisible. We get the atom is divisible.
Yeah,
Anyway,
this is common because when the theory was suggested, right, we didn't know they'll be smaller, and because of science, because of advancements, we figured there wasn't, and the name never shifted.
Yeah. Which is why it's important to pay attention to semantics and rhetoric and grammar. But never mind, I digress. So you hold that the atoms are in absolutely empty space, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say it's completely empty because we're unaware of other particles. Like we don't know if they would be visible or not. So it's technically not empty space because there'll be multiple of different particles, if that makes sense. There'll be particles we can't account for yet that are there.
Okay, but with what you do know, to the best of your knowledge and to the best of the defense of your claims to knowledge, are the subatomic particles in no thing or something? If something, what?
Well, personally, I don't believe there'll be anything because we cannot go smaller. We cannot observe charge changes. We cannot observe any transfers of energy. So, I think on the atomic level, the best representation I can give is like reaction pathways where we can make we can look at something, see something is wrong, so we do tests, and then those tests prove what we were thinking. That is our understanding of the atom, our understanding of the subatomic particles doing what we suggest they would do, thus relatively proving they do exist because we use the the attributes.
How? Explain to me the procedure. That's why I'm asking the phrase how. How did you? What? How did you verify the existence of the universe being comprised of these atoms, these materialistic atoms, and of course the subatomic particles? How did you?
It's primary. I mean, I can go through the series of research processes that happened, the evolution of the atomic model, like Bohr, etc. And then we can go over the massive period of time, the hundreds of years that would take me hours, to suggest why over time we create better models, and then we end up with this model that basically proves that there is a nucleus. The nucleus has protons and neutrons, and they are surrounded by electrons, and the electrons are made of other subatomic particles, and so is the rest.
Okay, But pay attention to what you just said. Developing the theory, right?
Yeah. Using
Now, a
science.
theory, including a quote unquote scientific theory, which is redundant. It's just theory, scientific science, knowledge theory, a theory that is supposedly, knowledge. So, is it a substantiated and/or especially also justified theory, or
Yes.
is it a mere assertion? Now,
It
how
is.
did you substantiate, and what is your justification for the theory? Remember, you're trying to argue in defense of materialistic atomism, these indivisible, irreducibly complex atoms, particles existing in no thing.
Repeat the question again. I was
So
falling off.
how did you verify that the universe is comprised of atoms, materialistic atoms,
Okay,
atoms
so
in
we
nothing?
got to start with. I'll go over one of the most basic experiments that they proved there is a nucleus on atoms. So we got really thin gold foil, like really thin, and we fired electrons from an emitted substance. Well, we didn't know they were really like electrons yet. We fired charge that was electrons. These electrons would scatter and be detected by detectors, but the evidence suggests that most of the electrons wouldn't pass directly through. Some would bend, which makes no sense. So therefore, we knew that these were negatively charged. Due to repulsion, there must be a positively charged center. That is how we figured out there was a nucleus in an atom. Well, protons.
Doesn't that move past the discovery of the atom itself? Like, we're talking about parts of an atom.
That's proving the atom. That's proving the structure of the atom.
That's actually begging the question. If by the way of your argumentation, it's like that's begging the question.
But it proves atoms exist.
When I say begging the question, when I say begging the question, it means that in your argumentation you haven't proven the premise; you've only presupposed it.
Well, that experiment proves there is a positive charge on a sub or on something below what we can visibly see. So what else? If we can observe this for every material, what else would it be? There is no other explanation to what it could be, because every other explanation will fail, and it has failed for hundreds of years. There's been no better assumption on an atom.
Well, you're not observing an atom, right?
We are observing an atom.
Hold on. You're not directly observing an atom. That's step one. We don't have to Google that exactly. Right. So step two is, because I don't even know why you would have an idea of an atom if you couldn't observe it, because that's how you start, right? The inquiry is the observation. So for whatever reason, they're firing this charge, and it's like, oh, these are electrons, and oh, this stuff is happening, and I'm going to interpret that this is part of an atom. That's begging the question.
So let me ask you this, right? Okay, so why is the sun bright? Why is the sun bright?
You can have it.
Why is the sun bright? It's the same principle. Why is the sun bright?
I don't know. I just know that God made it that way.
There's not just light. There's particles that we can observe that are photons. That is the only way light can be formed. They are too small for us to see. So how would we be able to observe them? Just because our eyes can't detect something.
This is how do I phrase this? This is a common English. It's just problematic in the nature of English when we say why. A lot of the times colloquially we say why in the sense of purpose, which is teleological. Always say why in the sense of process. What caused it to be, or what caused it to have this property.
Exactly.
Now, in which sense do you mean? Do you mean why in the sense of what gave it, the sun, the property of brightness?
Yeah, exactly. So what makes the atom a thing?
What makes the atom a thing? What caused it to exist? No, from my worldview, it's the God. But from your worldview, it's nothing.
So what is material? So material itself, if it's if it's refracting electrons from the center, then what is doing that? Is someone putting their hand there and smacking them away? There must be something positively charged there. There must be. There's no
Well,
other explanation.
this is a question about the uniformity of nature, which is another metaphysical issue. Now, when you suppose, from your worldview, from your metaphysical premises, when you suppose that the cause of the brightness is the photons,
Yeah.
right? It's the photons. Well, it's, if that's what light is in essence, is these particles that are shining.
Yep.
And how do you account? What causes them to shine?
Photons have observable properties which we can examine. That is why photons exist. If we didn't have if photons weren't a thing, if photons did not exist and light was just light, right? If you catch my drift, if light was just a thing, if it was just an essence, like like just a thing that just comes down to earth, there's nothing deeper than that. Like light is just light. Then we cannot observe so many things that we can prove that exist. So it's counterintuitive. So if we
Not necessarily.
No,
you don't need to know the essence, the noumena essence of light in order for light to do what it does. It can still behave as it does without us knowing its essence, and it can still do what it does without it necessarily being a material atom in its noumena essence.
So okay, if this is printing that this wasn't the like it's a good analogy, but I won't go into specifics to why we can observe photons. For another thing, I'll say is,
and again, you're saying photons and all these other subatomic particles in the sense of materialistic atomism.
If we can not visibly, but if we can prove they exist and we can observe them, scientifically observe them. That observing doesn't mean you see something. Observing means we detect something in chemistry and physics. It doesn't mean you have to see it. That's just a statement. So, for instance, if atoms aren't a thing, then why say someone goes for a blood test to check for arterial tears, venous tears, or the splits in your bloodstream, they will put a small piece of radioactive metal in a dye. It will almost dissolve, so to speak, and we can detect it using radiation detectors where it's stuck. Right, so we can calculate using the detection where it's getting stuck, and then we can locate the vein. If that is not proof, where the venous tear is, if that is not proof that radiation via decay of atoms is not a thing, then there is no better proof.
Again, with the things that you are mentioning, you're appealing to these things, which is good. I commend you. I don't critique you for that. My critique is that your interpretation, your appeal, your argument, which includes your appeal to these things, once again simply begs the question. Because just because these things are there, just because you observe these things, does not necessarily indicate that they are material, indivisible particles called atoms.
But
they could be idealistic in essence.
Yeah.
They could be both, as far as anyone knows.
Right.
You see.
I see where you're coming from, yeah. Right. I need to go to sleep. It was nice talking to you. You've got some solid views. I commend that. But I must go.
Thank you. I'm a friend you right now.
All right. I'll see you later. Bye.
See you. Good night.
Text.
Good job, Gregory.
Thank you.
I see it's not a matter of because as the conversation is unfolding, I became more and more sad because it goes from one knot to a ball of knotted dreads. It's like well, let's pin down this one particular notion. Like, let's talk about this, and then you realize the only way to justify that is from some other bit that also wasn't substantiated. and it's like, and then it's like when it keeps going, it's like I don't even know how to unwind this because now it sounds like this truly is genuine, not like we're being trolled, not like it just seems like this is the wiring of someone who's I see because I don't want to talk about him like that, you know. But you get what I'm saying? Like when it's like you're gonna use photons to justify an atom and neutron.
I mean, because there could very well be a thing, right? There is this thing that we call a photon, but just because we appeal, even if we observe it, which we don't, which they admit, and we supposedly observe it through instruments that aid our visual perception, somehow, again, they're appealing to the thing in question and then saying this proves that it is a material, indivisible entity. How do
But we
you
have to redefine
prove that over against
material.
the other interpretations of the thing in question?
But you have to that just saying it's this indivisible material. But I get okay. Maybe it's my ignorance on what material means in physics. Maybe because physical means what?
Material, physical, has extension in space.
Oh,
right?
Damn! Charge also counts as physical. So, I mean, that's exactly what they're saying is.
Because it's a concrete entity. That's a
But to
property of
say
the thing.
charge is a photon, it's like yeah, okay, a charge, aka what are you saying a photon is exactly? Is the whole thing? It's like, are you saying it's a ball of what exactly? What is it exactly? Like we understand that there's the photoelectric effect, and you fire off a photon, and then you see it on this plate. You fire off a charge, and then the plate is affected. Okay.
Right.
Like I mean,
I'm glad you rephrased that.
Charges typically affect things. I mean, I've never seen, So okay, cool. But what's a
That
photon?
doesn't necessarily prove that it's a material, indivisible entity in the midst of nothing, traveling from A to B.
Yeah.
You see, that's the critique of materialistic atomism. See, and this is the common tactical error. Like we can't expect anyone to be that astute as to catch these errors because most people don't think that deeply, think that well even. But that's the critique with what he said, and perhaps hopefully he'll come back later. Perhaps we'll talk to him one on one. Perhaps we'll talk to him, three of us, you and I, or whoever else.
You will. He doesn't like me. Justifiably, I wasn't all that patient.
So when he appeals to
sometimes
the
I get a
thing,
little too far away from. That's why you got to stay grounded, because it doesn't matter. I'm just not grounded. I got to recenter, refocus.
So when he makes the appeal to, here's this thing, Gregory, called a photon, ergo, it is a material, indivisible entity that exists in nothing, which all things are comprised of. That begs the question. Simply begs the question. Because just because that thing exists doesn't necessarily indicate that it is a material, indivisible entity existing in nothing, moving from A to B.
Like, because if we say, okay, like what we all do understand, okay, you throw a ball and lands in someone else's hand, A to B. Okay, that thing is there now. We can't talk about photons in the same way because I'm not dusting off photons off of things. So obviously, there's two different things being talked about. Like not delegitimizing what a photon is, but it's clearly not like a basketball that you can toss to someone else, and then there's that material in the other person's hand, and you can inspect it. Like it's not the same thing because there's no residue. Well, I mean, but isn't that what's on the plate or whatever they use to detect the photon.
Is
I don't
it?
know,
Is
man.
it? Is
I
it a
don't know.
material, atome, indivisible particle that is traveling from A to B that somehow transforms from functioning like a particle that has a finite location to a wave, a thing that is consubstantial to a medium? Is that the case? That's the
Because
critique. That's the question.
look, the charge didn't stick something onto the plate. It disrupted the integrity of the plate and it marked it, left a mark like a burn. That's not like somebody adding to you. That's you know what I'm saying? It's a different thing.
It's a different kind of thing. It's unavoidable. You have to get to metaphysics. Physics, metaphysics. That which is beyond the things, that which is the ultimate ground of things and the things. It's unavoidable. So that's my critique of that. It's his arguments beg the question as he presented them. Now I have yet to hear or see any substantiation that shows that the existence of whether they be materialistic or idealistic atoms. I've yet to see any empirical data that demonstrates that these things are real and that's what all things from even to the most macroscopic scale are made of. Furthermore, I was trying to get to this earlier, but I couldn't. Furthermore, with materialistic atomism and matter in motion and the supposed laws of physics, right? That's the common kind of Epicurean worldview, Epicureanism. That cannot account for anything abstract, anything that is not material, not a concrete entity, nor can it, which includes the laws of physics, because laws themselves are not concrete entities; they're abstracta. Laws presuppose a lawgiver who prescribed the order of the things in motion to behave the way they do. Laws of physics, the uniformity of nature. Lifeless, mindless, impersonal, senseless matter cannot cause itself to exist, nor can it organize themselves, nor can it violate its own supposedly self-prescribed laws.
Why couldn't it organize itself?
Because organization presupposes and demonstrates intelligence. But if you don't have a
Are
mind,
you
if you're
saying
senseless,
humans are not intelligent? Because humans, I think, are pretty intelligent.
hey, listen to what I'm saying. It's all your own. So, why can't they do that? Because in order to organize oneself, that presupposes design, which presupposes a choice, which presupposes volition, which presupposes mindfulness and sentience and personhood, especially to go from nothing to something. So senseless, mindless, impersonal material lacks all the properties necessary for order in the world to exist at all, let alone the uniformity of nature and its supposed laws of physics. Now, what I just gave was not a posteriori data, empirical data, and I didn't merely give a theory that originates from my mind. I gave a transcendental argument. What does that mean? It means I gave an argument appealing to something that transcends human experience, which provides the preconditions for all being, all things that are real, including knowledge, both knowledge itself and the intelligibility of the things in question, and the ability of intellect for us to learn anything and know anything. Now, it's because the vast majority of the world, including the best philosophers in history, do refuse to, especially in the 20th century up to the present time, refuse to give a worldview. They refuse to give a comprehensive worldview and say we don't need to do that. And then they wonder why the world doesn't make sense, but they don't have a worldview that makes sense of everything altogether. And they refuse to consider a transcendental argument. Now, there is one in history. There's more than one, but it's the minority out of all philosophers in history, and and one of the most prominent before the 20th century is Immanuel Kant. He was trying to give a transcendental argument for the account of the inductive principle, the one and only foundational principle that quote unquote science, the scientific method, is based on.
Well, induction is basically collecting a bunch of data and trying to basically make a generalization, but it suffers from the possibility of begging the question. Even in science, where we try to beg the question by inductive reasoning as responsibly as possible, but how do we know that we've gathered enough data to make the proper induction, to make the proper do we need to do additional exploration? Is there more investigation that's necessary? That's the problem with induction in philosophy, science, whatever. After a while, you're just going to have faith.
Philosophers refer to it as the problem of induction. And so the three basic answers they tried to give is they appeal to empirical data. Well, look at this happen, and look at this happen, and look at this happen. Look at all this data. But that begs the question that this thing caused this thing. You don't see causation. You don't see that.
Causation is philosophical. What is a sufficient cause? What isn't a sufficient cause? What are the order of causes? How proximal does the cause have to be? How reproducible does the cause have to be? How theoretical? How metaphysical? How faith based? How empirically based? There's a lot of philosophy, even with quote unquote cause and effect. So, only way to square it all is with faith.
Faith that is not merely unsubstantiated and unjustified, but faith that is substantiated and justified, because a justified faith is substantiable, but if it's unjustified, then it's unsubstantiable. So the three basic answers is the empirical way: look at these things. But then that begs the question: how do you know these things caused these things, and how do you know that it will be like that generally in the future, like it supposedly was in the past? Then someone tries to give a rationalistic theory, and when they try to do that, whatever, again, the human is trying to give a rationalistic theory, they don't know everything. And then some people try to argue that they do know everything, and then when they try to demonstrate that claim to knowledge, they fail because they don't know everything. There's something that they don't know. So most of them barely try to do that, and so they can see that their mind is finite. It's contingent. It does not have all knowledge, nor is it, especially not the ground of all knowledge. It's not the repository, as it were, of all the treasures of knowledge and wisdom. So they did what?
A bit of everything, a little bit of experiment, a little bit of empiricism, a little bit of rationality, a little bit of reasoning, a little bit of faith, a little bit of logic, a little bit of this, that, and the third.
Yeah. So they did one of four things. They were rational and the world was rational, but whatever that didn't fit into their theory, they disregarded, which is arbitrary and unjustified. The theory fails. Or they're rational and the world is not rational, but our minds just rationally interpret the irrational world. But how can you interpret that which is irrational? How can you make intelligible that which is unintelligible? Or they say that the world is rational, but we are not rational. So how do you know that the world is rational if you cannot make sense of anything, if you're irrational? Again, an arbitrary claim to knowledge that can't be justified. Or both the world is irrational and they are irrational, which is an obvious conceit that I don't know anything, the world is not intelligible, and I can't know anything, and no one can. Even though I just claim to knowledge that I know that I don't know anything.
Well, if you're rational enough to see that the world is irrational, that's self-defeating. You wouldn't be able to, state any true brute premise of any sort, including that the world is irrational itself. So obviously there's some rationality, some reasoning, some logic that our minds appear to work by, and other minds appear to work by too. We just have to be honest about the logical steps that we take to make this conclusion or not.
So if the world is irrational and you're irrational, you wouldn't have just been able to make the assertion that the world is irrational and that you're irrational. Because if that's true, you couldn't say anything. You couldn't make the assertion. You couldn't say anything. You couldn't think anything. You were not thinking.
In other words,
So,
your thoughts or lack thereof would be unintelligible because it would be nothing. In
right.
fact, what would
You're
be your
making a claim to
motivation
knowledge
for it
in a
in the
world
first
that
place?
knowledge is impossible in. Once again. So the empiricists beg the question. The rationalists are either arbitrary or they beg the question or they concede and then contradict themselves arbitrarily again. So it's really just arbitrarity and they're begging the question again, rendering knowledge impossible. So then how do we answer this question? Immanuel Kant, and he's not the first. Immanuel Kant and others like him, they appeal to transcendentals. Okay. They appeal to a thing that is able, especially needed, necessary to make the universe possible, let alone real and intelligible, including giving us ourselves the ability to know anything.
You
So you
can't square
see,
it without faith. Without
you
faith,
must,
not even knowledge is possible.
there must be a transcendental supreme being, a being in which is independent, eternal, okay, which all other entities are dependent on for their existence, and all other things are dependent on for their intelligibility to be intelligible, to be made sense of, and us to have the ability to make sense of it. Intellect. We have reality. There needs to be things to be the case in order for us to have the reality that we have, which is why I always talk about, and the philosophers talk about, giving an account, making sense of the world. The only one that can make sense of the only person that can make sense of the world is the transcendentalist who appeals to the necessary preconditions of intelligibility, being and intelligibility, and that person is Yod He Vav He, the God. That one and only necessary, independent, eternal precondition for all being, all existence, and knowledge. The materialistic atomist of academia in their cosmic paradigm cannot explain that. So why does the light shine? In either sense, why does the light at all have brightness? Both in the sense of what's the purpose thereof, and in the sense of what gave it this property? What gave light, whatever it is, this property of brightness? The God. The God gave it that property, Yahuwah. That's who I argue. No one's neutral. You're not neutral. I'm not neutral. Yahuwah, Hoyod Hevave, gave it that property, made it exist. And why? So that things that need light to see may see. And to give himself glory and for our delight.
Couldn't we all just be like Daredevil?
Could, in the sense of, does the God have the power? Yeah, he could have made us live in that world.
Well, the thing is, to a certain extent, there's no necessity to our being. God put us together, but he could have put us together in one way or another just as easily. There's no need for us to have two arms, two legs, or whatever, and be us on that level. God could have made us any way that he wanted. So, to a certain extent, these senses are kind of unnecessary. If we key into the one that sees everything, God, they're kind of an afterthought. As long as we see what he sees and we're in tune with him, these senses, these arms, these eyes, these legs become kind of irrelevant.
I don't hear this distinction made often, but when I answer this question, I always answer it one of two ways. Because when people talk about possibility, that is related to the knowledge and power to make it possible or to make it happen. All right. But as it concerns the God's immutability, as it concerns his benevolence, immutability, and supremacy, no. Well, why do you say no? Because he, hold on. I was being interrupted by my mother. Hold on. I was saying was, as it concerns his omnipotence, all knowingness, and omniscience, omnipotence, all powerfulness, and omniscience, all knowingness, yes, he can't, it's possible. But as it concerns his immutability, his unchangeableness, his benevolence, his all goodness, and what did I say? Immutability, I hate interruptions. Immutability, benevolence, and that is so annoying. There was a third thing. I'm gonna get this. Hold on. His immutability, his benevolence. Lemon, help me. What was the third thing I said? Immutability, benevolence, and
Omnipotent?
what?
I don't know. I'd have to run it back. Omnipotence, omniscience, eternity. He does he doesn't change. He's holy.
No, that's his benevolence. All those other synonyms, right?
Immutability, imminence.
No, not eminence. I'll just say supremacy because I'm trying to get to the fact that
Sovereignty.
his. No. I'll just say supremacy because I'm appealing to the fact that he doesn't change, that he's supremely good, and that his thoughts and his ways of doing things are supreme, and he's unable to do otherwise. So, given his, as it concerns his immutability, unchangeableness, and his benevolence, aka his supremacy, no, because what he did is supreme. He's only able to do what is supreme, and he did this. Therefore, he couldn't have done anything else. So it is necessary. Everything that is real is necessary, as it concerns his immutability and his supreme benevolence. A lot of people don't make that distinction.
I
I
was
don't hear
just
that
saying
distinction
that
often.
God can do just about anything. Our senses are nice, but if we're keyed into him, these senses kind of, become irrelevant.
And for whatever
We
reason,
don't become reliant
people will
upon them
say,
for all knowledge. We become reliant upon him for all knowledge. Yeah. What are you going to say, Elijah?
that I can understand why people will say, well, who is this guy? How do you know that he's all perfect? How do you know he's this?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're attributing the perfectness of of nature, our ability to communicate because it's possible, our ability to get tasks done because that's possible. We're attributing the divine, supreme, undying effectiveness of this place and the things that we can do here with metaphysics in order to live on.
Right.
Which kind of defeats because people will go, well, aren't we all God? I'm God. God is in me. This, that, and the third. Then why do you make mistakes? You're the only reason this existence isn't perfect. You being me and all of us and all the dumb shit we do. But we also know that we're separate from the creation and the mind that is the God. Why can't we just accept that that is perfect? I just can feel people fighting back. Well, who is he and why do you guys have to say he's perfect? Well, because we're not.
Right, because perfection the supreme being, whom is personal, absolute, and sovereign, is the necessary precondition for the reality that we have. How do you know what you say about the God? The God has told us. How do you know he's told you? The absurdity of the contrary, right? We have written record in our day. We have written record, okay? And all the attacks that have been levied against it, it has survived, and its reputation has grown stronger because of it. Do the research. I can't make the case right now. I can send plenty of information, knowledge. He has told us, right? I know because he has endowed me with that knowledge, given me the intellect to learn the intelligible universe, including make sense of the written record that he has given us, who got it, who wrote, who was written by people who have heard him speak in the same sense that you and I are speaking. Okay. Furthermore, the absurdity of the contrary.
Well, some of these questions, I guess, have to be taken on faith and can't be answered, or we can just try to get rid of the need to answer them by saying there's not any precondition that really could be otherwise. There's a bunch of necessities saying it kind of has to be this way, but no other way. Like God appears to be able to speak and make things happen. So why would he need to be deceptive or use any method of subterfuge? All he needs to do is speak, and it is. So at that point, he would just be absolute. Does he speak all things into being? No. There are some things that he does and doesn't. I mean, it looks like he has a pretty stable universe, so he appears to only do what he should. He appears to be a moral agent. He appears to like having relationships with other things. And when you have a relationship with another entity, that kind of makes you personal and accountable. And he's creative. As far as we can tell, evil does not create, only good does. So, based off of these things, we can infer a couple things about this dude.
To the kind of dystheistic and or misotheistic. What the hell are you talking about? Dystheism, the God is not wholly good or wholly evil. Or well, excuse me, dystheism, it's not wholly good. Maltheism, he is wholly evil. And misotheism, the hatred of the God. So all those people who argue that way, they are making value judgments which presuppose the entity whom they are trying to indict. What are you talking about? When they make the value judgment, because it is a moral value judgment to call the God deceptive, right? You are unjustifiably, you are unjustly speaking in a way that causes me to believe falsehood to my detriment, deception. So when they make that claim, they have to presuppose that there's such a thing as evil, which presupposes that there's such a thing as good, which presupposes that there's such a thing as a moral law, which presupposes that there's such a thing as a moral lawgiver, whom is the God whom they are trying to undermine. They are presupposing whom they're trying to undermine when they criticize the God as deceptive or any evil.
If there's any good, then the thing that made the thing good, like a flower or love or a child or, a loved one, that thing would have to be a greater good, the thing that made that good thing possible. So, by that logic, the creator of those things, God, would be even greater since he made those good things possible. He set up the conditions for those things to be and to exist.
Yeah, the goodness, furthermore, that is presupposed by the appeal that he's doing something evil, to appeal to accuse someone of doing something evil, such as being deceptive, that not only presupposes that there's such a thing as that presupposes such a thing as oughtness, what one ought to do or what one ought not to do, which presupposes personhood, which includes volition, to make the choice to do what they ought to do or ought not to the ability to make a choice to do what they ought to do or ought not to do, which presupposes culpability. Well, culpability really is a synonym to oughtness. You see. So once again, they are undermining the one and only necessary precondition for their accusation to even be intelligible. But if such an entity is not real, then such deception, or any such evil, or any such good, or any such law, or any such abstract entity at all is not possible. And then if you, of course, they're undermining God to account for the world, the supreme being Yahweh to account for the world. So when you undermine Yahweh, Yod Hevave, you're undermining the one and only necessary precondition for anything, both concrete or abstract, to be real at all.
Well, the Kalam cosmological argument points to something that's eternal to give rise to other things that begin to exist. When something begins to exist, like a person who's born or whatever, that's basically saying that that person began to exist from a time at which they did not exist, from a time at which they didn't have arms, legs, or, a way to make themselves or to bring themselves about. That would imply that they need a pre existent cause, something that's before them to bring about their being and make their being possible, be it nature, parents stripping, or whatever. But if your parents are in the same place where they didn't always exist, that goes back to what pre-existed them and or caused them, what pre-existed that, what pre-existed that. That goes all the way back to something that probably has to be uncaused and eternal, be it an unfeeling universe and or an eternal personal God. That would be the uncaused cause, whatever it is, that brings about other things that begin to exist and need causes to be brought forth.
Let me play the devil's advocate with you to demonstrate the point. Either, right, what caused that to exist, what caused that to exist, what caused that to exist. Now, either this line of causality, this causal line in question, is either, again, before we get to the conclusion, it's either finite or infinite. Now, say I'm the person that doesn't want to concede to the finite because I know where that leads. Say I'm the person that doesn't want to concede to the finite line of history, causation, right? And I don't want to concede that Yahweh, the personal supreme being, is that uncaused eternal first cause. And I want to say that the universe is the history of the universe is infinite. The line of causality, the causal line, history is infinite. Let me go ahead and refute that.
Well, the universe is a little hard to deal with because that deals with the one versus the many problem. It's like, is it one universe that was causal? Is it several universes that were causal? What makes a universe? How many parts? How many things? It's like saying that, a group made a decision. How many were in the group? How many in the group were necessary for the decision to be made? Could one person be absent? Could it be a group of three, a group of four? What's necessary about this universe, this group of things that allowed it to create? Even that's a problem. We tend to want one absolute, unquestionable source for the explanation for a thing. Otherwise, what are we talking about with something that has so many parts, like a universe or something that's more abstract like that, or a group or whatever? I mean, what do we mean exactly?
Is history infinite and there's a particular cause for every indivisible entity, or is it one entity that caused all other entities in all its vast array?
Yeah,
Is it one?
Jim
Is it
Bob talked
two? Is
about
it
it
many?
on.
Is it
Well,
nothing?
Well, Jim Bob talked about it on his YouTube show. And the thing is, if the group gets so big, after a while, you start to suspect that no part of the group is really causative. If you need 1 million people to screw in a light bulb, what is it about the light bulb process that is so difficult that you need 1 million people? And or you suspect that these 1 million people are so ineffective and so lack so much power that they need to group together to make this thing happen. After a while, if you have too many things in the kitchen, it's like, are any of these things powerful? Are any of these things effective? Are any of these things really God? I mean, if you have to have such a large universe or group or whatever, I mean, that can be somewhat contradictory if you're looking for absolute power and whatever you call this, God, God force, God person, or whatever.
What I would say to the person who can see, who tries to argue for infinite history, no matter how many entities are involved in being the supposed cause of all things, is that there is no cause. There is no cause in infinite history. What do you mean? If history is infinite, then no matter how far back you go in this causal line, in this line of causation, you will never get to a thing that does not have a preceding cause before it. You can never get to a cause because
It
every
also
cause is just an effect.
it also contradicts thinking because thinking is a process that has a beginning, middle, and an end so that you can think, determine the cause, and take a course of action based off of that being the case. If there are infinite causes, that implies an infinite process of thinking that would never end. How would you be able to discover infinite causes with a finite amount of time to think, ponder, if the thinking process was based off of those infinite causes, one would assume that the thinking process would never end and there would be no action that would follow such a process. Otherwise, you have a terminal thinking process, which would tend to go with terminal number of causes that were considered, not infinite. So it's a
Right.
little contradictory.
So it reduces reality to absurdity. Our human experience, we experience finite lines of causation. A line of thought began and ended, or at
Yeah.
least began. Because again, the question is history infinite or finite? Our thought line of thought began. So to assert that history is infinite, well, that just reduces your finite line of thought, which had a beginning, which was not infinite, which does not stretch infinitely back in history, to absurdity.
Yeah.
So history is not infinite.
At least we
Not
don't treat
not in a
history as if it is infinite anyway. We treat it as if it has a beginning, a middle, and an end.
right. So in other words, again, it reduces all particular finite things with a beginning to absurdity, and it reduces the entirety, which is comprised of all particulars, the universe, right? That's the summation of all things, universitas, all things, from the Latin. The universe is not infinite. The history of the universe is not infinite. Why? Because in such a notion, you can never get to a cause that does not have a preceding effect. And if you can't get to a cause that doesn't have a preceding effect, then you cannot begin anything. You
Yeah, that's
can't.
often
You don't have the necessary precondition for something to exist. If there's no eternal entities and there's only a bunch of contingent entities that have a beginning to their existence, but this history of all contingent things is infinite, that makes no sense. You can't
yeah.
you can't simultaneously hold that every particular thing in the universe has a beginning, but that the entirety of all things, which is a particular thing, it's one of the many things. The history of all contingent things is a thing, not have a beginning. Either it has a beginning or it's eternal, not
So that would make
simultaneously having
me
a beginning and never ending.
so that would make me very comfortable stating off of faith pretty emphatically that there is an uncaused cause that is personal, that made everything be set in motion by his, finite volitional choice, at least on some level.
Why must it be personal? Because there are persons, and the eternal first cause of all contingent things, all existent things, creatures, including persons. How could that which is impersonal, that is without personhood, give personhood?
It would be an emergent property, something that just jumped out of the ether somehow, or just happened one day once the, conditions, I don't know, farted into existence or something.
In other words, it caused itself to exist. But how could it cause itself to exist if it didn't exist first? How can it exist? Because it must exist in order to cause and effect. But if the personhood itself is an effect, then it didn't exist before it was caused. So it can't exist and not exist, and then cause its own existence as an
It
effect
just
of its
sort of happened.
non-existence.
It just sort of happened, It just sort of, yeah, happened.
So which one do you want? It's the absolute dichotomy with the law of the excluded middle in full effect. Either you want an intelligible answer, persons give rise to persons, or nothing gives rise to persons. So that which is without personhood giving rise to personhood. Those are your options.
I guess it would be the monad, the thing that is personal and impersonal eternally at the same time, the thing that is living and non-living, that is something and nothing, that is everything and nothing at the same time, the monad.
The superlative of the contradiction of the law of non-contradiction.
Yes, the contradiction and the non-contradiction, the paradox and the resolution, the alpha and the omega, the infinity and the zero.
And then when you mention the alpha and the omega, which implies eternality, okay, that you are the ultimate eternal cause of the beginning and the one who controls the end of the outcome, and if that included the end being everlasting existence and life and utter blessedness, if you mention that, then that person would have to also be not the ultimate cause of the beginning and not the ultimate entity in which the end depends on. So you're also ultimate and not ultimate. That's what alpha and omega means. You're ultimate and you're not ultimate. You're so ultimate that you are supreme, and at the same time, you're so not ultimate that you are not existent. I don't think there's any being more inferior than a being that does not exist, that has no being. So either it's the superlative of contradiction or sound, consistent, coherent, empirically adequate, justified answers. Persons come from persons. The ultimate, uncaused, eternal first cause is personal and gave rise to persons, us. No wonder why the Apostle Paul said in his epistle to the Corinthians, the first one, "Where is the wise? Where is the debater? Where is the philosopher of this age? Has not the God made foolishness the wisdom of the world?" You want to sit up here and talk about knowledge, anyone, including the atheistic, materialistic, atomistic scientists, so-called. Anyone wants to make claims to knowledge, but cannot demonstrate how knowledge is possible at all in the first place, have no right to claim to knowledge.
Well, knowledge is going to be limited if it's based on man's finite senses. So ultimately, to have the most complete picture of knowledge, you're going to need submission to a revelation from a superior entity like God that can see further and has superior senses compared to ours at the very least.
And the superior benevolent character to love us so much so as to do things for our well-being, which includes making the universe intelligible and giving us the intellect to make sense of the world and to learn and to distinguish truth from falsehood and to demonstrate, to justify demonstrably our claims to knowledge.
Some sort of higher entity to guide us and help shape our perception and bring it to where it needs to be.
Hopefully Herb comes back. Comes back ASAP. Like I said at 10 one day. Lemon, it's always a pleasure. I love you, brother.
Good to hear from you, sir. Always good to speak to a fellow truther.
Yep, a truther. Much rather be a truther than a liar.
Oh, yes.
And not merely would I rather it, I ought to be. Everyone ought to be.
Well, the liar can try to shape the world based off of his wizard witchcraft will, but only the truth offers the opportunity to rest. Only the truth offers the chance for a Sabbath, a chance to rest from all this toil and work.
When you try to live to that which is contrary to the truth, which is contrary to reality, you are living in a way that's contradictory to reality. You are conflicting with reality, and you are going to manifest the unpleasant, harmful, if not fatal, consequences of doing so.
It's hard
Necessarily.
when he's working against you.
When the reality is that the wall is in front of you, but you continue defiantly to live according to the lie that there is no wall in front of you, you're going to continue to crash, to conflict with, to behave against reality to your detriment. You conflict with that wall hard enough, you're going to crack your head open and die.
And some of the truth comes with the humble acknowledgement that we can't do everything. We can't establish everything or make everything true based off of our will and power. There are just some truths that we're just going to have to faithfully and humbly submit to if we ever want to rest.
Not only is a portion of reality not dependent on us in any way at all, not our desires, not our mind, and not our flesh, our concrete entity, ourself, and the power thereof. Not only is there a portion that's not dependent on us in any way at all, the majority of it is not dependent on us. The vast majority. The amount of power, the amount of reality that is dependent on you in any way is an infinitesimal fraction compared to the amount of reality that is not dependent on you in any way.
Well, I think people try to get past this by saying that we always existed in some form, eternally, even part of this monad. We existed in some form as atoms and stuff like that, even if we didn't exist in this form with arms, legs, and a body. We always existed in this atomic, eternal form, going back to the floaty place monad or something like that. One with the eternal universe and eternal with no cause necessary beyond that.
Right, while having properties which are contingent upon something else. So you're simultaneously absolutely independent, and your being is absolutely independent and necessary, yet you depend on something else, and you need something else in order to have all the properties that you have. So all the properties that comprise you in essence are contingent, yet somehow you're eternal.
It is a bit of a contradiction, but I'm sure science or metaphysics or whatever they call it will work it out.
Yeah, Sunday. We have absolutely no knowledge now, and we have absolutely no knowledge on how we could know. We have absolutely no epistemology on that either. But I just have faith that one day we will know. It's a absolutely blind, unjustified, unsubstantiated faith commitment.
Well, if we don't know and if there's no way to know, well, then at that point, inquiry stops. People want to know at least, okay, well, if we don't know, how can we know? Or what?
You can't even justify how you know you could know.
Yeah. And I think that's ultimately the point of this. Just, stop thinking and just accept and, prepare the mind for demonic possession.
Demonic possession, that's nonsense. Look at the world around you. You think all the evils that are accomplished in the world are accomplished only by human intellects? No, the evils that are accomplished in the world are far beyond even the most smartest human.
Something non-human.
And smarter, much smarter, and much older.
Something with centuries to wait and think and mull over a few things.
And much more malevolent beyond the worst evils that humans are capable of. Sounds like the properties, the characteristics, the attributes of a demon.
Or a fallen angel at the very least.
But what's the difference? Come down to biblical and we'll chat about that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm on the verge of losing my voice, so I'm gonna take a little rest. Lemon, brother, I love you. I love everyone in this room and everyone watching on YouTube. Y'all have a good morning, good afternoon, evening, and good night.
Heart you, bro.
God bless you.
God bless you too.
Always a pleasure, Mr. Gregory. That was a pretty deep dive in the deep end. Don't blame you guys at all for wanting to take a little dip in the shallow end for a few minutes after that one. That was
Are there any truthers in the chat?
I'll be your Huckleberry. Searching for the truth. What you got?
I was just curious if there's any truthers in here.
Yeah. 9/11 truthers.
Yeah, I follow Mr. Truth.
Yeah,
we don't got all the truth in here.
My
I got
Because we don't want it.
so much truth going on here. It's just incredible, infinite truth, just pouring out here, full blast.
Well, my name used to be Flat Earth Truth, but now I go by Sasha 2.0.
Unlimited truth here. You're in the right place.
I don't know about unlimited truth. But because we don't want it. It's just who has unlimited truth, but for most time.
Well, you don't have to have it all if you don't want. You can just have a little bit if you want. Or you can have some more.
Can you tell me some of your truth, Trinity? Like, what do you believe?
Well, the truth is that Jesus loves you and he died on the cross for you. And before time, he put you into himself and made all creation one with him, and including every single person. And some people just don't know it yet. And every man died, was buried, and rose again, but just some haven't realized it yet. And some
rose again.
You were saying? Are you thinking more on the shape of the earth or something like that? The truth about the shape of the earth?
What's your question?
Were you asking, referring more to the shape of the earth, or were you just talking about general truth? Because I was just talking about general truth. Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about truth in general. I was mostly asking, what is your highest conviction truth?
Yep, I just gave it to you. And there's a loving God who is infinitely loving, and he loves you. And he died on the cross for you. He came
I don't
incarnate.
think he's infinitely loving, because there's too much suffering in the world right now.
He is infinitely loving, but infinite love doesn't force you either. It's not forceful. So it's very gentle. It gives you the choice. You see, if I'm really loving, I'm going to give you a choice. Love doesn't force, doesn't push, doesn't coerce. It gives you a choice what you want to do. So you can do what you want to some degree.
They choose to not suffer, but they're suffering.
I'm sorry?
Like, people that are starving, I'm pretty sure they would choose not to starve if they had the option to.
Well, there's the starving is because of reasons. There's governments that starve their people on purpose. They're murdering people. They're genociding people. All around the world, they're genociding people in Ukraine. They're genociding people everywhere. Genociding people with the beep, beep, beep. I can't say the word. There's all kinds of genocidings going on at the moment. They're starving babies with baby food. 70 factories just got blown up in the last few weeks with fires for food in America. The genocide is everywhere. It's just a matter of, they've been doing it for years. World War II was genocide. Every single war, genocide. It's just there's just a just part of the plan. They want to do that. They break economies. Those people don't have to starve. Those governments want them to starve because they're part of the plan. They're all fitting in with their bosses, which is basically just the 13 families, and we all know who those people are. So it's all by design, don't you understand?
Someone told me the other day that there's actually a hidden 14th bloodline.
Oh, probably are. But it doesn't really matter. Who cares? All those things don't really matter. The only thing that matters is who are you going to align yourself with? That's what really matters. Are you going to reject evil and choose the God of heaven, or are you going to just turn away and become like everyone, like a lot of other people that just sell their souls for 5 cents on the black market and then end up in a gutter with a big hole in their back? Or are you going to become another casualty with a big hole in your back because you've got backstabbed, because you thought, you're safe with evil. Evil will keep you safe. And no, it won't keep you safe. Evil will not keep you safe. Evil will destroy you. Evil will backstab you. So it's up to you. Do you want to choose the evil road, or do you want to choose the road of God, which is pure holiness and pure goodness, pure love? But many people malign God and say that he's not good. There's a little bit of evil in God. There's no evil in God. Not even one little bit. To say there's a little bit of evil in God is that's the biggest problem that people are doing. And there's no evil in him. Nothing. He's infinitely beyond your comprehension, beyond your mind, beyond your little small pound brain. He is infinitely wise and holy and good and loving. It's just a matter of us that we don't see it, because we get blinded by our own projection of ourselves onto God. We project our image of God from ourselves because of our own evil hearts. So that's why we see God as evil, because we choose evil. So we project ourselves onto him, but he's not like that. He's actually really good. So that's why you need a new heart, and you get a new heart by believing through the cross that God gives you a new heart, and the old you dies, and you become a new creation, and you sit in heavenly places in Christ Jesus, and you trust what he did on the cross, and that is his way of salvation. That's always going to be his way of salvation, and there never will be another way. That is, the cross is the eternal way to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. You're cutting out.
What if you believe in a different religion like Buddhism or Islam?
Well, you can do whatever you like. God's not going to tell you not to. I mean, he does tell you not to, but he's not going to force you. He's a loving father, so he's going to give you. He wants you to find out for yourself he also wants you to realize. And sometimes you're going to find out through your mistakes. So you might explore and see, okay, what does Buddhism say? Do you know what it says? Have you tested it? Well, Buddhism doesn't believe in a God.
Buddhism says that the way to reach salvation is to let go of all desire.
Yeah, exactly. So does that sound like logical?
Not really.
Does it sound logical compared with the Christian God of pure love? Does it sound like something that
it sounds more logical than Christianity, but I think it still sounds illogical.
Let go of what, though? What are you letting go of? You don't even know what you are. So how can you let go of something that you don't even know what? There's nothing defined. It's just a bunch of philosophical let go of what? To who? Who are you letting go to? There's too many questions. It doesn't answer anything. It actually just makes more questions. Because there's no answer there. So why would you want a God that's not revealing himself? Why would you want a God that doesn't show himself? Buddhism is basically just worshiping yourself and saying that you attain godhood, right? That's all it is. So you're saying there is no God. So basically you're saying the same as an evolutionist and the same as an atheist.
First of all, but I do believe in a creator. It's just, I mean, I don't necessarily think the creator has to show himself.
So you believe in a hateful creator?
I believe in an indifferent creator.
So that's a hateful and indifference is the same thing, right? So you believe in a
Not the
hateful.
same. Well, hateful would be they want to be evil and they try to create as much suffering as they can.
Well, I wouldn't want to know that God that you. I would not want to know that God that is so indifferent. That indifferent one.
Like
that's the one I don't want to know.
The Christian God because it sounds nice, but I want to
I'd
believe.
hate to know that indifferent God because
sense.
that sounds like something I would hate to know. The God that you're telling me about is something that would turn me off. They would say, ew, I would hate to know a God like that. An indifferent one that doesn't care. What kind of God is that? That sounds more like the devil to me. That's exactly like.
You have to say about this, Larry. Like,
you would want an unloving father that's indifferent, that doesn't care about their child. I wouldn't want someone like that. That would be like, ew, man. What are you talking about? I don't want that trash. Yeah. I want a God that's loving. Either God is loving or he isn't. But I wouldn't want a God that's unloving. And God is loving, because once you meet him, you'll know.
Yeah, but you can't choose the attributes of God. Just because you want God to be loving doesn't mean he's going to be.
No, but once you experience him, you'll know what he's like. Because if I go to your house right now and I talk to you, right, and I talk to you for a couple of hours, I'm going to know who you are, right? I'm going to know your personality. I'm going to know what you are. I'm even talking to you now. I can know a bit about you, but I'm going to know a lot about you, like just talking to you. But the thing is, like, when you meet God, you're going to know about him as well. He's going to reveal himself to you. But he doesn't reveal just naturally. He reveals spiritually. So you connected like in a much more intense way. So you can know God and experience God on this earth before you die. You can have a full, powerful experience of experiencing God's personality and ways and heart and how he thinks, who he is. He imparts himself into you. You have a mystical experience of this holy God. And I've experienced that holy God. So I've experienced him for years. So once you've experienced him, it doesn't matter what people say. I've got evidence because I've experienced this holy God. So you can say all you like that I haven't got evidence, but I have evidence because I've experienced the holy God for many years. Millions and millions of hours. Or not millions, I suppose. I don't know how many hours I've been alive on earth, but I could work it out, I suppose. But I've experienced the living God by experimentation. I've done this experimentation. Have you done your experimentation? Have you said, Jesus, do you live in my heart? If you ask that question, Jesus, do you live in my heart? That is experimenting. That is saying, I'm not going to just stand on the sideline. I'm going to say, I'm going to jump in here. God, Jesus, do you live inside of me? And if you ask that question and you really mean it, that's being a man. That's stepping up. That's saying, hey, I'm going to take responsibility. I'm going to find out what the truth is. But most people haven't got the guts to do that because they know the answer already. They know he's in their hearts, but they don't want to give up that lifestyle that they hold on to. But if you're willing to give up your lifestyle and say, yeah, God, I want to know you. God's.
So I have a couple questions for Sasha, if you don't mind. Sasha, are you there?
Yeah, what's your question?
So you ever felt like a man-made device, like a Harley Davidson or a Ferrari, and you thought to yourself, like, my God, this man really takes pride in his work? You ever seen, like, maybe it's a certain sports car that you like? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, sometimes I wear really nice clothes, and I feel like my clothes are nice.
Okay, so you're like, man, this guy, he's really good at what he does. Versace or whoever the fuck made your clothes, or this lady, she really takes pride in her work. So have you ever ate a fruit or a vegetable? Like for me, it's mangoes. Like I hover over my sink when I'm eating mangoes because I kind of lose my, self control a little bit. I'm just like nom 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 like Pac-Man. But man, this is really good. You ever had that experience with food?
Yeah, but the reason why fruit tastes so good is because we bred fruit to taste good. Like we literally bred bananas to get rid of the seeds and to taste really good for humans.
So we bred it to be that way, but it already had that ability to be that way, right? It's not like we engineered it to be that way.
No, we literally did engineer it to be that way. Like, that's how we did it.
No, you don't understand genetic expression if you think we
No,
engineered
you
it to
should
be
look
that
up
way.
a banana before it was genetically engineered. It's literally disgusting. Like, it's all brown and there's seeds everywhere. It's actually gross. Like,
Okay,
before humans started engineering bananas, they were actually, like, almost unedible. That's how gross they were.
so did the banana have the ability to express the modern banana that we eat today?
Yes.
Okay. So the same thing can be said about broccoli or cabbage or, cauliflower. All those come from the same plant, right? Brussels sprouts. That's all from the same plant, and we, through genetic manipulation, right, and specific breeding tactics, we created those vegetables from the same plant, right?
I'm not sure, but I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's called genetic expression or epigenetics. Okay, so my point was, when you eat like a mango, or if it's a banana for you, or whatever you're craving at the time, it's like, wow, that was really good. Or for some people, maybe some people like pineapple and coconut. I don't know what people like, but for me, it's like, wow, this is like really good. Like whoever made this, they did like a really good job. And it's like, I don't think the humans had the genetics to play with unless it was given to them first, or else they would have had to start with the dirt. And where'd they get the dirt? From the creator. So, yeah, humans can manipulate things, right? Through specific breeding techniques, right? We can breed a wolf all the way down to a chihuahua, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think chihuahuas are very useful, but maybe Mexicans like. Okay, so maybe it doesn't overheat, right? Seems like it makes sense.
Wait, so
So
are you trying to prove God with this? Or are you
uh,
trying to use this to prove God?
there's funny, like obviously the creator out there, right? And if he loved you, like he would give you like mangoes and bananas and asparagus and cabbage and all the other cool things in the world. But if he didn't give a crap about you, he would have just made us and then left. You know, he just would have left. Like, okay, I made you guys. Good luck. Making your own vegetables and food and fish, making deer. Well, you're free. I just don't really give a shit about you. So I'll just leave you here on the desert planet. That's not what happened, right? He made like all this amazing food. He put gold and silver in the water to clean the rivers so that we could drink right out of the river, right? And if he was just indifferent, he'd have just been like, screw it, I'm out. I made, I made humans, I made mankind. I don't really give a shit what happens next. But that's not what we see. All this food that we're not supposed to eat, right? That's not food.
Do you think that I'm a truth seeker? Sorry, what was that? You kind of cut out at
Who did 9/11?
the last thing you said kind of cut out.
I've heard you talk. I've heard you talk on here for a couple of years. I don't know if you're a truth seeker or not. Who do you think did 9/11?
The U.S. government.
Okay. And why did they do it?
Because they wanted to install central banks in the Middle East.
Wow, sounds like you're quoting me directly. Have you heard me say that before?
Wait, what? What did you say?
Have you heard me say that before?
No, I don't think I've ever spoken with you about this topic.
Okay, well, that was damn I usually don't say the government did it. I usually say elements within the government did it. And then I usually say it was to perpetuate war, endless war. So
Yeah,
it's
they
a mix.
basically wanted to transfer money from the U.S. taxpayers to defense contractors, pretty much.
All right, so are you anti-gun?
I think guns should be legal at 21 instead of 18.
Okay.
All right, dude, this is fucking
I can see.
boring. This is fucking boring. This kid's boring as shit. I mean, do we have anybody else to talk to? This
You
is
don't
fucking
even believe in flat
crazy,
Earth
dude.
truth. Like, who are you to say I'm boring when you don't even
You
believe
are,
in
dude.
flat?
You're saying monotone voice. You don't care about anything. We know. You don't give a shit. You don't give about God.
You're not even a
Nothing.
flat earther.
Dude, this Sasha kid's been here how many freaking times? It's the same drone out conversation. Is there anybody else worth talking to than this kid? It's the same shit every time.
Why do you get so mad at me, dude? I'm just trying to
Because
be nice.
dude, then be real, man. Stop sound like some fake troll. You sound like a fake troll. You don't even sound like a real troll. You sound like a fake troll, and it's really
I'm not
annoying.
even trolling. I
Ask
was
some
talking
real
about
questions, dude.
9/11.
No, you weren't even talking about that first. Okay, someone was asking questions about the Bible, Christianity, stuff like that, and you sound like you didn't even give a flying fuck about anything, and that's how you sound. So I don't even know why
Well,
you're
I
here.
asked him about his truth, and then he started bringing up the Bible, which I don't really believe in.
So, dude, most people here do. So I mean, why are you even here? Are you a flat earther?
I'm on the fence.
What are you on the fence about then? What's keeping you on the fence? Let's get to the real subject matter. This because this other stuff is driving me crazy. What are you on the fence about?
Well, NASA seems to be telling the truth.
Who seems to be telling the truth?
NASA and the science community.
So you believe NASA's telling the truth?
I mean, the videos they post look pretty
So
realistic.
that's it. So that's enough for you because videos is enough. The more realistic something looks, the more you're going to believe it, right? That's
Yeah,
all you have. That's all
course.
you got. So that's all you got. So if I can produce a really good realistic video saying that I created NASA, will you believe it?
I don't know how you would do a video that says you created NASA. That doesn't really make sense.
What if
It
I
would
could
probably
produce
need to be like a
if
document or
if I
something.
could if I could produce that, would you believe it? Is that what you're saying? So if
Well,
I come up with
obviously
a
you
really
didn't
good
create
convincing
NASA. I could just
video,
look up who
uh,
created NASA.
all I need is a video to convince you. That's all you need.
Well, also, most flat earthers don't believe in evolution, so that kind of makes me question the flat earth theory.
So what, oh, dude? See, bro, you're all over the place. It's either NASA or it's evolution. Which one is it?
I mean, it's not just one thing, it's a collection of things.
But that's not what you said. You said a convincing video is all you need.
I said the videos are very convincing. I never said that's all I need.
So a convincing video and evolution, and you're good to go.
I mean, kind of, yeah.
I got a video for Bigfoot, and if you edit the video slightly where like Bigfoot is in the same
And none
spot
of
in
you
every
guys
frame.
can disprove evolution. That's the
Hold on,
thing.
bro. Hold on, bro. You just interrupted me. Can you hear me? Do I need to switch mics? Can you
No, I
not hear
can
me?
hear you now, Hank. You're coming through before you're roboting.
All right, cool. There's a video of Bigfoot where they take it and they just artificially stabilize the frames so the Bigfoot is in the same spot in every frame. And you can tell when she's walking, and it is a she, because she has that lovely bounce that we all love to see, with the female women. Well, back in the 60s, they wouldn't have had that kind of prosthetics to where they had jiggly flesh like they do nowadays. Nowadays, it's all over the video games, and you know, we see that stuff and we're kind of used to it. But back in the 60s, they didn't have the prosthetics to make boobs bounce. So I got a really lovely video of Bigfoot, kind of walking, and she's huge, dude. She's way bigger than a human. right? When they actually measured her up against something else, she was like really big. So, like, if you saw this really good video, would you believe in Bigfoot?
I mean, if most of the scientific community agreed with it, I'd probably agree with it, yeah.
Okay, cool. So let me tell you a story about a guy who said you should wash your hands, right? He's the guy that came up with the germ theory. So he told all the other doctors where he was from that they needed to wash their hands because he was gathering data, right, from the midwives who delivered babies by themselves without the hospital. And he compared data from the hospital and he said, look, they have a much, much higher success rate, like 99 point something, right? And you keep killing the women and the children, right? You should wash your hands after you dig in the cadavers' bodies, and you go up to the OB department, deliver the baby without washing your hands. He died in a sense because they said you know what he died from? A simple infection that so that he could clean his wound. He died from an infection. The thing you know about that they need to wash hands. In this case, it was flesh-eating bacteria known to be found in cadavers. But the consensus of that day was you don't have to wash your hands. So you're sure you're going to be good with the consensus of today? You good with that, bro?
I mean, I think the consensus of today is better than the consensus of yesterday. Scientific progress keeps going further and further.
Oh, because we've evolved beyond the point of making mistakes in the past 100 years, right?
No, I'm saying as science progresses, we get a better and better understanding. Like, if we had a different theory in 1,000 years from now, I'd be more likely to believe that one than this one.
So you're just going to believe the consensus. Let's go 100 years back. George Washington had pneumonia, fluid in the lungs. The doctor bled him to death because he believed his blood was. So is that the kind of treatment you want? The consensus of the day treatment?
You're kind of cutting out, like, one word cut out, but it was, like, the most important word.
They bled George Washington to death because he had pneumonia. It was the consensus of the day that when you have pneumonia, you have bad blood. So they let his blood out and killed him.
Well, yeah, obviously that was
It was
done.
the
That was, like,
consensus of the day.
200 years ago. That you're proving my point. You're proving that scientific progress is getting better. So you're kind
Do
of
you
proving my
know how
point.
they treat cancer? Do you know
Well,
how they
yes,
treat cancer today?
they treat cancer with I forgot what it's called, but yes, they try to kill the cells and kill the cancer cells.
Right. They kill the good and the bad cells. In other words, the cells that are you and the cells that are not you. And they hope that the cancer dies first. So if you had a vineyard, would you dump Agent Orange all over your grapes that you're going to turn into wine and hope that the weeds die first and that the
No,
grapes
dude, I think
outlive?
the current cancer treatment is really bad. Like, obviously, that's something that we haven't understood fully yet.
Well, we understand it. It's a lot of money treating cancer. You don't make a lot of money curing cancer. You heard of capitalism?
Yeah, I mean,
Tons of ups and
I don't know
downs,
if I really agree
right?
with that theory. I think in the long run, curing cancer.
Really? So what's wrong with the theory? Okay, so I just said that if you cure the patient, there's not a whole lot of money in that. But if you continually treat the patient, there's money in that. So which part was wrong?
Well, I just think that scientists are not that corrupt where the only thing they care about is profit. I think there would be more scientists that actually want to make a difference.
Okay, so what part was wrong?
The part where you assume that doctors only care about money.
Oh, did they get into the job because they want to help people?
Yeah, most doctors get into the job because they want to cure people, yes.
Right. So how many doctors cure people?
I don't know how to answer that question, dude. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Have you, Adam, ever met someone who was cured by a doctor?
I mean, if you have an infection, you can go to the doctor and get an anti-infection medication, and that will cure you.
Or you could just rub some honey on the wound, or peroxide.
This
right?
would be so fun to talk about in the chill text or the help text. It would be so
Well, you
much
go
fun
ahead.
to talk about it.
Jim, you realize Larry is a moderator, so I suggest showing him some respect.
No, I don't require respect. Anybody can interrupt me at any time and change the subject. If they don't want to hear me speak, they can take over. They got the right to speak just as much as I.
Yeah, well, if Larry's not talking, I don't want to talk either, so you guys can talk amongst yourself.
Well, anyway, you're still a young man. You got a lot to learn about the world. It doesn't matter what you think that doctors and scientists are like all moral people who would never ever turn a profit rather than to cure somebody who they have an opportunity to cure. But if you look at the foundation of it, it's Frankenstein medicine. I'm sorry, I mispronounced that. This Rockefeller medicine, that we're using, it's a little weird, right? So we know that you got heart problems. Okay, so we're going to give you something that causes heart problems, but in a low dose. We'll see what that does. I think that's going to cure somebody.
So I want to know why you trust NASA. Did you look into the history of NASA? Did you research anything about NASA, the founding fathers? Did you do any of that?
Yeah, they had like Nazi scientists or something.
And so you're cool with that?
I mean, it is what it is.
It
For
is what it
sure,
is, right?
Nazis are cool, right, bro?
I mean,
War
the founding
criminals are the
fathers
best.
were slave owners. Does that mean you hate the United States?
What? You can't, dude.
I mean, you can't just say, oh, because the founding fathers of an organization was bad, therefore the whole organization is bad.
Well, the United States changed its organization, right? The NASA didn't. There's a difference, right?
NASA did change. There's no longer Nazis working there. If you're a Nazi, you're going to get fired.
This guy's funny, man. I tell you what.
Pasha, your third year of uni, as you like to call it, is waiting for you. I did not interrupt the moderator. There was a break in the conversation, and I just said it'd be great to have the conversation in the health section or someplace else. That's all I said. I wasn't rude to Larry, the moderator. There was a break in the conversation, and I just made a comment. That's it. But you know what? Your junior year of uni or schooling is waiting for you. So perhaps you can go back to where you belong, or just start making nonsense, or start making some sense here, and not just nonsense, gibberish, and hogwash as you've been doing for the last 3 or 4 hours.
Okay, I won't speak anymore.
I don't understand how people could be aware of the military-industrial complex and of 9/11 and perpetual war and the world banking system, but yet they trust NASA's propaganda videos. To me, that's just like, I don't think you'd make it out in the wild. You know? Like, you'd be like, I'll trust grizzly bears. They eat honey. Honey's good for you. You know? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Banned.
What's up?
Like, I don't want to talk, but when I go quiet, no one else talks, so I don't know what to do.
Did you not hear me just now?
Oh no, what did you say?
I said I don't understand how somebody could be aware of the military-industrial complex, 9/11, and the world banking system, but they trust the government's propaganda videos because they put NASA on the video.
Dude, I'm not saying I trust the government. I'm just saying I trust NASA. Like, that's all I'm saying.
Have you ever seen NASA.gov? What do you think that means?
It's a government-owned organization.
Oh, so you don't trust the government, but you trust NASA. That's like saying, I don't trust the police department, but I trust the state of Texas.
No, I think it's kind of different, dude.
No, the police department works for the state of Texas. They're
Yeah, I mean,
literally the strong arm.
one's a government and one's a scientific organization. They're kind of different.
Oh, so would you agree then that government is corrupted by lobbyists?
Yes.
Would you agree that science, academia, is also corrupted by grants from the government, lobbying for certain information, and paid for by the government grants?
There are parts of science that are corrupted, but I would say the majority of science is not corrupted.
Oh, so the whole government's corrupt when it comes to
I
lobbyists,
never
but
said the
only.
whole government. I never said the whole government. I said most of
Right,
government.
that's right, because you trust in NASA, right? You got faith.
Sir, you realize other countries also have their own space like organizations also, right?
Yeah, and if they're getting $62 million a day, I'd imagine they'd be keeping their mouth shut, because if I could spend $500 on a hammer, I'd imagine me and all my friends would be doing really good because, hey, Jim Bob, come over here. You're going to work for me. You're going to love it. Working for the government's great. Hey, throw that hammer away. We're going to get you a brand new one. Don't worry about it. We'll write it off. Taxpayer, take care of it. We want our budget to be bigger next year so we can hire your cousin, Jim Bob the second. Right? It's all corrupt, bro. Don't you get it?
Yes.
We get cartoons and fireworks for $62 million a day.
I mean, I would say most of local government is not very corrupt. Like, my city government's not that bad.
Really? So cops don't arrest people who are innocent and put them in a privately owned prison? Where you live? They don't
I
do
mean,
that?
they do that on accident, but usually.
Accident.
I mean, okay, cops are different. Cops are just fucked up because most people that become cops have like psychological issues. I was talking about
Oh,
like the
so is it the
mayor.
cops' fault? Or is it the police culture? The way we hire people, the way that we train
Well,
them,
it's both of
to
them. I would
everyone
say the
else is the
average
enemy.
person who becomes a cop probably has issues because they want to lock people up. That's kind of weird.
There's only certain people who are allowed to be cops because either A, they're a good person and they get so tired of the corruption that they leave, or B, they're a good person and they start, snitching on other cops and they get blackballed and never get hired again. So where's the good cops?
Well, most cops are bad. I think most cops are evil.
But you trust the government. You trust your local government.
Yeah, like my mayor and stuff. I'd say my mayor is a good person.
The mayor? You have an elected mayor?
Yeah, most cities have a mayor.
Bro. We got a mayor. We got a. Never mind. Let's just say municipalities, cities are owned sometimes. A lot of people don't know that.
Okay, well, the original question I asked you was, do you think I'm a truth seeker? Now that we've had this conversation, do you think I'm a truth seeker?
I don't know, bro. If you trust NASA after being here for 2.5 years with all the stuff that we got down below all the videos of them faking shit. I mean, if anything, what do you think was going on in that video with a tether and all those amoeba-looking spacecraft were allegedly floating out in the middle of space? Have you seen that one?
No, could you post it?
Just look up tether NASA and look for the things that have got a bunch of floaty things floating around. So in case you haven't found it yet, in this video, apparently NASA lost control of a tether that they had up in space, and it was kind of floating away. I don't know why they need tethers if they got gravity, because they could just, wrap some gravity around something, and you don't actually need a tether when you're dealing with gravity. But I digress. Yeah, they got all kinds of floaty things floating around. I'll see if I can find it.
It looks like it's electron microscope video.
But what does it say?
What does what say?
The description. Does it tell you what it is? NASA STI program 9 years ago.
It just says it's the
That's what
tether
you're looking at?
incident.
Right, the tether incident. So do those look like UFOs to you?
No, sir, they do not.
Can you identify them?
No, I said they don't look like UFOs.
Okay, so what do they look like if you can identify them?
Looks like little nanoparticles.
What?
It looks like little microscopic organisms, like nanoparticles.
In space.
Well, it doesn't look like it's in space. It looks like it's in water or something.
Okay, so NASA plays around on its ninth day of the STS the flight crew, I guess they were in, a glass slide, tracking a free orbiting tether satellite. So you said you identifiable as.
Okay, guys, I have to go now. I'll see you guys later.
Wrecked.
Well, you're cutting out. You're cutting out, and I kind of. All I'm saying is I'm a truth seeker. That's all I wanted to say. That was the only validation I wanted, guys.
You don't have to say you're a truth seeker if you're a truth seeker. Your actions speak louder than words.
Okay, so what would a truth seeker do in my situation right now then?
Why are you coming to a Discord server and asking people to tell you that you're a truth seeker? How does that make any sense?
Because before they said I'm not a truth seeker, and it kind of triggered me.
Why do you care what other people think about you?
Because I'm a human.
Why do you want validation from strangers? If you're a truth seeker, then you're a truth seeker.
Okay, fair enough. Anyways, I have to go. See you guys later.
That got a little weird at the end.
Well, he said they weren't UFOs, meaning that he can identify them. Because if they're not unidentifiable, the only other option is they're identifiable, right? And he said it looks like it's taking place in a, what did he say, in water? So then I was like, space flight, satellites, where does that happen at? And he was like, I gotta go. I can't just prove aliens. But maybe that's what I did. Or maybe I just showed you their bullshit and you need to quit believing everything you see on TV. I didn't mean to say Hank. By the way, that original video is much, much longer. Yeah, there's one for 17 minutes. No. Thought I could find it. I don't trust Nazis, but I trust NASA. I don't trust the government, but I trust NASA. I don't trust Satanists, but I trust John Parsons. Ooh, kind of weird. Can you be a truth seeker if you're lacking discernment? You don't have a good base, good foundation to build off of. Lacking discernment, lacking a good worldview. Can you be a truth seeker?
Would you say anyone who is not a flat earther is not a truth seeker?
No, that's not my claim at all. There's plenty of
I was
people
just
that are truth
asking if
seekers.
you would say that.
There's plenty of people seeking the truth that haven't found it yet. But I'm asking, if you don't have a good foundation in something, can you be a truth seeker? Like if your foundation is, I don't know, random mutations created everything you see here, or any other pseudoscience. Like, okay, it's one thing if you're like your foundation is like biology or chemistry or something like that, right? Or if your foundation is the Bible or the Quran. Right? If those are your foundations, then you probably build a pretty good, you know, amount of knowledge off of those things. But if your foundation is like pseudoscience, like the stuff that NASA's doing and evolution, can you build anything off of that?
I don't trust anyone who can look at the original Apollo missions and think that's real. I can't trust anyone who thinks that.
What about people like my grandmother who just never looked? Would you say that she's not seeking the truth?
I wouldn't say it in a derogatory term. But people who vehemently defend like that the original Apollo mission films and who watch that and thinks it's like legitimate, I just can't. I honestly I can't take them seriously because it just whether you believe in space or not, if you think that that footage is real, it's beyond me. I can't understand how someone could think that's real.
But I'm asking, like, what about an uneducated, you know, elderly lady who's not interested in such things, who would much rather spend her time, you know, fulfilling the Bible and God's word? And she's not deliberately avoiding it. If she did watch it, she'd probably agree with you. She just hasn't seen it.
Well, then she wouldn't be defending it. Which is what I said.
Okay, I got you. That makes sense. Yeah, it didn't take very long for me to talk to her about the Earth. As soon as I told her that, you know, NASA was a bunch of liars and Nazis and Satanists, and I showed her, I said, the biblical Earth is true, that man's wisdom is foolishness. She was like, yep, 100%. 100% on board. Some people it's that easy. But other people who are wrapped up in like evolution, how could you possibly even think for a second that all this just sprung up out of the desert by itself? Like if the whole world was just volcanic ash and lava rocks and different, you know, chemicals and elements like just mixed up together, and all this shit just sprang up because of what, lucky time and magic wind.
It's indoctrination, man. It works. It really
How
does.
much faith does that require?
Well, I would say none, because they teach them young. It's in their brain. That's all they know. They don't know alternative thought. I mean, I grew up and I was taught, I grew up in sort of like a conspiracy house, so I was always kind of like knowledgeable on like, this doesn't work, this doesn't make sense. But if you're not in that kind of environment, you're very susceptible to it. If that's all you're taught, and that's all you know, and these people just assume that information is correct, and anything that goes against it is obviously wrong, because why else would they be taught it in school?
I remember when I was like 10, 12, something like that. I went to church, and these people came and visited our church, and the preacher preached, and we gave him an offering, and he left. But before he left, I was talking to his children, and I asked them something about TV. And they said, "Oh, our parents don't let us watch TV." And I was like, "What the fuck? Like, you don't get to watch TV?" And I remember thinking how weird that is. And now that I'm older, when people tell me they watch TV, I'm like, that's fucking weird. Why would you watch TV? So it's like the most powerful weapon ever made by man is the television. Because you can put them in a hypnotic state, the alpha state, and give them video and audible hallucinations at the same time. And nowadays they're even lip synced. So you can make them believe whatever you want to. If seeing is believing, hearing and seeing is knowledge. Hearing and seeing. So it's like they know that we live on a globe because they saw it on TV. And you can't really, you can't really hate them. You can't really fault them. They're kind of like the King of Rohan in Lord of the Rings, where he was under the spell and covered in cobwebs and, wouldn't even like stand up for his niece. Right? He was like the king. And then, unless you come and like Gandalf Stormcrow the fuck out of the king, he's not going to wake up. See, that's what it is. We're all kings and queens, but we're all under the spell, so we don't know that we're kings and queens. Because who is he? The King of Kings? The Lord of Lords? If that's who he is, who the fuck are we?
It's an interesting line of thought. They just don't want people to think for themselves.
No, they don't.
That's why if you watch anything on YouTube that is remotely involving a conspiracy, they have that like little tab at the bottom of it that like links you to an article that says that this information's wrong. they want to draw your attention away from anything that goes against the current narrative.
So one time my wife got in an accident, and I went and joined her at the scene, and the cop was asking questions, and I was like, "We don't answer questions." And like the butt hurt on that dude's face. He was like, "What? I'm trying to help you. Like, why won't you help me incriminate you? You should totally be willing to like help me with my investigation against you so that you can incriminate yourself and me not pay you for it. You should be willing to work for me." And the way they act like is, why don't you just comply? You should just give up all your rights and comply because I'm here. I'm the authority.
I love the idea of if you have nothing to hide, then you shouldn't be afraid to, comply and stuff like that. I love that that blurb.
Then why are cops scared of cameras?
Because they don't they don't want to be seen. Cops are legally allowed to lie. They can tell you anything. Cops can, they can say anything to you, and if you believe it, then it's no skin off their back. They're allowed to lie to you, and cops do not have to protect you. That's been ruled by the Supreme Court. They do not service people. They do not have to. They do not have to protect you, and they are allowed to lie right to your face. They can anything to incriminate you. It's kind of messed up.
So last thing I heard was the cops are allowed to lie to you, and they don't have to protect you. So that's what the Supreme Court ruled, and
Yeah.
that's actually true. The evidence for that is what just happened in Texas, where there was some sort of event that happened, and the cops were there for over an hour, and they actually didn't stop anything from happening. They were actually in the building, and they didn't try to stop anything. So eventually, the Border Patrol came, and they actually stopped something from happening. So that tells you right there that if it's not up to them to protect you, who's it up to? Right? And then you ask people, it's like the anti-second, right? It's like, do you trust the government? They're like, no. It's like, oh, but you want the government to take away the whats. It's like you want them to strip us down. So the only people who are going to have, self-protection is who? The government and the criminals? Like, that sounds fair. Right? That sounds perfect, right?
Yeah, well, I think that whole event was nothing but crisis actors and total horseshit. So, much like many of the other ones, and they're doing this shit, making this shit up, like you said, to try and take our guns away, and it's all a big fraud.
That may be true. I don't know. I haven't looked into it from that
they're
angle.
doing it to turn the frogs gay.
Maybe just another distraction from the fact that we just gave Ukraine, what, $54 billion?
Well, gas is $5 a gallon, so it's all worth it, right?
Yeah, it's worth it. We're paying for it. Just as long as, Ukraine has bullets to kill white people. As long as white people are dying. Right?
You think this Ukraine thing's gonna flush out anymore? It's gonna get bigger. It's gonna spread.
Well, Ukraine's been losing. I actually thought that it was going to be the other way around, but apparently they've been running. I can't tell if it's propaganda because, like, the people in Ukraine are like, we don't have any bullets, we don't have any backup, we need some help, and that's probably like to make the West feel bad. Like, gosh, we should send them another 54 billion. Those guys don't have communications. So it's all propaganda. Like, all the information you're getting from over there. It's just, whose propaganda is it? What narrative is it trying to tailor? So you have to look at it all like it's just another white war. That's all it is.
Well, both Russia and Ukraine are united with a certain nation that I'm not going to name here, but
Well, this ain't the first proxy war we've had in Russia. I mean, this has been going on for a long, long time. So one of the things recently was that Ukraine wanted some of them long-range missiles so that they could, fight back from a distance and maybe like actually live to see another day. Because every time they fight back up close, Russia, they're highly trained in multifaceted warfare, right? So if they send in like one group of Spetsnaz, they know how to work with the regular army because they've had the practice and the training and the events. But the Ukrainians, they ain't had none of that shit. So they don't know how to do the bilateral, trilateral warfare where they're all getting together and trying to do the same thing. So they're clumsy. So they've been asking for the long range missiles, and the United States was like, no, we'll give you the launchers, but we're not going to give you the long range missiles. Because if they actually did launch long range missiles and it actually hit Russian targets in Russia, that would cause an actual war between the United States and Russia. So, just like I said for a long time, Russians don't shoot at Americans and Americans don't shoot at Russians. We just pick a place to play and we party all day. And wherever we're playing at, it's not going to be good for them. Well, hey, whatever we got to do to protect Ukraine's borders while ignoring our own, right? Support Ukraine's military while stretching ours too thin. Whatever it takes for the safety of, making other countries great again, whatever the cost, right? Doesn't really matter. And if you're anti-war, then you're pro-Putin. And if you're pro-Putin, then you're the bad guy.
You're either with us or against us.
Only a Sith Lord would say such things.
I think people just like having a bad guy. They just like having a villain. They like having someone that they just feel like, oh, everyone hates this guy, let me hate this guy. Oh, everyone hates this country, let me hate this country.
Yeah, I've seen that growing up watching like WWE, WWF. Like 1 second, like Hulk Hogan is like the greatest wrestlers of all time. The next second, he's Hollywood Hulk Hogan, dyes his beard, and changes the color schematics of his uniform, and now he's the bad guy. What do they call it? The heel. He was a good heel. Hulk Hogan described it as choreographed chaos. I would say that's a pretty good description of what's going on between us and Russia.
It's definitely choreographed.
And there's definitely chaos. I just get pissed off, because every once in a while I hear a politician say something that like gets me in my feels. And Chip Roy was like, I stand with the Ukrainian people, but I was put here to represent Americans. And I'm like, holy shit, that sounds awesome, but you're a politician. Like, I don't trust you. He's a damn good speaker, though.
Or like Rand Paul. A lot of people like him.
Oh, yeah. I just like the fact that somebody has got, something to say against Fauci. Even though Fauci's never going to be arrested, he's never going to, have to stand up and be scrutinized in a court for all the shit that he said. No
Yeah,
mask,
you
one
could hit him with the
mask.
mass panic thing.
Yeah.
Causing mass panic, you could hit him with that in the courts. That won't happen, but inciting a riot, mass hysteria.
Well, if you look at when all the deaths started happening, like the deaths were happening around the first part of it. Talking about Ukraine, when it first started happening, right? The deaths started happening when the mass hysteria in the media was causing like mass hysteria, and then all the toilet paper was gone. It was like then there was like mild food shortages, and then there was like deliberate food shortages. So now that like the ships are being unloaded that were waiting like in the ocean, so we're gonna have food for a little while, but then after that it's gonna be slim pickings. I think. I hope I'm wrong.
I remember the toilet paper being gone for like a week, maybe 2 weeks, and then it all came back.
Yeah, I didn't even need anyone when it was out. I didn't even need any. I went to the toilet paper aisle just to see for myself what people were talking about. But I'd already had some because I buy everything in bulk.
And those companies made so much money off people panic buying stuff.
Oh yeah, it takes me back to my childhood. The Y2K scare.
I was a baby during Y2K, but I can imagine. I can't
Yeah,
believe people were actually panicked about that. It's so crazy to me.
the best speech I ever heard about that was from Marilyn Manson. And it was a Michael Moore movie. I think it was Bowling for Columbine, which is an anti-gun film, but I watched it. Anyway, Marilyn Manson said it's all about the fear and consumption campaign. They want to have you in like this place of ultimate fear so that you're just buying everything possible. And it's a fear and consumption campaign. So it's like nonstop. Like scare you into buying everything, and then they might lay off for months, years, and scare you again.
You cut off there, but yeah, I couldn't imagine living in constant fear. I couldn't do that. I don't live in fear. I'm just waiting for them trumpets. That's all I'm waiting for.
Where's Dave? Dave was supposed to be looking for new people. We got Eyebolt. You should have control of your mic if you wanted to speak up. I don't think I've ever spoke to you before. Eyebolt. Must be AFK.
Why is it so quiet? I'm gonna blame Gemsy.
C. Whatever it was, it's my fault.
Senor, why is it so quiet?
Señorita.
Do I have to pretend the Earth's a globe to get a conversation going?
You could try.
Earth glob.
Earth a globe.
Prove me wrong.
Speak to AM Joe about the globe. AM Joe.
We've got Eyebolt in as well if Eyebolt wants to talk.
Eyebolt.
Yes. 3 above your name.
Yeah, I can see Eyebolt. Well, speak to Fraud. I think he's a glober.
Well, the name would make sense.
Yeah, that's a glober name for sure. Oh, they're stealing the fun in the VC check-in. How dare they? Bunch of flat earthers in the VC check-in except for fresh grown flowers. I almost felt the need to move him down here. I'm not gonna do it. I just posted a video from Eddie Bravo talking to Joe Rogan. It's a short clip. YouTube short.
Fair enough.
Oh, that's the thing. What should I say?
What do you want to say?
No, what do I have to say?
Anything you want.
Hi! Papa, look right there. Look right there.
Thank you.
Hi.
You made a sandwich for me?
I made a sandwich for my dad.
Can I have a sandwich?
Tell me, how does this sandwich look? Does it look flat or round?
Round.
It's a round sandwich.
Was that a burger?
All right, it's a flat sandwich. Come on, get serious.
So who wants to talk to the new guy? We got a guy, fresh grown flowers here. Anybody want to talk to the new guy?
I got someone for him. His name is Crypto. I yield my time to Crypto. Glerf Slayer. Go right ahead.
Hello. Yeah, sure. Who am I talking to?
Fresh grown flowers.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Hello? I can help?
Looks like he needs to unmute himself. I'm pretty sure I gave him the VC verified role.
Yeah, I was checking. Yeah, he is a VC verified. Fresh grown flowers, can you speak?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing?
Yeah, not bad. What brings you to the 24/7 server today then?
I got an invite from somebody, and I was just coming just to check out the discussion and listen and expand the conversation.
Fair enough. Do you have an opinion at the moment, or are you kind of on the fence? What are you looking for?
I'm not really looking for much. I'm just listening and hearing all the different sides and trying to gather my own perspective from all the different, things that sound right and sit right with the spirit.
Okay, so are you Christian, or are you religious in some other way, or are you atheist? Like, what's your?
I don't have a title or anything, but I believe in the Bible.
It's just because you said things that sit with spirit, so I just wanted to get a general idea of what that meant.
Yeah, I believe in the Bible, but I don't have I don't call myself any denomination or any type of title or anything like that.
Fair enough. And do you think you're on a ball, or do you think the Earth's likely flat? Something else?
Water.
All I heard was water.
Yeah, there's just like a lot of water, and then the Earth just kind of chilling in the water.
But do you think the Earth is like generally level, as in like, obviously
Oh
you've got
yeah, for
topography,
sure.
but
Yeah, for sure.
so you don't think it's like a ball spinning in outer space?
No, not at all. I was kind of teasing them on Jim a little bit. I thought he had recognized my name earlier about the whole Tesla thing, but no, I definitely don't believe in outer space.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess you might want either the Globe Skeptic or Flat Earth tag then.
For a beginner.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm not saying that he's going to get it. I'm asking if he wants it.
I don't need any titles. It's all good. I'll just be here.
Fair enough. Well, welcome to the server anyway. Yeah, and hopefully we'll hear you get involved in the debate.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you guys. It's good to see some different faces instead of the same ones and a lot of the same groups everywhere.
Yeah, this is kind of the home patch for the Flat Earth side. So you see, I don't. Which other server did you say you're in Gem Panda's server?
No, I don't. I've never heard of that. Whatever the name of the one where Oakley does his show.
Oh yeah, that's I think that's science versus pseudoscience.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, so you're in there and you're in here basically.
Yeah, I've got invites to a few others, and I pop in, and there's a bunch of just like a lot of racist, weird nonsense in there, and I just don't vibe with it well. So I don't. Yeah, if it's not like educational conversation, I tend to just not be a part of it.
Yeah, I totally with you on that. We like to keep it flat Earth in here if we can. There are obviously other groups that, like I would say that there are commonalities with most flat earthers. I would say most of us are kind of interested in free speech to some degree. Most of us are spiritual to some degree. But we're certainly not like a hive mind in here. We we all agree that the Earth is flat, but everything else is up for discussion, you know?
Fair.
We've just had... Oh, Greed popped in and out again. It's a shame. PC Tech TX, I don't believe I've spoken to you. Hello to you. Hello to No Globe. Hello to Jacob Rothschild. Hopefully not the actual one. I think everyone in here's flat, so...
Jacob is here? Jacob, can I get a refund?
What, on all the tax money you paid?
Yeah, Jacob Rothschild. Can I please get a refund? I'll take that as a no.
I want to know when the Rothschilds are going to crash the world economy because it basically goes up or down because of what they decide. So maybe he can give us a little inside angle when they're actually going to crash the whole thing so we can get our money out.
Well, no fear mongering, but apparently there's a big bubble. They're talking about this financial bubble that we're in, about all the printing of the money that has been going on, blah, blah, blah. So the bubble is going to burst soon. But, you know, they always have this fear mongering in the news about that kind of stuff.
And I think Jacob Rothschild would know when that was. So maybe we can get in good with him and he'll give us a little insider information.
I don't think you're gonna get your money back, Jim.
It's all going bye-bye. Somebody's going to get it.
You're either gonna transfer it over into the system, or you're not gonna be a part of it.
Remember, just remember, guys, money doesn't exist.
What?
Doesn't exist.
What is that thing that flows through the bank accounts? Those numbers?
Yeah, they're numbers that don't exist.
But in the monetary system, they need money flow. They need people to, go out there, do a job or get stuff done, and move money left to right.
You can't move
the currency,
money.
the energy.
Money doesn't exist. It's like saying, "Oh, I just need to move imagination," or "I just need to move creativity." Like,
but what I mean, the input that people put, right? The effort that people put into the system, like waking up and opening the store, getting the goods together, and providing a service. The truckers that move the goods around. The system needs that movement, and that people are getting an exchange of that input, and they get numbers on a bank account.
Yeah, exactly. You can think of it like a video game. So it's like if you achieve a certain amount of deliveries in a day, then you achieve, you get a nice little award from the game, and then the game, like if you get a certain amount of awards, then you can trade those awards in for something from the game. But it doesn't it doesn't exist in physical reality. It's just our collective imaginations.
Yeah, but the things you trade it for are real, like a car or a house or a baseball.
Yeah, of course. course they are. But it's those things that are real that is the point, right? So you've got this kind of what they call is like an exchange of value, but of course that value is always changing based on what they say. I mean, what is a house worth? Well, depends on depends on when, where, how big, all these kinds of things, right? But even the same house changes in value, because the money itself is completely made up.
And also, whoever control the flow of the money also can control which goods are available. It's not like you can get whatever you want; it's what's available.
Yeah, that is true. But the reason that they needed like a let's just say a tool for control that was completely isolated from anything like gold or silver was because then it becomes a more effective tool for control. You can manipulate it however you like and force people to do whatever you want. I'm sure Jacob Rothschild will back me up on that. Wait, Jacob.
Jacob is too busy counting his money.
Orange, I'm sure he has a minion counting that for him.
I wonder if he's up to 40 trillion yet. You think he's to 40 trillion, or is he still in the 30s?
Our one or the proper one?
There was this meeting a few days ago about the banks, and they having talks about the money and stuff. And some people, some guy, I gotta look it up again. His name I forgot, but he was sitting down and talking about the company he works for. It was the Fed before the Fed, and they're the ones that put up the wire transfers and all that kind of stuff. And they help the Federal Reserve to be in place. So yeah, they're coming out of the caves and putting their faces out there. The administrators to these systems. They had this meeting a few days ago. I forgot what was the name. It was let me look it up again. A bunch of different many banks and financial institutions have a huge meeting in Europe. A bunch of public talks talking about their plans and what they're planning to do and all that kind of stuff.
Are you talking about Davos?
Yeah,
Switzerland?
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think they usually meet in February every year, except they had to postpone it because of something that was allegedly going on in February that we can't talk about, and they postponed it till just a few days ago.
There is this lady part of the financial systems. Her name is Rosie Rios. She's the 43rd Secretary of Treasury of the United States. Like there's trillions of dollars with her name in them. Apparently, she claims there's no one out there that has the name is printed in more money than hers. So she was talking, and in one of the sentences, she was saying that after this stage of the, I don't want to say the name, but she spoke about the past 2 years. She spoke about it like a stage, like a what was it the term? Oh my goodness, a phase. This part of the plan. Now, once they're done with that, next steps are gonna be done. She spoke about this phase that we passed the past few years. She spoke about it like a like a level. We passed this phase of the plan. Are we about to be done with that or something? It's funny the way that they speak.
I kind of think they're heading toward in Italy. Italy is going to be the first EU country to institute social credit scoring. Australia and New Zealand are going there soon, and they're looking at digital ID here in the United States before Christmas. So I think they're wanting to go cashless on us before Christmas or something close to it.
They already have a big thing they're pushing. It's called Global ID, and they're saying that you're gonna be able to access your bank accounts and a bunch of other stuff just using your Global ID login. You won't need like to create new accounts and websites or banks. All you're gonna need is to give your login to Global ID, and it's gonna go through there, and everything is verified. You can get a bank account just because you sign up with Global ID, and everything is there already. It's like an overlayer for the login system. So you sign up for Global ID, you give all of your information, verify everything, and whenever you're gonna go somewhere to do something, all you gotta do is log into your Global ID, and the system will take it from there. You get an account without filling up too much information because it's already there. Like an overlayer of sign up or verification.
1984, 38 years later. Really quite amazed that I'm not amazed, but Richard Burton, the famous actor who married Elizabeth Taylor twice, his last movie was 1984, and he was O'Brien, and John Hurt played Winston Smith. You know, John Hurt is famous for that alien coming out of his chest in Sigourney Weaver's Alien in 1979. So 5 years later, he does 1984 with Richard Burton, which, again, it happened to be his last movie before he died. And I'm just totally amazed that that's never shown on TV or on cable because of Richard Burton and John Hurt. They're, pretty famous, especially Richard Burton. But you'll never see that on TV or on cable because if you did, you'd recognize what was going on in the world today.
Is that the guy from the Karate Kid?
John Hurt. I don't believe I've only seen 2 of the Karate Kid movies. John Hurt wasn't in either one of them. Trying to think what else John Hurt was in. I can't remember. I don't know. I don't remember. But it was interesting that I don't know. I don't want to give away the movie if you haven't seen 1984. But O'Brien, played by Richard Burton, is kind of the sympathetic totalitarian guy. And Winston Smith is John Hurt. And, John Hurt does some things. Winston Smith does some things like he shouldn't do, like have a relationship with a woman outside the government's permission. So they capture him and torture him. And they end up putting him on a rack, where you stretch people out. And O'Brien, Winston Smith says, when you agree that 1 + 1 = 3, we'll stop stretching, we'll stop stretching you out. And so eventually he agrees to 1 + 1 or something like that = 3. But they did the torturing in a building called the Ministry of Love. Unbelievable doublespeak, 1984, freedom of slavery, all that stuff. It's just everybody should watch that movie. I mean, it's just everybody should, but few do because first of all they don't know about it, and 2 is it's never advertised.
Yeah, I got the book and the DVD. Well, I don't know if I still have the book. I'm assuming that I do. But I know I still have the DVD.
Tell you what, if it was actually available on TV, through your cable station, and it was $4 to watch it or whatever it would be, I'd watch it 12 times a year. I mean, I just like, every month I'd be like, okay, time to spend $4 and I'm going to watch 1984 and it'll just confirm to me what kind of world we're living in now.
I think the most interesting part was when he started describing the guy who looked like a skeleton, because he had been in there longer than everyone else. He had been tortured and starved. And one of the other inmates had stole a cracker or something, or a piece of bread. And he tried to give it to the starved skeleton looking guy. And he was like, mm-mm. They'll beat me so bad, the food isn't even worth it. I'll just deal with the hunger pains. It's like, wow. That skeleton dude was already aware of what happens. And then the last remarkable thing was they're about to put the hungry rats in his, on his scalp or whatever. And he was like, no, no, do it to her. Talking about his girlfriend or whatever. It's like, okay, they broke him. He's broke.
It's a very, very interesting political movie that is just, it would be too much for the normies to watch. I mean, the normies might go, that's kind of maybe what they're doing to us today. And they don't even give us a chance. We aren't even allowed to know.
In the news, polar bears and grizzlies are mating to create giant hybrids, and humans are to blame. It's your fault. It's your fault that bears are mating. I want to see a polar grizzly hybrid bear. Joe Rogan arguing with Eddie Bravo. It's golden.
They got the first game of the NBA Finals on TV with Golden State and Boston, and they have a commercial on for Meta Quest. The thing you put over your eyes, so you can escape reality. So they got a whole minute commercial. It's like they make it look so fun and so real. I mean that's just another form of brainwashing.
I have a neighbor. He plays in the back of the house. He puts the Oculus and he talks. You can hear him. I can hear him speaking to friends online, and he's like playing outside. He's having fun.
I saw this really huge castle just a few seconds ago on TV. I wondered if that was Jacob Rothschild's. Hey, do you have a big couple big castles in the United States? Because I think I saw one of them.
There's many castles in the United States, and they've built towns around them and say, yeah, this is just a castle. It's part of the town. It was made 100 years ago. That's it.
I've heard, I've never been there, but I guess I've seen pictures of a huge Rothschild castle not too far from the UN in New York City, not too far out. I don't know how many miles, but I saw it. I saw it in proximity, and it's not that far away.
I'm just glad that they put that one building like close to where Hillary Clinton, is that. That way she don't have to walk very far to find out how she's supposed to vote.
You're only supposed to vote once.
I can't remember, was that the CFR? She's like, yeah, the CFR moved like a block down the road from where I'm at. That way I don't have to go very far to see how I'm supposed to vote. I can't remember which one it was, but it was, one of them groups, like the Trilateral Commission or something. And Luke Wazowski, he's like one of those journalists, independent journalists, And he was out there and he was like naming all the people that were coming out, and he's like, what's your name? And she gave her name. He's like, who do you represent? She's like, oh, I'm Canadian. She's like, he started saying, you're at the CFR and you're a Canadian? That's not very nice, eh? Like, so these like little groups, they tell our politicians like what to do, and they like control our politicians. And meanwhile, we're like voting with, ballots, and they're voting with like trillions of dollars probably. So the whole thing is just a dog and pony show. Just like the court case that I'm not going to mention the name of that just ended. It's a lot of circuses, man. Everybody's got their own circus. Like I'm guilty too. I think I've watched 2 UFCs this year, so I'm guilty as charged. So what happened with Flowers? Did you get anywhere at crypto? What?
fellow flat earther.
Flowers is a flat earther?
I mean, Crypto asked a few questions, and he sounded like he doesn't believe in the spinning globes. Go ahead, Flowers. Speak to Larry.
Hello.
So, Flowers, you went to the educational system that we went to, right? Where they taught you.
I can't hear you. It sounds like your phone's around the corner inside of a cup.
Sorry about that. Is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Cool. So I didn't know which microphone was working. All right. So you went to the same educational system that we went to, where they taught you all about like dinosaurs and look, Timmy, you live here on the sphere. Like, you don't believe all that stuff?
No. I'm still struggling to hear you, buddy.
Hey, we also have Luna. Happy birthday, Luna. You've been muted, Luna. Luna means moon in Spanish. Luna. Happy birthday to you, Luna.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Flowers. So basically, you don't believe the bullshit they taught you in school. Is that what you said?
Yeah, no, they lied to us at school.
All right. So how'd you figure out that the Earth was flat?
I mean, I haven't really figured out what it is yet.
Okay, my bad. That was an assumption on my part. Yeah, you
No,
said
you're
you didn't like
good.
labels. You didn't like labels, so yeah, I don't like psychiatrists neither. I don't like labels neither, really. That's why I'm just Larry. You know, not too big on labels. You can call me a man, but what else could I be other than that, right? Sure, you can relate.
I think.
All right, so the whole thing about you were lied to, but what about? Right? Did they lie just enough to make? Did they lie just enough to make you like a good little factory worker? Or did they lie enough to make you a slave? Or did they lie about everything they possibly could? And this is a loose quote from the leader of the CIA in 1982. Our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is a lie. Well, which level do you think they lied to us at?
North Korea.
Yeah. So the most extreme level they lied to us.
Yeah.
Right. So I can agree with you on that. So there's three ways to lie, right? Lie by omission is one of them. So you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, unless you read the book. Then you affirm, right? So the whole truth, well, that would be lie by omission. So you went to public school. Did they ever teach you any law classes? Was there ever any classes about the law?
No.
Sorry, was that a yes or no?
No, that was a no.
Right, but ignorance is no excuse, right?
If you get caught, yeah.
Right, so it appears the government wants you to be caught up in some bullshit so that they can turn you into a 13th Amendment slave, right?
Yeah, so you can just get taxed.
Right. Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Well, let's start with some feelings. All right, so.
Well, it sounds like to me that he's on a good pathway. He's on a good path.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And here's a pretty good place to learn because He's saying we're being lied to, but he's not the type to where you can't know anything. Isn't that right, Flowers? You can know certain things from firsthand primary knowledge, sensory experience, right?
That's debatable.
So, were you born a man, like a man child? A male, right? You were born a male, and you can prove it, right?
Oh yeah.
And you know that,
Okay,
right?
so right,
Oh
so
yeah.
that's not something that's subjective. It's an objective fact that you were born a male, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we can know certain things, right? There are truths here that we can verify. Like if I were to claim that I'm 6'3", if you had, a doorway and a ruler and a pencil, you could verify that, right?
On the Dewey Decimal System.
No, that's for libraries. I don't know what you're talking about. That's for people who've got a really big book collection.
You can also verify that you do have a mother and a father. They raised you. They were there with you. Your adolescent life. And maybe they're still alive. And so you can feel them, touch them, speak to them. You know you have parents. Simple fact.
Yeah, I'm not trying to play semantics.
Yeah, I get you.
As far as like quote unquote science.
Well, it's of my opinion that there's also facts that fall into that same category about the earth. You know that it's a livable, breathable place, a place where you can live and work and have a life and certain things. You know that. You may not know what shape it is or how it functions, but you do know that it's there. You live in it every day. So there's quite a few facts. There really is that you can actually know. I mean, I could go on for hours mentioning things that you definitely know. So just keep that in mind that, not everything is an illusion or a supposed illusion. You can fact check it. You can observe and touch and feel certain things, and then you know. You know you have an apple in your hand. It's in your hand. So there's a lot of things that you can know.
A lot of people that are coming out of the colleges these days, I've noticed, especially the males, they have this thing where they have like a subjective reality, subjective morals. Like instead of having like a good foundation of morals in a holy book, right? They'll have like everybody has their own morals, everybody has their own truth. You heard that before, Flower?
No, I didn't go to
You
school.
didn't go to school?
No.
Where were you?
I was around.
Like in orbit somewhere?
Oh no.
What do you mean you weren't in school? You didn't go to school at all?
Not really. No, not much.
Okay.
Maybe a couple years.
And that's totally fine.
Yeah, I went to school for a couple of years. More than you, but well, maybe a decade more than you. But yeah, school ain't where it's at. School makes you just smart enough to fill out the paperwork at the end of your shift after running a machine all day, but it doesn't really teach you how to do pretty much anything else but to be a good factory worker. If you went to public school between the ages of, I guess, like 70s and 80s and 90s when I was there. Not in the 70s, but you get what I'm saying. So, yeah, what I'm trying to say is that there's a whole lot more to learn outside of the school. And it's up to you, man. It's up to you.
Trade, like a trade, a building trade like I have.
Yeah. Or like a career or something.
Yeah.
I got one of those.
Oh, do you? Well, that's cool. Right on. My hat's off to you there. Not many people can say that. Well, I guess.
At least this year I got one.
Well, that's cool. Congratulations.
Let's see. Luna, are you there? Luna?
Hello, Witsit.
Hello? Yeah, what's
Hey,
up?
Luna. Welcome to the Flutter Discord. What brings you to the Flutter Discord?
I'm just curious. I'm not a flat earther. I'm sorry, but I'm just curious, and yeah.
You don't have to be a flat earther. Flat earther is just a hat that some people wear, but
Oh, okay.
nobody is a flat earther. It's a like you might be a mechanic or a teacher or a nurse. You could also wear a hat of flat earther if you want to, but you don't have to. There's many people in here that are not flat earthers.
Oh, okay.
So, have you ever spoken to flat earthers about the Earth?
Not really.
Okay,
No.
so you're curious. You're curious about the topic,
I've
right?
been looking through some of the channels, and well, I mean, my opinion hasn't changed. I still strongly believe the Earth is round, but it's just interesting seeing other people's point of view, like seeing what they really think and feel.
So why do you?
Round? Oh, go ahead, Witzy. Go ahead, Witzy.
So why do you think it's a ball?
I mean, I learned it, and there's no reason to believe it's not.
Have you ever? Do you think that you've ever learned things that weren't true?
I mean, I'm looking at a live stream right now. It looks pretty round to me.
There is actually no actual live stream of the globe that exists.
I'm looking at it.
Okay, so would you like to drop it for us or tell us what it is at the ISS?
Yeah.
The ISS doesn't show the full globe, right? So it's not a live stream of the globe, but so you just believe that live stream proves the Earth is a globe?
I mean, it's live. I mean, I really don't want to be like looked at as stupid because I have a different opinion, but because I'm sure the majority of you think I'm wrong, but I do believe I
am right. Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're not looking at you like you're dumb or anything. We all used to think the Earth was a globe too, So we just decided to look into it. So just to kind of get an idea of where you are, do you agree that the government lies?
I don't really care, to be honest.
Okay, then why are you, then you should then why are you in here then?
Because I'm just curious about like other people's opinions.
Well, you should learn how to have conversation then, right? So the reason that I was asking you was because you've invoked something from the government, a video they claim is real, and somehow that proves it. But the government has consistently lied. In fact, NASA was founded with Nazis. They claim literally declassified, founded with Nazis. Okay,
I don't know what that has to do with many things, but
well, if you would listen, you'd probably know what it has to do with it, because I just explained to you that we just don't believe the government. NASA is part of the government. NASA was founded by Nazis, known for lying and using propaganda with videos to lie to people. So how do you not know what that has to do with it if you're talking about the ISS, which comes from NASA?
look, man, I don't know. I don't know. All right.
Okay. So
I'm not gonna try and argue any of your points, but I don't want to offend anybody.
well, then you should. Well, no one's offended because everyone here has researched it in depth. Okay, I'm just trying to explain to you that videos from the government isn't proof of anything, because the government consistently lies. The way that we know the Earth's not a ball is you can physically measure the Earth. Okay, so it supposedly has a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, that means it has to curve at a certain rate. That's how geometry works. That means the surface of the Earth has to curve at 8 inches per mile squared. You can physically measure the surface of the Earth and see if it actually curves at that rate. It does not do that, though. Okay, so we've shot long distance lasers where the Earth's curve should block the laser, but the laser gets all the way to the other side, not blocked by the Earth. That's impossible if
But
the Earth
you
is a
realize
globe.
how big the Earth is, right? Like
I just told you literally how big it is. It's
you can't
3,959 mile
stand
radius.
on, like, you can't look at a horizon and say just because the horizon's flat means the entire Earth is flat. Like that
No
doesn't
one
make any
said that.
sense.
Okay, so do you know how big the Earth is? Because I just told you how big it is. So when you said, do you realize how big the Earth is, right?
The claim from the claim, yeah.
Yeah. So like I told you how big the Earth was, and your response supposedly, and your response was, do you know how big the Earth is? I just told you.
I don't want to get into this anymore. I just yeah.
Okay. So you're not able to. Maybe a female can talk to you.
Jesus Christ! All right, I'm gonna leave.
It's okay. No, you don't have to. Don't have to get upset. It's kind of hard in the beginning to question such a fundamental thing. Like, I loved outer space. I loved aliens. I loved the idea of space travel. But what I didn't realize, I mean, I kind of knew after seeing last year and the year before, like, the government, they like controlling people. But I didn't know how much. And once you realize how much, it's pretty crazy. But what I want to ask you is, pretending that NASA is not a thing, like pretend that NASA doesn't exist. What is something that proves the Earth is a ball, excluding NASA? Is there any pictures, anything like that? What is something right now that tells you that you live on a spinning ball?
I don't really know, to be honest, but I trust science.
No, I know, but it should be obvious, right? If it's so obvious that the Earth is a globe, we don't just need pictures, right? So what in your observable day-to-day reality shows you you're on a
Well,
ball
you guys
spinning
think that the
1,000
Earth
miles
is
per hour?
some border, right? Like you think that you just can like fall off the side of the Earth, right? Is that I don't
No one is saying that, and you're not answering my question.
I don't really want to answer the question, to be honest.
Okay.
I
don't think that you're ready to have a conversation.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey,
So no
real
one
quick,
thinks you can.
real
Wait,
quick.
I want to ask you a question. Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Like if you're in the ocean and you swim to the beach, can you fall off the ocean, off the shore?
She jumped out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
She abandoned.
No,
That was so bad. That was so bad.
not everybody's ready at the level to have this kind of conversation. You know, I want to say that the fact that she was saying, you guys think, she was here to tell us what we think, not to actually listen to what we think. So until she learns to listen, maybe she'll, hang out in the YouTubes and listen for a while instead of actually telling us what we think.
Yeah, like that's why I tried to go the easiest route, which is like, do you agree the government lies sometimes? But like even that didn't work. So I mean, honestly, I don't care what you're talking about. I don't know. If you can't even get someone to acknowledge that the government lies sometimes, my goodness.
This is just a snapshot of her life, though, with it. She's got another 60 to 100 years, to be able to handle this kind of information. It's kind of like getting your blood done early in the morning, right? The doctor gets a snapshot of your blood before you've had anything to drink, anything to eat, and he's like, oh, you got high blood pressure. But after you go home and you're not like stressed out from being at the doctor, you down a couple bottles of water. If he were to take that blood sample, it would be a totally different blood test, right?
Yeah, sorry by the way, Jimsy. I wasn't trying to like hijack that. I honestly thought I'd be able to bring her in, and I wasn't even close. Maybe in retrospect, I should have like cogdis obliterated her, as in like, oh well, they say the ISS is 252 miles up, going 17,500 miles per hour, blah blah blah. But who knows? You never know.
I mean,
That actually
I
works
think
sometimes.
you and the lady, you guys did good and took it very softly compared to other conversations I've heard. But I think she got kind of triggered way too easy, and she got a little bit emotional. And it's her birthday, so she's been, hearing people saying happy birthday, and she's looking into the flutter now. So it's she's emotional, and you said nasties, so that might trigger some people.
I don't know.
She's
She
young.
seemed very determined.
Yeah.
To say that we were stupid. So I don't know. Maybe she's just stopping by, or maybe she was.
Yeah, she's coming from the gaming.
To come here.
She's coming from the gaming servers kind of mentality. So it is kind of like a joke when people get it from the gaming server. So she wasn't adjusted to the actual real conversation. She wasn't ready for the real thing. She was thinking about kind of like a joke. But once she started,
I just trust science.
Yeah, once she heard like what you guys said and what Wizard said, she wasn't like taking it. Yeah.
Totally unrelated, but Hank, dude, we were looking into Waco. I'd never really looked into it. I've heard you bring it up, and I know obviously it's famous for being the time that American citizens were turned on by their own government, and in fact, they even put out military tanks and killed tons of innocent people, including children, and set them on fire and all that stuff. But I was wondering, is there some like real gravy there? I've heard someone say that apparently one of the ATF agents seems to have gotten shot by another agent that was because he was investigating Clinton. I've heard Clinton used to have that property and they were trying to destroy it because of evidence. Is there any like real gravy behind it? Why they went in there and did that? Hank, bro, come on, man. I've heard you bring up Waco so many times. It's your time to shine, bro.
Dude, I was away. The only thing I heard about Waco, because remember I was very young, was that basically they were like a religious organization who were like separate, and they wanted to be separate, and something went on, and they like refused to come out, so the ATF like set fire to the place, and the guy who went down for the Oklahoma bombing, I think he was there, Timothy McVeigh. I think he was there in Waco. I remember that, but basically they wouldn't come out. So they kind of pulled a maneuver where they set it on fire instead the Branch Davidians set their own place on fire. And it was basically like an atrocious violation of the First Amendment because they have the right to like religion, and the religion was to be like separate from the world. And of course, the Fourth Amendment, right? Setting their house on fire or their complex, they set it on fire, and of course, but that's all I know basically. I don't know much more than
When
that.
you say they set it on fire, who's they? Who set it on fire?
The ATF, the
ATF set it on
government.
fire. And then didn't they
Yeah,
run
like
a tank through it too?
Yeah. So I've looked a little bit into it here recently. So they got a warrant to go in there, and the magistrate judge signed off on it. And in the warrant, it talks about how they have machine guns, but failed to acknowledge the sheriff had actually already investigated the claim they had machine guns there. And turns out he just had an attachment on the gun that makes it sound like a machine gun, and it was completely legal. And of course, at the time in Texas, it was legal to have a machine gun. You just had to pay a $200 tax on it. So effectively, they were going in there because they had machine guns and hadn't paid their $200 tax. That's like the official into a religious building. That's official story. And in the ATF report, they talk about like these accusations of polygamy and child abuse, which that's not in their jurisdiction. They're just supposed to be firearms, right? Like firearm jurisdiction. So then they came and they started shooting first. Of course, the media covered it as if it was the other way around. They had like over 200 guns, all legally purchased. They refused to come out. And apparently, the story was that he had predicted that God had showed him that they would do that. So the people refused to leave. So it took like 51 days. So that just shows you that like 100 people, um, a third of them children, and then women, just a few men with guns, takes the government 50 days. So that's the cool part of the story, is that the government can't take over if we have our guns at all. But yeah, then they said that they set their own place on fire. But if you look at the footage, you can actually see the tanks shooting out fire. You can literally see them setting it on fire. Then they claimed that they were in a bunker and that they were showing this bunker, but it was above ground well house. But the bunkers were actually outside of the property line, right underneath the ground, right outside the house. And that's where most of the deaths took place, because they threw in all kinds of grenades and set fire and all kinds of like lethal gas, and they died inside the bunker. But the media lied about where it was, and then they were just shooting crazy machine guns and climbing in there, throwing grenades and smoke grenades. And this is with like 17 children under the age of 10 in there, and many other children under the age of 18. And they just like ruthlessly slaughtered them because they wouldn't come out. So that's what I do know.
So to kind of add to your story, there's a story during World War II when the Germans were occupying France, and there was like this boys' school, and they had single shot 22 rounds rifles. So you break it open, you take the old 22 out, you put the new one in, you clamp it and fire it. You break it open, take the old shell out, put the new one in. So these aren't even semi-automatic 22s, right? And these children held off the Nazis for like weeks on end, and I just couldn't ever get them to surrender for like weeks upon weeks. Would you? So when I tell people that like every man, woman, and child on earth needs a 22 rifle, like I'm not joking. Everybody should have a 10-22.
Yeah. I think that's crazy. That's what you. I have a pretty gum, but that's what everyone should take out of it. I think is that it was that hard to take out a few men and then a bunch of women and children. It took them 51 days, bro.
Well, and also. Oh, sorry. You can go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I do remember that's when Cartoon Network started. They started playing like reruns of shit that was like kind of like BC cartoons, like cartoons that nobody wanted. That's when Cartoon Network started, was around the time that Waco started. So it was like, you know, they didn't want the children seeing like all the stuff that the government was doing to these innocent children. So sorry, you go ahead.
Oh, no worries. Well, I just was going to say, like that girl who came in who said, like, I don't care if the government lies. I feel like everyone in America should have to watch what we just watched, because I was not even expecting it. Like, a religious organization owes a $200 fine. The leader owes a $200 fine, is being accused by someone who was kicked out of the organization for crimes. And instead of just arresting him and taking him to trial to convict if he's guilty, they literally start shooting at the building with children inside. Then they start throwing grenades, and then they literally like turn off the power, so they have no electricity. No electricity. Then they start playing torturous sounds of animals dying outside and continuing to shoot them and then set the building on fire while there's like Christian families inside. Like, the American government is so evil and nobody knows. Well, we know, obviously, but normies don't know.
It's a international war crime to shoot into a holy temple or church or mosque while it's occupied.
Dude, how insane is that they were so they implemented thermal scanning so they knew where everyone was at. They bugged all the walls so they heard everything they said. They were playing like animals dying, and then these boots are made for walking, like playing these things over and over and over to basically torture them. They threw grenades in, they started shooting first, and again, it's a $200 tax, but they actually didn't even have machine guns. So they didn't even have a machine gun that they had to pay tax on. That's the craziest part. And it's like there's something else to this story, though, in my opinion. And I've heard that. Okay, so there's one part of the footage where you see these ATF agents go up there and they crawl in the window, and then so 3 agents go in, and then the 4th one stays behind, turns around, and throws a grenade in the room that his fellow agents had just come in, and then blindly starts spraying a machine gun without looking in the window all around it. They try to shoot back, and you see holes come through the window. They all died. Holes come through the wall. They all died, and they were all bodyguards of Bill Clinton. So the ATF agent killed some other agents there that were actually bodyguards of the Clintons. And I've heard Bill Clinton had something to do with that property before they took it over, and it's as if there was some evidence of him there that he was afraid of being caught, so he had to have it destroyed. So there's definitely some real reason that they went in there. And then they slander this guy as if he claimed to be the son of God and all this stuff, when really this guy claimed to be a prophet, and wanted to take over. So then they asked him to leave. That guy came out and made up all kinds of stories, including that he like raped his 80-year-old grandmother or 80-year-old mother and all this stuff. And then they take a video clip of him saying, if I got an 80-year-old woman pregnant, I mean, what am I, a god? And they took that out, and then they ran with it in the media saying he said he was a god, saying he was a pedophile, all this crazy stuff. And then they went in there and they destroyed the building. So I didn't know if anyone knew the real gravy. There seems to be something there where the bodyguard got killed, and that building had to get destroyed because of some type of evidence. And they killed tons of innocent children in the process. And this is on American soil against American citizens in 1993, bro. That is wild, bro. It's actually kind of crazy that I've never looked into it. And this came up because I saw a meme saying that the U.S. government still holds the record for the most children killed in a school shooting, because they went into this homeschool classroom and killed all these children. Right. So it's like,
and torture them.
And dude, they basically tortured them. Like, they cut off the water, the climate control, the electricity. They cut everything off with children in there. It's just so insane, bro. And then brought tanks out, and apparently the governor of Texas was strict, which I didn't even know that Texas ever had a female governor. What are you guys doing? You can't have female leaders, man. But I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, it doesn't make any sense. But so there was a female governor. I guess they told them some story, and so she ran the tanks out, and then come to find out the story wasn't true, but they kept the tanks there anyway. So I mean, it's really crazy, man. Some little little house in the middle of nowhere in Texas. Some religious people believe in the Bible, believe Revelation's happening soon, keep to themselves. They work in town, come back. They have families. They buy guns to defend themselves. They're like peaceful people, and then the government comes against them with tanks. That's so crazy, bro.
Have you looked up the Ruby Ridge incident? What's it?
I have not.
Okay, well, that's your next one. You're going to be even more pissed off.
Whoa.
Okay, when was that?
I want to say a little earlier than 93. I don't remember exactly, but the Ruby Ridge incident is going to be like along the same lines. You're going to be like, this happened in America, and people like trust their government, and this is like, public information. Anybody could look this up.
Yeah, it's crazy how they keep these things just out of our view. Thank you for the documentary. I'll check it out, and then I'll check out Ruby Ridge as well. Never heard of it. Sounds familiar, but I've never heard of it. It's like when people say the government would never turn their own people. I'm like, bro, are you deluded? That's why the Second Amendment says it doesn't say so you can hunt, bro. You know, it says so you can have a well-regulated militia in this case of a tyrannical government. Like this, the very reason that you have guns, and that's why they got to get us to take ourselves out, because some little house in Texas held off the freaking government for 51 days. It's low key like a victory story. It's sad though. It's sad because they ended up dying, but yeah, it shows if you murder Christians, then you're not going to really make the news with the true story. But any other victim group, you know, it's just you'll never stop hearing about it. You just need one person in some other group blasted everywhere, but let's just sweep the Christians under the rug. It also goes to show you that when people have faith in the Creator, they're very, very difficult to take over because they don't fear death. So there are a couple gems to learn from it, I think. Totally random, I know that, but I just wanted to see if anyone knew about it. This is the same, yeah, like what Kai's saying is it's applicable in the sense that like it really helps you fathom what our government is capable of. I mean, this is the same government that you're defending their story tells about Narnia space, you know, like going to the moon and beating communism. This is the same government.
Well, like all these like teenagers are crying like, oh my gosh, get rid of guns. Some person shot elementary school kids. Yeah, your government did that like times 10. No problem.
Which, by the way, YouTube doesn't really seem to care about you talking about that. I just did a live stream and talked about it. But
if you want to know about your government, look up the Trail of Tears.
That's just the stuff they're doing to white people. Wait till you look into the stuff they're doing to black people.
Well, the way that they got the quote unquote black people, which there's no such thing as white or black people, in my opinion. I've never met either one of them, but there's a spectrum of melanin. But yeah, the way that they got the quote unquote black people is they set them up to kill themselves by removing the fathers, getting them dependent upon the government for housing and for food, flooding the government or flooding the hood or the public housing with drugs and guns, and setting them up to fail by removing masculine leadership effectively, then promoting degeneracy through the propped up culture, and not as if any other quote unquote race has eluded the grasp of these tactics, but that's the real thing they're doing now. Yeah, of course they have done egregious things to quote unquote black people in the past, like injecting them with syphilis. But I think that
or like the Black
viewing
Wall
things
Street
through that
bombing.
binary. Go ahead.
Or like the Black Wall Street bombings when they just literally bombed people for no reason.
Yeah, that is a crazy part of the whole thing too, is that actually the quote unquote black community had like a very competitive stronghold in the market, in the free market, before they attacked them and then tricked them into depending on the government. They incentivized single motherhood, and that was really the downfall. I think there's a misnomer actually. The black community was doing pretty great earlier than the civil rights. Like, not that there wasn't prejudice or anything like that. Yeah, there does definitely appear to have been, but the single fatherhood rate, like the single motherhood rate of the black community was like less than 30%. And now it's like the exact opposite. It's like close to 80%. since civil rights. So, yeah. The civil rights movement was actually how they got the black community. They tricked them as if they needed the government to free them. And there's all kinds of misnomers about this. The first black representative in government was Republican. There were slaves longer in the North than the South. The Civil War was not about slavery at all whatsoever. Abraham Lincoln said that never ever would he suggest that black people were equal to white people. History is a lie. So I don't know. I think that the binary of black and white is literally just used to divide, and that we are all just within a spectrum of melanin. And now, actually, if I have the same ACT as someone that's quote unquote black, they will get approved at the college a million times in a row before I do. They'll get scholarships before I do. If we have the exact same credit score, the same exact credentials, and we both apply for a business loan, the black guy will get the business loan over me every single time. So they're now actually attacking the white people because they're the majority. So I fail to see the fruit that is bare from hyper focusing on the false binary of black white. But anyway, it's like I'm white, so do I change race during the summer?
That's what Michael Jackson asked Oprah. What about them? What about the people that go sit in the sun to change their color? Why don't people say anything to them?
Yeah, but to be fair, we just went into the sun. We didn't like bleach ourselves, but I already actually had a skin condition. But also, I heard that he didn't even die, and we've all heard that he likes little boys. We don't know if it's true, but he did have like a freaking amusement park in his backyard, and he did actually take the parents of children on different vacations and pay for lavish vacations as they left their children there, and they all slept in the same room. So that's kind of weird, but anyway. Pretty sure Michael Jackson faked his death, and he was on the news talking about Michael Jackson in a costume. You guys have seen that? Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yes.
That was definitely Michael Jackson talking on that news station, bro. Well, all right, man. I'll stop killing your guys' vibe. I just wanted to know if you guys knew
Wait,
any
just one
crazy.
last thing. Operation Northwoods. You heard of that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah. Anyway,
Operation Stargate. Have you heard of that project?
nope, I hadn't heard of that.
It's where the CIA looked into supposedly communicating with interdimensional entities, psychic capabilities, and remote viewing. Thousands of subjects. Pretty weird. All right, I'll look
That
up.
sounds
What you?
Yeah. Northwoods, Ruby Ridge.
Ruby Ridge, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like what you're talking about is like part of MK Ultra, just like one of the side things.
Yeah, exactly. It was an extension of MK Ultra, effectively. Project Stargate.
All right, dude, keep seeking the truth, bro. God bless. Most High.
Yeah, much love.
Now, see, that's a truth seeker. Like, he ain't got to announce that he's a truth seeker. Like, you come in here talking about what he's learning about. That's what we do as truth seekers. It's like, hey, guys, have you looked at this? It's like some people are like, yeah, I looked at it a while back. I need to look at it again. And some people are like, no, I never heard of it. Let me go check it out. So if you're a truth seeker, you ain't got to tell nobody. It's obvious to everybody who knows you because you're always talking about shit that nobody's ever heard of. You're always believing in like the most crazy conspiracy theories. But it's like, if you think for 1 second that these fat cats like George Soros and like Henry Kissinger, like you think that they're not getting around with their buddies and like rubbing their hands together about how they can consolidate wealth and power and rip the people off that don't know any better. If you think that kind of stuff is going on and they're not doing that, they're just like getting together with their little groups and they're just eating dinner, right? The Masons, they just get together and they eat, right? Because why would they worry about consolidating wealth and power? Right? So people conspire. It's obvious people conspire. I mean, all you have to do is have one nut job come in and say, hey, let's go rob the railroad or something hypothetical like that. And then one other guy goes, yeah. And that's a conspiracy to commit a crime. So if you think that conspiracies don't exist, like you're an idiot.
There's freedom in the truth. So that means that there's power in lies. So is this science-based flat Earth, or is
Yeah,
this?
we like to stick to the science when applicable as much as possible. We don't like to talk about religion a whole lot in the mainstream. We do talk about religion sometimes, but if you're saying like we need the Bible to prove the Earth's flat, no, we don't need the Bible. We're telling people, this is what we're telling people: go outside, check for yourself, measure the Earth yourself. You don't need a scientist. You don't even need a telescope. You just need a little bit of gas money, a friend, a mirror, or binoculars, or something like a laser. A lot of people use a lot of different methods, but if the Earth is curving the way that they say it is, and the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And what that means in plain English is if you're looking at 1 foot off the water, the horizon can't be any further than 1.2 miles. So we've got the horizon past 10 miles, so the Earth can't be a radius of 3,959 miles. It can't. Both can't be true at the same time. So we're telling people that when we leave here from this server, we want you to be brainwashed to think for yourself and to question authority and go out and measure it yourself. Because at 10 miles, there should be 66.6 feet of curvature. That's going to be drop in elevation. So if you think about a ruler on top of a basketball, like if you're the ruler and you're looking out, you can only look down so far, right? And if there's an army man on the side of the ball, you're not going to be able to see him from the ruler's perspective. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, we like to stick to the science when applicable, but measuring the Earth, it's not science, it's actually math, it's geometry. So we stick to the geometry, but there's a lot of other stuff that, is scientific in these discussions. There's also natural law that applies here a lot. There's lots of stuff. In fact, if you stick around, it doesn't matter if you are a globe earther or a flat earther. If you stick around here, you're going to receive an education like no one else in modern day education because we're not compartmentalized. So we'll be talking about the physics of light. The next day we'll be talking about natural law. The next day we'll be talking about like chemistry and molecular makeups of, all sorts of things. The next day we'll be talking about mathematics, right? But it really isn't day to day, it's hour to hour. So you're going to leave here with an education like no one else is getting. And me being here for 7 years, I can't even fathom how much I've learned in the past 7 years just by listening to other people talk and like looking up what they're talking about. Because when it comes to like physics and things like that and geometry, like what we were taught in school, it was all bullshit. Like we weren't taught like none of the good stuff. Like they taught us a whole bunch of useless stuff that we're never going to use just so that the school had control of our minds during those first, impressionable years. Those first, 5 to, 15 years. And then it's like, I don't know. It's like they just wanted to hijack our educational system so that we weren't getting a proper education.
Right. I was just more like questioning if people's foundational belief system was in science and observations, or if it was founded in scripture or not. Like, where's the argument at? You know what I mean? And it sounds like you guys are just basically flat verse around in here.
Well, there are religious people in here that just stick to the Bible, but I would say they're the minority. Most people are in here. They stick to the science on the server because this is a scientific conversation. That's why the Bible room is down below, because sometimes, we go off into the weeds and we start talking about the Bible, and then we're like, hey, why don't you take it downstairs? The Bible discussion isn't really for the live stream. But that's what it gets like when people are like arguing, because, people start talking about the Bible.
Yeah,
They're
they
going to
get too
start
heated.
arguing. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, if I were to start talking about the Bible right now, I don't think anybody would like ask me to leave. But as soon as me and you started getting into an argument over doctrine, then for sure somebody would be like, "Hey guys, take it downstairs." And even me being a mod, I would have to take it downstairs.
Right. Yeah, and
But as long as we're not,
I've never gone into any conversation with the intent to like argue about the Bible or play semantics about
right,
it,
right,
or
right,
even
right.
like argue doctrine. I just kind of get caught up on Genesis a little bit, I guess, and then people's models, and I wonder where people's models are based out of. Because I guess I guess what I'm saying is I believe in the Bible and stuff, but at first I thought, okay, well, I'm kind of in on this flat Earth side, and then I started looking at the models, or at least the partial presentations of some of the workings of the models, I guess, for flat Earth, and like the big astrological clock above us, and the sun and moon rotating and all that. But then I got into Scripture. And now I'm just kind of back at square one. I really don't know what to think and how to interpret anything because I'm trying to
Well,
base
man,
my
I
things
tell you
off of
what, we
scripture.
don't have a model. Like, there's no model for the flat Earth,
Yeah.
right? So when I say Earth, most people in their mind's eye, word association leads them to see the water ball floating in space. But that's
Cool.
not what Earth is. Earth is actually the dirt beneath your feet, the stuff that gets in between your toes when you walk outside, the sand between your toes. That's what Earth actually is. It's dry land, right? So people come in here and they're like, why don't you fall off the edge of the Earth? And I'm thinking to myself, like, is she asking, like, are we going to fall into the ocean? Because the edge of the Earth would be the beach, right? That's where the dry land ends.
I see
So
what you're
what
saying.
is,
Yeah.
yeah. So I have a different, like, worldview in my head than people that come in here. And they're like, where's your edge? I didn't claim an edge. It's the heliocentric people who are claiming an edge. They're like, oh, there's a geometric horizon that boats go over, and that's how you know you live on a ball. It's like, wait a minute, you're the one claiming the edge, and you're asking me, where's my edge? But you still haven't proven your edge. Where's your edge at 3 to 5 miles away, depending on how tall I am? Where's your edge if I can see these oil rigs that are out 9.41 miles and I can see the horizon behind it? Where's your edge? It doesn't make any sense if they come in here asking me where my edge is. I haven't claimed an edge. So the sand is the place in between the sea and the land, and that's my edge. Other than that, I haven't really claimed an edge.
Yeah, there might not be an edge.
Exactly.
That's kind of where I'm at. I don't know I don't know anything anymore. I used to be kind of sure on a lot of these topics, and then the more I look into it, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about none of it.
That's a good start. That's the beginning of wisdom, saying that you don't know. So it's okay. I'm on the phone. Sorry. I see you got a organic doorbell over there.
Yes.
He looks like he wants to play.
Which one?
The big one.
Which big one?
Oh, I only see the brown one in the back. Oh, I see the little one now.
What?
Yeah, I could tell the big one wants to play. All right, thank you so much. I tried to press mute. She answered the door too fast. Yeah. Oh, one second.
Well, I personally don't think we even know what
Yep.
light is or where it comes from.
Thank you. What's that?
I said I personally don't believe we know what light is or where it comes from.
Well, there's a lot of things we don't know about light, but I think we know what it is. It's a particle. So there's this thing called the photoelectric effect. Anybody can do this experiment, and they can see for themselves that photons are particles. And just like an X-ray machine works by sending light through the body, and the particles hit the X-ray paper or whatever you call it, the photography paper, and each little particle of light hits except for where there's a shadow. In this case, talking about dense bones, makes a shadow, and that's what they're looking at. So we know what light is. There's lots of theories about light. To get a little more specific,
I guess I
is it a
mean more
particle?
along the lines of which light are we talking about? I'm under the impression that there's 4 different types of light. They were specific. And once again, I don't want to stir up any hornet's nest because mine's based in scripture. But my personal impression is that there's 4 different kinds and they're distinguished. So we need to figure out which.
What are the 4 different kinds?
Daylight, sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. And so, according to scripture, the daylight was created first. God said, "Let there be light." And then he divided the light from the darkness, and he called the light day, and he called the darkness night. And then there were lights in the heavens and the firmament. He created 2 great lights, one stronger light and one lesser light, one to rule the day and one to rule the night. So those are 2 different lights right there. We got sunlight. Well, first we got our daylight, then we got our sunlight and our moonlight. And then after that, the stars were created. And it says that they're not only for signs and seasons, all of these lights, but to also give light upon the earth. So they're all giving off a different kind of light. And I don't think we even know which one's which and which one, what they're doing. Like, can we really say the heat's coming from the sun? Or is it coming from the daylight? Or is that all the sun does is just brings the heat and the daylight brings the light?
That's a good question. I've never heard that before. So I watched this video a while back, and it was talking about daylight, which is when the sun creates plasma out of the noble gases in the upper atmosphere. So I think nitrogen glows blue. So if most of our atmosphere is like nitrogen, it would make sense that when the sun comes around, exerting all that energy, that the gas becomes excited and phase changes into plasma. And this is what you call daylight. So I can't say that it's the sun for sure, but the daylight is usually around right before the sun comes up and right after it goes down and everything in between. So it appears like the sunlight causes daylight. Would you agree?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Is they're distinguishedly different. It definitely
Yeah, they are.
is definitely seemingly associated, but we can't see any type of reference point to tell where, and you know what I mean? Is it like the focal point of daylight? Is the sun always in the center of where daylight is?
So here's something else
Because
that's interesting too. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, you're all right. Go ahead.
So something else that's interesting to me is that when an eclipse happens and the moon turns red, it's weird because the moon could be reflecting sunlight, and during an eclipse, it's not, and red is the moon's natural light. So if you look at what moonlight does to the Earth, if the Earth is 4 times the size of the moon, then there should also be sunlight reflecting off the Earth and landing on the moon. And they say, well, that's what's happening. It's because there's like 1,000 sunsets during an eclipse, and the red light is refracting onto the moon. But that's the only time on the moon. I don't believe that. I think that's a lot of crap. I think that the moon gives off a red light because we can see the moon even when it's halfway lit. It's still light coming off of it, but it's not earth shine. It's not moonshine on the dark side, or not the dark side, but the part of the moon that faces us that's not lit up like, like halfway in the month, right? When it's not a full moon, but it's not a new moon. Like when it's halfway lit, you can still see the other side shining. It's just not shining white. So I think the moon does give off her own light. I think it's red. I don't know why it's red, but it kind of makes sense if you think about, women and their monthly period and how it's always been tied to the moon, and the moon being red, it's not just red, it's blood red. Like if you've ever cut yourself, in the sunlight and you made like a pool of blood because you're bleeding so much, like it's really, really dark because it oxidizes so fast and then it turns like black. But as long as it's like still in its liquid state and hasn't coagulated yet, it's the same color as the moon during a lunar eclipse. Dark, 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 dark red. Almost with an orange hue added to it. Almost. Just tiny, tiny, tiny bit. Anyway, so yeah, I think you're right about there being 4 different types of light. I didn't think about that till just now, but it does make sense. Mic check. I guess you guys can hear me and see myself lighting up. So, yeah, the flower guy left. Okay. How many children did Witsit say died in Waco? Thanks. Is everybody going Betty bye? A little too much Thursday for some of you guys. You all tuckered out? So here's the thing. In 93, I was 11 years old. And I remember the whole Waco, Texas thing. And like when it first started happening, it was on the news, like constantly being covered, constantly. And then like before it ended, like Cartoon Network came out. And I remember watching Cartoon Network and thinking like, these are some of the worst cartoons I've ever seen in my life. And it was really bad cartoons. Like you could tell they just kind of like threw it together with some like old reruns, like stuff that nobody wanted to watch. So I would go back and forth between watching like Cartoon Network and like the whole Waco thing. And I just remember that like everything they said about David Koresh was like it was all negative. It's like nobody really knows that that guy was responsible for any of that stuff because he never stood trial. And looking back on it now, it's like, wait a minute, these people never stood trial, and like the ATF just like come down on them for what? Like they sent a tank to bulldoze a church with fire and bullets and grenades, and I think they said that like the Davidians killed a cop or something like that. And it's like, whenever there's like a cop death, all the police across the whole nation, they get like super butthurt and they have to go by like all sorts of preparation H for themselves because when a cop dies, it's like an actual human, it's like a man died, you know. But anytime a civilian dies, it's like, oh, you know, just another day at the job. Had to go in blasting, no knock warrant, mow down a few people. But it's not like they're cops. But when a cop dies, they're like take a knee and like have like a moment of silence and preparation H stock goes through the roof. You know, it's like, why can't we get the cop culture to be like, when anyone dies, why can't we take a knee, you know, say a prayer? Because isn't all lives valuable? I don't know. Maybe I'm racist for saying that. All lives matter. Even animals. Like, the ecosystem is put there for a reason. So, like a few years back, I'm working at the store, and it was like the year of the cricket, man. Crickets were coming out of everywhere. Like, coming out of the ground, coming out of the sink, coming out of the toilet, like everywhere. So I had to like slaughter like an assload of crickets, you know, because I work in food, right? And I'm like feeling really, really bad for killing all these crickets. But like, what else am I supposed to do? You know, I got to make the store clean. That's my job, right? So I can overlook the deaths of some crickets, you know, because they're not human. And there wasn't a shortage of crickets that year. So it's not like I'm wiping them out, right? But a human life is so precious that it drives me crazy when some people just don't bat an eye. Like, even if you're a child molester, even if you're a murderer, like, even if you're fill in the blank, you know, if you're a Nazi or if you're a Satanist, like, to me, your life has value. Now, there is certain things that you can do to warrant the death penalty, and I don't really have a problem with that as long as it's like 100% they caught you on tape, your genetics were there, your footprints were there, your tires were there. You know, as long as it's like that, you know, and it's like proven that you did this heinous crime, and yeah, I mean, I can kind of stand behind the death penalty because it keeps other people from wanting to do the same thing. But for the most part, like life has value. So we got to do something with this whole like cop culture where it doesn't matter when a civilian dies, but when a cop dies, it's like, oh my God, stop the presses. A cop died. And I think that's what they did in Waco. And I think they did the same thing when Kennedy was assassinated. They said that he killed a cop, and then they found him in a movie theater. But there's also like the conspiracy side that wants to say like this is all a stage, and it's all like Hollywood, like pulling on my heartstrings and get me all up in my feels, so that I'm not like looking at the big picture, and it's just like watching a Hollywood tearjerker. So I seen this video one time on YouTube, and it was an incident where I think a young man had stolen a bike, and or maybe it was like something he wasn't supposed to be riding in the streets, like maybe a 4-wheeler or something. I can't remember exactly what he stole, or maybe he didn't steal it. He was just riding it, and like he wouldn't stop, wouldn't pull over. So one of the cops hit him with a car, and as he's laying there dying, one of the female cops, she goes up to the like senior cop and was like, "Can we put him in an ambulance and give him an escort?" And he was like, "No, we only do that for cops. Like, who cares if this guy dies?" And it was a child, right? And you know, just for the people who are wondering what the races were, the senior cop was a black guy and the young man was a black guy. I think the lady was a white lady. But yeah, the cop was like, he didn't care. He was like, "We don't do that for civilians. We only give escorted ambulance rides to the hospital to cops. Everyone else can fuck off, right?" So that just like goes to show you like the cop culture is the problem. I don't really think it's an individual problem as much as it is the cop culture. So like if I was a cop and I did like a petty crime and my cop buddy saw it, he like wouldn't snitch on me, most likely, right? Because if he did, then it would be like, "Oh, you're fucking snitching on your brothers? Like, we're brothers. Why would you snitch on me?" It's like only when it's like brought to light that you were doing something serious, like tampering with evidence, and like there's an outrage by the community. That's really the only time cops are held accountable, for the most part, from what I can tell. So any other time, it's like, we'll just sweep you under the rug. You get like a paid vacation and a promotion. It's like, okay, so if I do bad, I get a paid vacation. Okay, cool. It's like, what other job can you do that? What other job can you violate the policies of your work? And then when someone calls you out on it, like instead of you getting sued, like the taxpayer gets sued, and then you get like a paid vacation, and then some time off, and most likely a raise and a promotion. If not, if it's really bad, then you just have to put in your resignation and go work in the next county over or the next state over, depending on how bad it was. What other job can you do that? Like, there's no other job. So I'm all for the rule of law. Like, I'm definitely for the rule of law. I'm not for chaos. But when chaos is coming from those who are supposed to be keeping the rule of law, what do you do? Like, what's the answer? So I really think it's our fault that we have all these compartmentalized legal idiots, and we're supposed to educate our public officials so that they don't ever do the same stupid shit again. But then you have some cops who have had like 5, 10 lawsuits over their long career, and they still work at the same police station. So these are repeat offender like cops that keep getting like these lawsuits the taxpayers have to pay off. It's like, how are they benefiting the community? I mean, if the city of Dallas or whatever is like a corporation, why would you have somebody that costs you like $100,000 over a couple of years? Like, why would you keep that guy? That's because, oh, he's our brother. Yeah, he's in the brotherhood. It's like, man, if you're costing me that much in my business, even if you are my brother, like, get the fuck out. Kick rocks. Go pick up cans for all I care. Like, you costing the taxpayer this much money? Like, we could have put this towards something like useful. Instead, we're having to pay off victims that you just had to like choke slam because he lifted his leg up a little too high and you thought he was trying to kick you. It's like the shit that I see that people get away with It's like if you want to get away with the most dastardly shit, just become a cop. Like if you want to start a career and be a criminal, like a lifelong criminal, like first, get hired on in a police station somewhere. Because that's the only way to do it. Just a thought, just a rant, a little micro rant.